Across the globe, sports dominate our modern culture. But in American sports, there are two major things that drive fandom. The first, hometown loyalty to a location which you derive your lifestyle from and you can identify with. And secondly, greatness. To most, greatness is not defined by an objective measure, but a subjective feeling and emotion when you consider a team, a feeling, a player, an era, an aura. Trophies, awards, rings, titles, any objective hardware to be able to deny any naysayers the right to state that a team, a player, or an entire city is not destined to stay at the top in history.
You're listening to Kind of Radio.
Now, the truest greatness in sports fandom comes from a cross-section between the two. When your hometown loyalty gets supported by objective greatness with championships, rings, titles, and all those awards that those naysayers can no longer deny you. And what are you going to become as a sports fan? The most hated, most unloved type of fan, the ones we all dislike, because you're so spoiled, you don't even know what losing is. Welcome to Miami, the first location in our series trying to find out which city is the greatest city in all of American sports. Today, we are going to be starting off with our first rebuild in this series, utilizing the Miami Dolphins, the Miami Heat, the Miami Marlins, and a surprise fourth member, the EU, to do 4 rebuilds in one video. Now, I've seen many other YouTubers do this for one season. Shout out to King of the Fourth Quarter. I've seen him do this many a time, doing MLB, NFL, and NBA. I wanted to do one-up this and go and add college football, but I also wanted to try and actually identify in a series a challenge. Which city is the best in all of sports? Once we do 5-year realistic rebuilds to actually see the progression and the potential of these teams. Now, I want to make a note to those who are really big hockey fans who believe I am disrespecting the NHL. I am fully aware that the NHL is a great sport and another part of the major Big Four. However, personally, I have a very minimal knowledge about the National Hockey League and hockey itself. And from somebody who's watched people do rebuilds about sports they don't know, I don't want to subject you to that because it's generally a miserable experience, in my experience, to watch somebody who has no idea what they're talking about try to explain their entire rebuild tactics. And so in its place, we're trying to replace it with a fun fourth team, and we're going to find the closest college team to that location. Over the next 5 years, we are going to rebuild these 4 teams at the same time, simultaneously, and follow our scoring guide to see at the end of our 12 cities of rebuilds, which city is the greatest city in all of American sports. The city of Miami and Miami sports team introduces an interesting challenge amongst all of the other teams in this series, and that is due to Miami's inconsistency over the last 25 years for their major sports. While the Marlins have won a World Series in 2003, and the Heat have 3 NBA Finals championships as well as 4 other appearances actually, that is not going to say that these teams have been successful at the same time. You had the Dolphins in this, and then another team has still not been successful at the same time. And the Marlins are going to be our big problem here, because the Marlins are one of the worst teams in all of baseball. According to our scoring guide, we are going to be establishing bonus points for simultaneous championships. When a city has a champion in the same year, in the same season, every time they get extra bonus points. The Marlins are nowhere near contending right now. This means that the Marlins are going to establish a window for us if we're trying to get these bonus points. While we could go for early wins in the other series, getting these titles are going to be more likely to happen later on in the 5 years due to Miami's weak initial roster. Now, that's not saying that Miami's not in a good position to develop a good roster. They have fantastic pitching prospects. Robbie Snelling, Noble Meyer, Thomas White, they have some guys who are a little bit closer. They have Yuri Perez, Edward Cabrera, and then in the lineup, I think they have a few interesting players as well. Xavier Edwards, Otto Lopez, I think Javier Sanoa. I'm a little upset they traded Jonah Bride, but I would say that this team is in the position to develop some talent, and they're in the city of Miami, so attracting free agent talent, knowing that this is what we're going for, is going to be a very good possibility simply due to the market of Miami. But development and player acquisition takes time. We are going to have to draft very well. We are going to have to develop really, really well. And it's not going to be instant success for us here in Miami. We have already established a few scouts in our plan for this. I think that there are some guys that I think we can develop here as a core member of this team. But going into the upcoming free agency, while I'm not going to spend any money in the first year, we're looking to acquire young talent that can eventually turn around to become stars so we can compete in 2 to 3 years and try to take as minimal penalties for missing the playoffs over the bad stint that we're going to have to start off this rebuild. The Miami Heat are coming off of a recent, just absolute demolishing by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who swept them in 4 games, including a 50-point win in Game 4. The Miami Heat are in a different position. They just got rid of Jimmy Butler. They're a little bit older. They do have some young assets, I guess mid-tier young, and Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. And they have a couple picks, but nothing really special. This team, if we're attempting to rebuild on the Miami Marlins timeline, means that we're going to have to try to establish some young talent and sell some guys now for some future picks. We're going to use the advantage that Miami has as a big market to sign free agents, and that's going to be how we're going to build this team. We can't miss the playoffs, so we still have to be competitive around that 8 to 10, but we need to hit on one of the draft picks at some point as well. If we did not have the Marlins in our way, this would be a team that maybe we try to compete right away. The Miami Dolphins find themselves in a position similar to the Heat. They are at about that wild card, just outside the playoffs type level of talent. They're a little bit older because we have players like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Ramsey on the roster, but I think that we still have enough young talent that we could make some flips in order to try to contend in the next 3 to 4 years. I think what this means is this team is going to be something that is probably just around the wild card, that 9 and 8, and then we see what we get once we get to the end. Now, this is a great time to do this because this is post NFL draft, all of that. So I have, the best roster I could find on PS5 in order to try to get a 2026 roster. Obviously, that means depth traits are kind of messy, but that means that we have our rookie for this year, Kenneth Grant, is on the team, our top rookie for this team. So we'll see what we can do with it. But we're probably going to have to trade some of our older guys on this roster. You look at a guy like Tyreek Hill. How much longer are you really going to invest in him being old? Being an older player. Could we move off of him? Could we trade him to a team that needs wide receivers? He's very, very expensive. What teams have young quarterbacks? You're thinking, Minnesota. You're thinking Tennessee. Washington, all those teams. Obviously, I don't think Minnesota's going to trade for Tyreek Hill, but like, Hill to Washington could be a move that could make sense. You talk about, maybe that Minnesota having the money is where you would send like a guy like Jalen Ramsey. If we're just trying to get younger, this is something that we might end up having to do. But this team also just outside, if we're really going to contend for a Super Bowl, we're going to need to get some top tier star talent that isn't already 30. Now, college football is a completely different story because in college football, the whole goal is just to dominate the entire time. I don't have to worry about contracts and cap space. I don't have to worry at all about, who can fit on the roster? Who do we need to move in order to, manage assets? There's no asset management. It is all about acquiring as much talent as possible to create the best possible team. The University of Miami is an interesting team because we are going to be starting without a quarterback. Now, here's the thing. I know that they had a transfer this actual season. That doesn't work because you can't do custom rosters in College Football 25. So I just had to simulate a season, or at least not to my knowledge. If there is a way to do custom rosters that I could not find, please let me know for our next video that we do like this. I haven't played this video game since the Iowa State rebuild, so almost a year. And in this, we are going to do full recruiting. This is going to be the fun one in the sense of this team should be good every season. We're already ranked 20th. I don't even really know who's on this roster because I'm not that knowledgeable in the what players are in college football. Let's see, who's our quarterback? Okay, Reese Poffenberger. Yeah, we need to draft we need to recruit some quarterbacks. But over the next 5 years, we will do that. So hopefully the University of Miami can, contend. The difference in the minus points, by the way, for college football is going to be missing a bowl game, not playoffs. The playoffs are very limited, and we're in the ACC, so there's probably only going to be one ACC team in. So with college football, we're going to have a little bit different requirements, but I think it'll be fun either way. And I get to use this scouting system, which I haven't done in a while. So I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. And so as the Marlins are our first team to play in 2025, let's get ourselves started and start our first year of 5 years in the Miami rebuild. Now, it's important to note right away that one of the things we're going to have to value knowing that we have a 5-year window is we really have to draft for the first 2 seasons for the best possible prospects that should play in 2 years. I can't value guys that are going to take a while. So we are fully going to be focused on overall more than anything. And I'm hoping, because look at those ratings on Benitez. If this guy is legit, that we can just find another, Alexis Trujillo in the first draft. Maybe I'll be lucky. Here on May 25th, we're 16-35. This team is not really in a good position. We're halfway through our scouting period. And as I look, Richie Jacques is probably the top guy here. There's a couple pitchers that are interesting, but I guess I hope that we can get Richie Jacques. I don't really know what else is going to be here that's available. Carlos Villa could be that other player that we looked at that we thought first overall. I think it was a catcher. Yeah, no, he's not as good. He's bad. So too disappointing. But with this kind of in mind of where we are at, what I did is I brought back in, because Yuri Perez and Braxton Garrett were on AAA because they're injured, IRL. And then I also brought up Nardi, basically moved some guys around, wanted to get these guys some pitching opportunity here. I think Yuri Perez is just going to play better, and he's playing really well in AAA. And also, Edward Cabrera was pitching so badly that he needed to go down to the minors, 6.43. That's terrible. So I had to send him down. Just maybe he'll get some extra development. He's pitching terrible down there right now. Lineup wise, we are awful. Xavier Edwards and Jesus Sanchez are good. Otto Lopez, awful. Myers is awful. Norby is terrible. Brought up Conine because I don't know. Nothing. There is nothing to look forward to outside of maybe Edwards and Sanchez. And I knew that. Edwards is a stud. He's going to be a stud. That's really all I can get. Maybe we'll give him an extension. when we get to. We are 1 month away from the NBA draft. That's probably where you're going to see me at next, though I'll probably give a quick update where we're at here before we go to the NBA draft. Sadly, it feels like our only hope is that Mlbtheshow, who has been very, very good for us, potential pitcher, can get ourselves in the Rookie of the Year race in the NL. Oh, he's got good stats. I actually really like this type of player. He's pitching amazing. This is probably our only chance to not go negative with the Marlins in year 1. So we'll see if he can do it. Like nobody else is really worth it. He can get maybe a Rookie of the Year for us. And Xavier Edwards and Jesus Sanchez have been good too. I mean, I guess Edwards technically could get into the race for being a league leader, but he's so far out. I don't know if he would get there. I kind of would need him to play every game and hope he could get the hits mark, but he's nowhere near. Never mind. So, we're probably taking a negative point from the Marlins, and we're going to have to do some resetting as well once we get to the draft in the MLB. But first, it's almost June 25th, which means it's time for the NBA draft. If you're wondering, the Minnesota Timberwolves are apparently the team that's going to win the championship this year, taking out the Knicks in 6 games. I guess we'll see, just a little prelude to what we're getting to. So we're taking a look at the NBA draft post lottery, meaning the Dallas Mavericks have the first overall pick, the Spurs have pick 2, the Sixers have pick 3, so on and so forth. We have pick 19. Now, I guess the question is whether or not any interesting players slide down the board to a point where I would be interested in taking them. Talk about the main guys being Ace Bailey, Cooper Flagg, Edgecombe, Dylan Harper. I think if any of these guys are sitting available around pick, on Edgecombe as well, I did say him. What am I doing? If any of these guys are sitting around pick 7, that's where I might look to move up. If they go in the first 6, which is pretty reasonable, I don't know if we're going to move up. I still think we might try to, but I also don't know what we could really get for our guys. We have pick 19, so we'll see what we can do. And so watching the draft, let's see who the Dallas Mavericks take with pick number 1. I'm hoping, for their sake, it's Cooper Flagg, because, okay. They're making a trade?
We will.
Oh! Okay. I guess Cooper Flagg's on the Suns. All right. That's a big start here. Who's at pick 2? They gonna make a trade? Giannis? Okay, they just took Trey Johnson. Okay. All right. Maybe this is just gonna go chalk. Okay. 2 guys went where I didn't expect, so VJ Edgecombe is still there. We are going to pause and see what moves we could possibly make with the Pelicans to move up to pick 7. Now, the Pelicans are pretty smart. They want Tyler Hero or Kel'el Ware in just about any trade that we could possibly do. So I don't know if I'm willing to make those moves just for Edgecombe, because Hero is 25. So I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense for us. Maybe he could drop to 8. At pick 8, the Nets just want Andrew Wiggins. So I might just make this move anyways, because that's a pretty good deal for us. And I hope that Edgecombe drops down to 7. Maybe I can take 8 and combine it with 7. Or we just wait and see if Edgecombe lasts. I think we're just going to do this deal. Yes, we're going to backfire with getting a later pick, but this also clears some cap space by moving off of Wiggins' contract. All right, do the Pelicans take Edgecombe? They do. Yeah, kind of thought that was going to happen. I'm going to guess that the trade value was a little bit lower because Edgecombe wasn't there. So we'll see what we can do at pick 8. Maybe we can just, trade that for something else, or we can combine it with something else to see what we can get. I mean, Devin Booker was apparently on the block, so let's see what else is around the board. Well, I didn't expect that to go through. We are not making a pick. I should probably show you what the trade was. I kind of didn't expect it to go through, but I liked the idea of Denny Avdia on our team. Just if we were going to go for it, trying to get younger. He's 24. This kind of keeps us in a position where we're still like playoff compatible. We're not going to move off Hero. We're not going to move off Bam. We're not going to move off Ware. We have a young core. Now, we're a little expensive, but all it was Duncan Robinson to make the money work, because he does have a contract, but it's not a big one. I want to say he's only making, 14 million, and it's actually getting cheaper every year. We're going to have cap space to be able to work with this deal. We gave up pick 8 and pick 19. So essentially we gave up Andrew Wiggins, a 2029 first, Duncan Robinson, and pick 19 for Denny Avdia. As I start to say that sounds kind of bad. While we're here, we might as well take a look at free agency. We have no cap space because of our roster, because of Hero, Rozier, Bam, and now Denny's contract. Now, Denny's contract's pretty cheap, so it's actually not too bad. So the only thing we can bring in is a mid-level guy, and I think I'm just going to try to swing for a young player, like a Tristan Da Silva or something, to fill in the rest of the roster. But I think next year we should be a good playoff contender. Now, the one thing I will say, Bam's contract is a little bit egregious. I don't know if I want to pay $50 million to a power forward that doesn't score. No disrespect to Bam, but in this game, I don't know how much that's going to provide us any value. So Bam might be the guy to go, especially if we are considering wanting to pursue Giannis whenever he becomes available. And so this will be the team going into this season. I just signed Fultz. I knew I needed a point guard as a backup in case I wanted to move Rozier or something like that. I'm thinking this season we have the Andrew Wiggins trade exception now, which is $28 million. Rozier's $26 million here. That gives us a lot of room to work with if we wanted to flip Rozier and that into something this next season near the deadline. I mean, a team like the Suns they just traded away Devin Booker, which is ridiculous. I would think that Durant might be available, but I also don't want Durant, so I guess we'll see where we're at. Bam is still also movable. Just in time for the MLB draft, where I think we can find some really, really good players in this class. Now, we don't have the top pick, so I don't think a guy like Richie Jacques is going to be available to us, but there are some other guys that I could still see as potential big pieces. Carlos Villa here, more power, could be a really interesting piece available. I also have Jason Koo, a second baseman, who is more contact vision. He's a little further away, which I don't like to see, knowing that we need to contend soon. And Willie Cortez is probably a more guaranteed piece. There's a couple other position players that I like later too. I mean, Steven Cisneros is also good too. There's a lot of guys here that I think are interesting players that could be good pieces. The question is what's going to be available to us. The other thing is there's some pitchers, which I'm not necessarily like a guy who likes to take pitchers, but like Juan Cairo. This dude is going to be really good. Justin Villa, if he's available, like, oh my God, those stats are awesome. So we might be drafting pitchers, and part of it too, trade assets. So let's see what we can get at our first pick. I think my favorite two guys in Cisneros and Jacques are gone. But I'm still pretty happy with what we're going to get here. Carlos Villa, I know he doesn't have the stats I normally like, but he's already 21, 61 to 71 overall. He's a first baseman. He's going to develop. I do think that there's a chance that Greg Brubaker here is a better player. But I feel like you just got to go with the first baseman, knowing that we don't have any in our system. So Carlos Villa is going to be the pick for us at pick 7. And so, yeah, the Marlins team, not even close to making the playoffs. It's just, we're brutal. We take a look at All-Stars. I mean, do we have any? I know we have one, but like, who? It should be Xavier, right? It's not. Okay, they put in Sanchez. All right, that's okay too. Jesus Sanchez is our only All-Star. He had 270. 10 home runs. Yeah, we're pretty rough this year to start, so it is what it is. Hopefully we drafted well, and hopefully we can make even if we didn't get like a top tier talent near the top, the other guys that we drafted can turn into trade pieces, and we can spend some money in the offseason. We did sign Xavier Edwards to an extension, just 6 years, $62 million. After that, I was going to be looking at 10 to 12 per year. I mean, it's already a little bit over 10, but I think that he can provide that level of value for that. You know, we're looking for around 2 WAR, and I think he's a 300 hitter pretty consistently. So I'll take it, and I'll see if there's any expiring deals that we have that we can move off of before the season's over. For the trade deadline, at least. I'd say this went pretty well. Carlos Villa, 89 potential, high power, not as good contact. I'm a little concerned because of that. I'm hoping he could be productive, but I don't like that low contact. We'll still not see him for about 2 years, but I could still see him being up in year 3 for us. Justin Villa, like his stats, he's going to outperform, and 84 potential is good enough. This dude should play for us. Good hits per 9, good walks per 9. I'm going to guess this is a 3 ERA or below type pitcher. He's going to be a stud, and I can't wait to see him. Castillo, love him too, but he's a 58. I don't know if he'll be ready, so we're going to really hope that he develops quickly because high contact, high vision, decent fielding and speed, A potential, perfect type of player. Kobayashi was just a random swing. See if we can trade him. Sean Parks, random swing. See if we can trade him. Francisco right here. He was a guy I scouted, pretty good, walks per 9, hits per 9. He's never going to make it up for us, but he's very, very good. And then Robinson Bliss, random swing at reliever, decent hits per 9. He could be up by year 4 or year 5. So I could see us moving a couple of these guys, but I think Villa, I just realized that we have Villa and Villa, and then Castillo are the 3 guys we might be able to see actually play for us. This was Greg, who we didn't take instead of Villa. He's very good too. I think he could be up there. I'd be curious to see which one of them ends up playing first and playing better, Brubaker or Villa. I do think Brubaker probably is more consistent, but Villa does have a higher ceiling because of the power. They also have a 99 potential pitcher. Good for the Rays. And the guy I liked the most, Richie Yajak, was an absolute stud. 94 potential, 75 contact across the board, 73. I mean, yeah, they're 76 technically against lefties. But yeah, this dude's going to be a stud. Good for the Mariners for getting him. But, you know, we didn't have a top pick. Maybe we will next year. September is here. September call-ups are here. And our big piece is Griffin Conine, who we brought up, has a potential way to get a Rookie of the Year. He's just going to need some more production in this last month of baseball. And at least if he does that, that balances out for the Marlins being a 0 because they are not making the playoffs. But because it is September, as we are 47 and 89, it's time for another sport to start. Now, both football seasons are going on at the same time. So we're actually going to start with the college football season, and then we're going to pivot throughout the NFL at the same time. Generally, what you're going to see me do throughout this process as I try to keep it around the same time is we're going to jump a few weeks at a time just to see where we are at in both, and we're going to update the football seasons at the same time. So we're going to go through the month of September, the first 4 weeks, and then that will be at the end of the baseball season at that point. And then we'll go through the month of October for the next 4 weeks, get to the mid-season point in the NFL, mid-season point in college football, and then the NBA season will start. So first things first, with college football, the main thing we have to work on is recruiting. So let's get into our scouting and seeing what we can do. We need to replace a few positions. I think the big one being quarterback that we need to get for the next 5 years for the Miami Hurricanes to even be in a good position to contend at all. One of the best things about starting off with a powerhouse like the U is we have 5-star talent galore as a potential recruiting, pool. And the number 1 athlete in the entire United States, the number 1 ranked prospect in the entire United States, wants to come to the U. He's from Miami. We gotta get Max Toppins. I'm gonna be honest, not even gonna hesitate. Offer the scholarship right away. He's getting the scholarship. We're going to do everything we can to get Max Toppins. In fact, I generally offer the scholarship to all 5-star prospects, but we need him. Our first gem is a wide receiver, also from Miami, named Matthew Hunt. So he is going to also get a scholarship. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. Nothing really spectacular. I mean, I guess the hops and the speed. So what am I talking about? This dude would be a stud. And Dominique Cummins is a 5-star gem. He's a little further away from us. Roseboom as a D tackle is more likely for us to be able to get him at D tackle. He's not a gem, but Cummins, star and a jet, Yes. I don't know. I'm talking over myself. This is sweet. I'm hoping that we can get at least one of these two. Preferably Cummins. So we're going to have a powerhouse at the top of our board. I mean, a lot of 5 stars, a lot of 4 stars. I mean, this is a big part of this. I want to remind you, inside of these top tier talent rebuilds like this, where we're doing these big markets like Miami, we're going to find these teams that are already in a really good position, and Miami is. So we are going to have to lean on the U to do a lot of our work. And I'm hoping we can recruit really, really well this season and get a lot of these guys to want to stay. We're also going to be starting off our season pretty hot. In week 1, we're playing Oregon. We're not going to win. We're going to play them. We have USF, Notre Dame, and then we're in the ACC. So the big threats looks like it's SMU and Louisville, the ranked teams. This is a good schedule. Making a bowl is not going to be hard. The question is, can we make a playoffs? And that's a big piece, I think, to this. We're going to probably have to win these games, one of these two, and I don't play the games. So let's hope that this team is good enough without really having a quarterback. So taking a look at the depth chart, I think I'm going to start Emory Williams over Poffenberger just because I think the sophomore I'd rather have start than the senior. And I think that them being equal, I also just don't really care that much about the difference of them. When we look at it, we have Hankerson here at running back. He is a senior. Good chance of him being a, drafted running back as a senior. Hopefully he could be this season. And we have Allen in the other slot. Wide receivers, we have Isaiah Horton near the top. We have Sam Brown Jr. We have Ray Joseph. That's going to be our main core. At tight end, we have, I guess Elijah Arroyo is still here. He didn't go out this time, so we do have an NFL tight end, which means that I'm hoping that we play through him. Offensive line-wise, 91 at left tackle. We have a 88 at left guard. We have a 80 at center, 80 at right guard, 85 at right tackle. On the ends, we have Ruben Bain Jr., who is our top talent. He is also a junior, so good shot for him to possibly get an award for us this year. And if he sticks around, that would be nice to see too. We have Marcus Lightfoot as a sophomore on the other side at D tackle. We have Jordan Phillips, who I believe also went to the draft. I don't know. Jordan Phillips is a very common name. I'm blanking if he did. Then we have Wesley Basanth, Dylan Rosick and Raul Aguirre at middle linebacker. Jalen Alderman at the right outside linebacker. At corner, we have Jadaeus Richard from Louisiana, Xavier Scott, and OJ Federique. OJ Federique. At corner. Safeties, we are sitting here with Markeith Williams and Zaquan Patterson. I'm pretty confident this team is going to be good in the ACC. Will we win it? I think a lot of that is going to be reliant on Emory Williams, which I don't know if he's good enough to do it. Like I said, we don't play the games, we sim them, so the hope is that he'll be good enough. And to start off the recruiting season, we're going to go a pretty simple method. Send the house for every 5-star, send the house for some of the gems as well on there, and then go for just a contact friends and family for the rest of the team. For the rest of the 4 stars that I like. We're going to consolidate most of ours once we can go after these 5 stars, and then hopefully we'll have enough interest to be able to pursue the 4 stars at the end of it. But most of our focus on the 5-star talent near the top, especially Max Toppins. And this is a good look after week 1. We're top on most of these guys' boards, especially the 1-stars. The top 2 halfbacks We have Roseboom and Cummins. We have jumped now to the top of his board. We are in the top 8 of every single guy who has moved to the top 8, which is 21 guys. Nothing like a big rivalry game to determine pretty much everything. We started off 0-2. We lost to Oregon. We lost to Notre Dame. But Toppins is right here, and we have the other running back, Enrique Espinoza, on a visit here going into this game. We also have Max Hunt as well. There's a good chance that we could get a commit if we beat Florida. Florida is much better than us so far this season. So, let's see what luck they give us. Can we beat Florida? Oh! 5-star left guard! Oh, but we lost the 5-star right outside linebacker. 673 is not a lot. But we won! 2-2. We beat Florida. That is a great way to end the month. And we get a 5-star left guard in Pierre Troop. I want to take a look at the recruiting quick and see Espinoza. We are right behind, but I don't think we're going to get him. I think Georgia's going to take it. So all in on Max Toppins. I think maybe we'll get lucky here with Espinoza, but probably not. But Max Toppins could still be here. He's the top guy in the entire board. We got our top tier left guard. So that's a good way to end the month, though we are 2-2. So we have to win 4 more games to make a bowl. I don't think we're going to make the playoffs unless we win out, but being annihilated by Oregon and Notre Dame like that, not a good look. In the NFL, we find ourselves in a similar situation to where we were with the Heat. Now, with the Heat, we just made a move for Denny, meaning that we are trying to stay in that wild card hunt. And I think that means that with the Dolphins, we're going to have to do the same. Now, that means that I can't necessarily do a big sell-off with Hill and with Ramsey. But if we are not contending this year, then we will. But if we are, and we still are in that wild card hunt, we are going to stick with this team. A big part of this is making sure we are maximizing our assets on a consistent basis. And so hopefully we can stay healthy and put together something of a season on par with what we can do with the Heat this upcoming year. All right, so we're going to do the press conference. We're in the middle of camp. We got some roster questions. What are they asking? What do we want to know? Outside linebacker Bradley Chubb, love him. Outside, good pass rush. I'm hoping he could do some good production this year. I don't know if he has been that productive so far in his Miami career, but I'm hoping he can continue to get better. I think a lot of that is going to have to do with making sure he can get a little bit more in the backfield than anything. And so Bradley Chubb, hoping he can work on some tackling so that he can get more TFLs, more sacks this upcoming year. I think what's cool about this is, look, Ruben Bain's in this too. Maybe we'll just never let him go. Now, our season is technically 2025 here, or this past year, because I imported the roster in Madden, so I couldn't sim ahead, and I think that's okay. We have a little bit of a tough stretch to start off of the month of September. Jacksonville, Buffalo, Seattle, and Tennessee. I'm hoping we can come out 2-2 in this first month here in Miami. Though, don't know. I mean, we'll see. I think we've got good offense. Just hopefully we can put together a good first half so I don't have to sell at the deadline. We got absolutely routed by the Bills in week 2, but we did beat the Jags, so, I mean, it's okay. Offense is not performing as well in the first 2 games, but we did get routed by the Bills. So we beat Seattle, but got crushed by the Titans. Okay, Cam Ward, good for you. The U comes out on top. I mean, if we take a look at that last game, the box score in that one, I mean, I'm going to guess that that's probably Cam Ward, or did they run all over us? No, it is pretty even. I mean, we just did nothing offensively. So far, we've done nothing offensively. But, I mean, that's a start, I guess. Good for Cam Ward. But, yeah. 2-2 at the end of September. We're okay. We're kind of where we thought we'd be. Wake me up when September ends. It's over. 58 and 104. -1 point for the Marlins because we missed the postseason. We're also one of the worst teams in, so I wonder if that -1 is a little bit low of the scoring system, but hey, it'll be balanced across everything else. 58 and 104. But we get our point right back as we get a Rookie of the Year from Griffin Conine. The future is bright. Okay, Shohei Ohtani wins the MVP. The Cy Young goes to Tyler Glasnow. On the NL side, the MVP Isaac Paredes. With the Astros on the AL side, Garrett Crochet with the Red Sox on the AL side. Our Rookie of the Year, Conine. 16 home runs. That's a pretty good last month. I guess Kim also fell off at the end too. But like, he's 20 set. Oh, OSB potential. Let's go. Griffin Conine. Okay. We have an outfielder. Like a legit outfielder. We're going to run through this pretty quick. Bryce Harper gets the batting title, hitting .332 for the Phillies. Corbin Carroll, 211 hits for the Diamondbacks. Really, really good season for him. Home run leader, Corbin Carroll, 48. That's awesome for him. I haven't seen him play that well before. RBI leader is Shohei Ohtani. On the pitching side of the NL, Edwin Diaz gets the saving title, crown, whatever you call it. 52 saves, leads the way for the Mets. ERA title. Blake Snell with a 2.46. That's generally Cy Young caliber, but I think Glasnow got it over him. I mean, any of the Dodgers were going to get it, but I think I'd give that to Snell over him. On the AL side, batting title goes to Aaron Judge. He hit .313 for the New York Yankees. Hits leader was Bobby Witt Jr. with 187. And your home run leader was Isaac Paredes. Judge hit .313. Where'd the power go, buddy? Saves leader in the AL is Will Vest of the Tigers with 53 saves. ERA crown goes to Shane Baz. 2.41 for him with the Tampa Bay Rays. Rodon was in second. And then the strikeout leader was Garrett Crochet with 205. That's a Cy Young with the strikeout crown. We're going to run through this team pretty quick. We had Luke Bashar, who wasn't that bad, 3.78. He did get sent down, but he was not that bad, I think. I believe that's the only guy who got sent down for us. When I come to the major league, though, Braxton Garrett, 3.11, 1.2 whip. Like to see that. I think he's a serviceable starter for us this upcoming year. Edward Cabrera brought him back up. I mean, he had a bad start, but was pretty good in the minors, so we're not too upset with that. Calvin Fosher, 3 ERA, 1.4 and 93 innings. Pretty good. Declan Cronin, not as good, 4.42, 1.4 whip for him. I do want to compare. I know I haven't really looked at these things, but FIP rating, 5.52. Yeah, I think that we have a pretty good defense. So these pitchers are actually not as good as they normally are. It's just that FIP rating is pretty low because we have good defensive players on this roster. Henriquez got called back up. Don't know why. Tinoco, 3.4, 1.24 whip. Nardi, 2.38 with a 0.9. That was pretty good for a guy that we brought up at the, somewhere in June. And Anthony Bender, 2.2, 1.15 in the closing role for us. He's 30 years old, and we've got a couple more years of team control on him. Might trade him if we need to, but not bad. Max Meyer as our leading guy this year, 5.24, 1.41 whip. One of our worst pitchers this season. The first round pick in 2020. Alcantara, 4.53, 1.42 whip. Not necessarily the greatest either. Weathers was pretty bad. Volante Bellozo, 3.07, 10. This guy was a legit good pitcher for us this year. I'm really excited to see that. Did not think of him when I considered how good this rotation is. And then Yuri Perez was pretty good too, 3.93. But that whip is terrible. What's the FIP for him? Okay, it's not as bad. So, Volante Bellozo, that was our best pitcher. Now, our lineup was straight trash. Javier Sanoa got sent back down, 215, 246 on base for him. I mean, he's okay, but that was awful. I had Stone Garrett down there. De Los Santos, 216 was bad. Stowers got sent down, 229. Was Cerna up? No, he was not. Yeah, lineup-wise, 229 from Agustin Ramirez, like, yikes. Sanchez, 257, he was the all-star, didn't really put together a good second half. Wagaman, okay, whatever. Fortes, okay, 20 at bats, so no, not a serviceable sample size. Graham Pauley, 227, not very good. And then lineup wise, Xavier Edwards, 281 in 533 at bats. Like to see that. It makes me think I should try to make sure I don't have shortstops on this roster so that he can get more, so he can get a little bit more play, because I want to see him play every day, because I know he's pretty good. War-wise wasn't necessarily anything great, but he's very good for us. Griffin Conine, Rookie of the Year. He's our highest rated player. 16 home runs, hit 293. His potential went up, and we didn't even have him up all season. Otto Lopez was bad. 218, 240, 210, 251. Derek Hill is in the DH. 218. Yeah, let's just say this offseason, I know we're a bad team, so we're not going to like go out and spend millions and millions of dollars, but Conine's safe, Xavier Edwards is safe, Otto Lopez, I don't even know if he's safe. I mean, that was bad from Otto. Yeah, and Sanchez is safe. Yeah, that's about it. And the Tigers defeat the Diamondbacks in the 2025 World Series. That's the it. That's the it. That's the end of this first season in the major leagues for us. We're going to get into the offseason, but first we got to get back to some other sports. To be honest, this is the biggest game of our season. NC State, they are ranked above us. They're in our same conference. I mean, if we win it, that's probably the recruits. So let's see, can we take them out? We need to beat NC State here. If we do, I think we get some big recruits. I like to see it, Matthew Hunt. That's that 97 speed receiver. We have a middle linebacker too, Keon Grimes. We didn't get the big guys. Oh, and we lost two big ones in Dominique Cummins and Frederick. And with that low score, I think we lost. We did. 3-3, not a good start, and I'm not liking that I saw that we lost Cummins and Mashad. So close. That loss at the end, we were number one on Mashad's board. That loss right there just made us lose that. But still in a good spot to get the top prospects. We got him! Max Toppins, the number one recruit in all of the United States. He's coming to the U. And we got Georgia Faw. And we got Matt Algier. And that must mean we got a dub against Stanford. Okay. It's a good spot to be. I did see some disappointing ones, though. Okay, we didn't get the center Lacombo. He committed to Florida State. We didn't get Roseboom either. So we didn't get either of those D tackles, despite the fact that I sent the farm at them every single time. Ugh, that hurts. And we should be good potential to get this a quarterback here. So, all right, we have our star. But what else can we get? First mock in the NFL has us taking Mansur Delane out of Virginia Tech, a corner. I do think that is something that we would need to do. Cornerback room is a little old, so that could be something that I could see us doing. What? Shut up, Tyreek. Exactly. Wait, what? Give me the ball, coach. I get it, Tyreek. Do what you want to get the ball. But, jet sweeps, I don't think that's a part of our offense. I can't promise any of this. So I guess this would be the only way I could do it because we don't play the game. So he's not going to get it. He's going to be mad because we're not playing the game and they're not going to run a jet sweep. So Maybe we trade Tyreek here. 3-4 at the end of the month of October. And Tyreek's pissed. So I think realistically, trade him. See what we can get. Like, he's playing well, but like, dude, why are you whining? Whatever. Let's see if we can get anything for him. This may seem a bit wild. I know I can get a couple more firsts, but I also want to do a little bit of a realistic move here. And there's a few teams that I could think of that would make sense. First, we could talk about the Patriots. Tyreek Hill would make sense there, but I don't think we'd be doing a swap for Stephon Diggs in any way. And if I'm going to move off of Tyreek Hill, I want to get a first and a good player back. And so I'm looking at a few teams that are offering me it, and it's Karlaftis. Okay, that's good. I get Jonathan Taylor in this one. I actually don't want Jonathan Taylor. We have A-Chain where we're good there. And so it's either Karlaftis, Lenoir, which isn't bad. I mean, I guess the second from them for AJ Terrell isn't bad. I just don't think they make that deal. Or it's Elton Jenkins. And so I had the question, do I want Elton Jenkins? I do. That's a first and a second. It's a pretty good deal. Or do I just want the first and Karlaftis, knowing that we do need edge rushers? I might go take a look at their contracts, but I think Karlaftis makes the most sense unless I have to re-sign him. So let me go double check contracts, and we're going to either make this Karlaftis deal or this Jenkins deal. I don't know. If you were in this situation and you had to move off of Tyreek Hill, which one would you do? Taking a look, he has 2 years left in this deal. We will give him the extension as needed, but I'm thinking this makes the most sense for us. He's younger. I don't think Jenkins is really going to cause enough of a benefit for us to do this. I mean, technically Josh Allen would be the one I'd want out of these deals, but like, I'm not getting another first in return. So we're going to make this move for Karlaftis and the Chiefs first. I also think that makes sense. The Chiefs get Tyreek Hill back in this deal, and I don't want him on the team. The offense is admittedly weaker after losing Tyreek Hill, but I think Jalen Waddle can fulfill that need, and that means that we can go get a wide receiver in the draft to replace him. And we have Karlaftis, who I think can create some production for us on the edge. Actually, let me reorder this entire lineup quick so that Karlaftis actually plays here, and that'll give us actually a good shot. I think that means that we can play. Like I can play Grant up here at D tackle for this season because we don't have a D tackle, and so Karlaftis can play. We've got that. We have Phillips, Chubb, Chop Robinson. I wonder if we maybe move off of like a Chubb sometime here soon. And the offseason maybe off Ramsey. Now, does this hurt our chances of making the playoffs? Yes, I fully understand that it does, but I was starting to think, mainly because of the quantity by our losses. It wasn't necessarily that we were losing or that we lost 4 games. It was that every single one of the losses were a blowout. I didn't have a whole lot of faith, and if he was going to complain, he was just going to drag morale down. He was going to play worse, and then he was going to regress. So he wasn't going to play well this season. He was going to regress, and so it just makes sense to move off of him. But it does put us in a tough spot. However, we do know that we're not getting a combination of championships, because at this point, we might not make a bowl game with the U. We might not make the playoffs with the Dolphins here. And we don't even know what's going to go on, with the Heat. Out of our 4 teams, the Miami Heat do look like the best roster. This season, we're going to be starting with Tyler Hero, Denny Avdia, Jaime Jaquez, Bam Adebayo, and Khalil Ware, with Jovic, Love, Highsmith, Rozier, and I think Fultz is going to be our extra guy here. But good chance we trade Rozier if we have the ability to, and we'll just see where we're at. This is going to be a team that's going to need to make the playoffs for us. And I think they will. The East is pretty weak, and that puts us in a pretty good position. And the first game of the season starts off pretty good with a victory over the Hawks. Hero leading the way. Avdia almost with a triple-double. And we even start our first NBA Cup game with a victory. Good way to start the season. I'd say that's one hell of a start. Apparently, we are phenomenal. One of the best defenses in the league. All right. We're going to the NBA Cup. Never mind. Goodbye, Tyler Hero. At the point the Hero goes down, we 25 points per game. He's playing very, very well this season to start off. I'm still pretty happy though. Denny has been good so far to start. Bam has been good so far to start. We've just had a phenomenal start to the season. Jovic had to play. Bam had a sprained toe for a game. But I guess, yeah, broken leg's a tough one. And because Hero goes down, we lose in the first game in the NBA Cup for us against the Detroit Pistons. It was a close one. We only lost by 2 points, but it seems like, we didn't have any primary scoring options when it came to that or to the fourth quarter. Pistons came back, upset us. It just is what it is. We'll regroup. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to have to make a move maybe to see if we can replace some production for the rest of the season, because we are number one in the East right now. Big rivalry moment. Florida State, Miami. We kind of got to win this one. We're 2-1 currently in the ACC, and I think this determines if we get a quarterback in recruiting. Let's see what we can do. Please get the dub, guys, and get a quarterback. Ken Byrne, we got a center. We got a right end. We got a wide receiver. No quarterback. And we lose out on Espinosa and Ojimeda. And that's only plus 294. That's probably a loss. We're 4-4. This is not a good start. Our quarterback position is probably really what's hurting us here, but this isn't going to help us. It looks like, Texas beat us out right there on Ojemudia, who I really, really wanted. And yeah, I guess I still have a quarterback we can get, but up until this point, Emory Williams hasn't been bad, but by no means has he been good. 11 interceptions is pretty rough, but I don't even know what he is ratings wise. Ooh, okay, all right. He's got throw power. This dude has room to grow. He's an impact dev, but yeah, not good. We got a quarterback. Thank you, Keon Bullock. He's from Florida. He's a 4-star. This will probably end up being the guy, just because we needed a quarterback. Oh my god, I can't get any luck. We did win, but yeah, we're just missing out on anything. We are ranked. What? I guess we did beat Louisville, who was ranked, but we lost on a gem 4-star. McCree. All these guys. I don't know. I have not done a good job scouting. I'm a little bit rusty. Don't call it a comeback. We're in the ACC championship game going against NC State, and we're ranked 11th in the nation, meaning even if we lose this one, we still have a chance at the college football playoffs. But bigger thing to me, we can win a conference here. We can win a title. And we have a bowl game. Not bad. As of right now, we're in it. We'd be playing Penn State, but we're in it. Who needs Tyreek Hill? We got Malik Washington. Just kidding. We're spiraling. Who would have thought? Though I think amongst other things, this is why. Not because of Tyreek. It wouldn't matter if we had Tyreek. If you're going to throw 15 picks this early in the season, I say this early, it's week 13. But come on, dude. He's garbage. Hey! Yay! Breakout! Oh, good performance. Keep grinding, buddy. I have lots of confidence in you, Malik. Star development. And just like that, we cement not going above 500. Losing to Cleveland, by the way. Also, that means we're not going to make the playoffs either. So, looks like the Dolphins are the team that are out of the playoffs. We'll just do a quick sim to the wild card week to see if we are 7-10 or 8-9. Please 7-10. Damn it. Taking a quick look at league leaders across the league. Jalen Hurts led in passing yards with 4,598 yards with a 30-3 touchdown to interception ratio. Very efficient season. Your leader in touchdowns is Joe Burrow, who threw 49 and 12 picks. Stafford and Mahomes also had over 40, as well as Bo Nix. When it comes to rushing, your leader was Josh Jacobs, 1369 for the Green Bay Packers. Najee Harris was second, and your touchdown leader with 23 touchdowns. Oh my God, Jalen. Okay, Jalen Hurts. All right. Puka Nacua. Madden is Madden, but like, oh my God. 1,700 yards, 24 touchdowns for Puka Nacua. Taking a look defensively, your tackle leader, Jamie Sherwood of the Jets. Your sack leader, Josh Hines Allen of the Jags. And your interception leader, Jesse Bates with 7 for the Falcons. Just taking a look at our team, I mean, Tua was terrible. He threw 20 picks, 59% completion percentage. He did get sacked 46 times. Our offensive line is terrible, but that's rough. 20 picks is terrible. Rushing, Achane only had 828. Tua did have 315, but 828 and 6 touchdowns for Achane. Receiving, Waddle ended with 870. Westbrook Akine got almost up to 800. Jonnu and Washington there. I mean, nobody over 10. Yikes. Who gave up? Woo-hoo-hoo! Patrick Ball. 16 sacks. Defensively, our tackle leader was Jordan Brooks at middle linebacker. He had 95 tackles. Your sack leader for us was Zach Seiler. He had 8. Chubb had 7, and he missed a good amount of time, so he probably would have got 10, but I think he had like a tailbone injury, like broken tailbone, so he missed a good amount of time. Karlaftis had 7, so I don't think that trade is too bad for us. Did get a pass rusher there. Phillips had 5.5. Your pick leader, Ramsey, had 6, 2, 2, 2 across the board here, but Jalen Ramsey was our best player on defense. Besides, Jalen Phillips looks like he was pretty good too. So, yeah. He's bad. Here we are for the ACC championship game. We need to take out NC State to really have a shot to get anything big. This would be huge. A conference title would be huge for us here for our point scoring system. So can we pull it off and beat NC State here? And even if we don't win, whoa, 4-star wide receiver. There's a right tackle. I like to see this. This generally means good things. Oh my God. 8? We're 8? We won? We won the ACC. It says second, but I think that's an ACC title. It is. That's a title. We win the ACC for the U. That means we are also going to the college football playoffs. Defensive player of the week, he had 2 TFLs for Alderman. Hankerson had 3 touchdowns, 67 yards. Heisman goes to Cade Klumdick. 44 touchdowns, 2 picks. But all right, that's big. So that means that we, in the college football playoff bracket, we jump up. We're the 3 seed. Let's go. We have a bye. That's awesome. Okay, good position to be. I think I'm going to have to kind of refine a little bit and figure out what our scores are, but like, this is a great start. We might have a chance to win a national championship here after starting out 4-4. Just got hot at the right time. Oh. Well, they kind of destroyed us last time, so this is a big one. So, rematch from the team that absolutely annihilated us in the first week of the season. And let's see what we got here against Oregon. Please. Let us get this upset. Stay hot. Nope. Not at all. That was so little XP. I'm going to guess we got destroyed. How'd it go? Okay, we lost by 14. That's not too bad. But, yeah. Box score, if we look at our stats of our playoff game here, Emory Williams, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, not bad. Rushing, ooh, there you go. That will do it. Hankerson, only 35 yards. Sam Brown, 894. Joseph, 57. Arroyo only had 54. Horton only had 21. Defensively, no pressure, no turnovers. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you lose. But hey, we won the ACC. We made it to the college football playoff. I would say that that's a pretty good run here. Let's just take a look at our stats this year for us. Williams, 4,000 yards, 41 touchdowns, 15 picks. He really picked it up in the second half of the season. Started off slow, but was pretty good. Like him as a starter for a little bit longer. Maybe we can redshirt one of our guys. Hankerson in his senior year, 941 yards, 14 touchdowns. Pretty good. I think that we can get better, and I think that we will have better next year. AJ Allen, and then potentially with the, I guess Jordan Lyle's also pretty good too. We've got a lot of guys who could be there, and then we have top ends as well. 983 yards from Brown, 918 from Ray Joseph, 663 from Isaiah Horton. It's a little low for him, but he only had 44 catches. And then our big one that I'm curious to see defensively, how did Ruben Bain end up doing this year? 96 tackles from Rosique. That's pretty good. Bain ended up getting only 7 sacks. That's not great. In fact, I mean, we were kind of hoping he would be around 10 to 12, but that's not very good. I wish that this means that in the draft he would slip a little bit, but he's not. That's not how it works. But that's a way to end the season, and we could just see how we end up doing in scouting. But it is what it is. That's how you end it. Don't think I'd ever let them forget about you, Marlins. It's free agency time. I think the free agency period's a pretty long one, so we would estimate this happening a little bit later. I want Arias back. We traded him for Snelling. I think it's going to work out, and we're going to get them both. Also, he's somehow a potential. Oh, okay. All right. He went up earlier. I'll take that. Shout out Luis Arias. I also want Brendan Rodgers, who did go up to B potential, so he's probably like 80 potential. Not bad. Give me some contact bats. I don't know if Otto Lopez is good. I like the idea of Conine. I like Sanchez. I think Sanoa could go out to the outfield if we really need him to. And that gives us a second base slot, a DH slot, and then I need some relievers, and I think Colombe would be interesting. These are the guys we're going to go after. We also mentioned not waiting very long because of the short window for some of our prospects, so I looked at some of the guys that we drafted, and I looked around the league at some guys that were going to be undervalued, and I think Chandler Simpson as a prospect is going to be undervalued, and he would be valuable for us. He's so fun as a player, and I really think he could have a shot of being productive for us. So I'm going to get him. We are going to give up Sean Parks and Kobayashi, 2 good prospects that are much further away, plus Albert Almora, just so they have a center fielder. And Chandler Simpson should play for us. Maybe next season. Probably next season. Hey, number 1 overall pick. I'm going to mess it up. I always do. Oh my God. We got a free agent. By the way, Arias, whew, the Twins gave him a bag. We do not have a first baseman. Don't worry, we got Ty France, because Ty France contracts never backfired on me in ever. So Tyler Hero's back, but we have slipped a little bit. We are now the 3 seed in the East, still in pretty good shape, but that's a little bit of a slide. I'm thinking as the deadline is approaching, let's probably see what we can get for Terry Rozier. Maybe we'll be able to get something with his contract. I'll look around and see the bad teams. 'Cause, ooh, there are some bad teams. And the Bucks exist. I just can't help but think. Giannis? Oh. Embiid? First thing we're going to do is we're going to get a first round pick in return for Pal Larson, who is a good prospect, but he's upset, so I don't think he's ever going to play, and he is making rounds and being annoying. Now this is how you combine contracts. Jaime Jaquez, like him a lot, but no doubt Lauri Markkanen would be the better player to have. If we had Hero, Denny, Lauri, Bam, and Ware as a starting rotation with Jovic and all that on the bench, this isn't bad. I still think we can make a few more moves, but I like the idea of Lauri, and thank you to the Wiggins exception for allowing us to essentially get a player of this caliber. And trading away some of our depth, I need another player, and I think Alex Caruso fits well in the backcourt here, and I just have to give up basically Maxwell Lewis for him. Good backup, good two, which is something we will need in a playoff run, because this team is now pretty stacked. Welcome, Alex Caruso. Thank you, Andrew Wiggins, by the way. And that brings us right to the All-Star break. Tyler Hero is a little bit off. He actually played a lot more. Wow, he barely was injured. He had a broken leg. Okay. He hasn't played well since he came back, though. And we kind of see this across the board. I think we're starting to slip. Like, we just had a really, really good start, and we're coming back down to normal. Maybe we weren't supposed to be as good as we were in the beginning of the season, but we're still pretty good, and I think we have a really good team. It's just something notable that, we are basically kind of back even with the pack when we had a huge lead to start. And our differential has dropped. I think the big thing is our defense was phenomenal to start, our offense was phenomenal to start, and our offense has really plummeted. And it just kind of happens. So we'll see what we do for the rest of the season here. But at the All-Star break, 31-23, sitting third in the East. Not bad. Not bad place to be at. So Clemson annihilates Oregon in the national title game. Good for Clemson. They win another one, and I guess let's see how we can do for recruiting. It is notable, however, Ruben Bain will be leaving. That makes sense. He's a really high overall. Makes sense for him to go. When we talk about guys getting drafted, it looks like Jalen Rivers is going to be a second-round pick. Jadaeus Richard, a fourth-round pick. You've got a fifth-round pick in Inez Cooper. You have, and Hankerson probably going in the seventh round as well. Not bad. We've got some corners to replace, really. And so we're going to see what we can do in the transfer portal on top of our recruiting class to do our best to replace this. And I don't think we'll be able to really replace this. Like, I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of really, really good players in here. But who knows? We'll see if we can get some sort of production. I think we kind of got lucky this year. Now, let's be honest. That's a pretty big deal to be sitting here in the transfer portal. We'll see what we can do. I guess we're top of the board. And in the NFL, the Dolphins, Lamar Jackson gets himself a Super Bowl, beating the Eagles by 2. Jalen Hurts was the MVP this year. Nick Sirianni, Coach of the Year. Jalen Hurts, also Offensive Player of the Year. Defensive Player of the Year goes to Josh Hines Allen of the Jags. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Matthew Golden for the Green Bay Packers. And Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jahdae Barron for the Denver Broncos. Now, because we got rid of Tyreek Hill, we have money to spend, but what can I get for any of it? Nothing. There's nothing in free agency. Maybe Nakobe Dean, who I don't know why he's available, but we're going to try to get him. We got to get Kohu back, and then an offensive lineman. And we'll see. I think around draft time, there's a good chance I might trade Jalen Ramsey. Just knowing that we need to consolidate, and I don't think this team's good enough right now. Maybe we move Ramsey, maybe we move Bradley Chubb. I don't know. I'm not really happy with this roster, and I think it's because I know how much money we have tied down to, like, Tua, and I don't think he's good. Well, there's a Bradley Chubb deal. We're sending him to the Bears for a second-round pick. He regressed. He is a normal dev now. Really has no value to keep, especially when we have Chop and Jalen and all that. So I think Chubb's out. That makes sense. We're going to get a second back for him. Yeah, not very good. Evan Brown, Kobe Durant, Bryce Hall. This has not been a very good start to this. I didn't get Kader Kohu. I didn't get Nakobe Dean. I think at least the Bears trade was a good trade for us. Not happy so far. So we have pick 15 and pick 23 in this draft. And I think the big thing that we're targeting is tackle. Not that Patrick Paul can't develop, but he was terrible. And so I'm looking at a few positions that we need to fulfill now. And the big ones being tackle. I do think that there's a lot of good guys, and you see I focus tackle. So I don't necessarily think at left tackle there's any reason for us to jump. Maybe for Lance Hurd here from Tennessee. He's the only one who's really above in his projection. We take a look at right tackle. There's a little bit more. We've got Blake Miller here, who is a big boost, and that's somebody who we should really target in the second round. And then Cam Williams with our first pick, maybe. I don't necessarily know. So I'm thinking the goal should be to pursue Blake Miller at that position. Corner is another spot that we need to take, and I think the one I want is Mansur Delane out of Virginia Tech. I could also see myself going for Azaria Thomas, but I don't necessarily know. We do need safeties too. Caleb Downs maybe is somebody who I'd be willing to go after. I think there's a lot of guys. We're not going to pursue wide receiver. We are not going to pursue tight end. We do not need pass rushers, though I did scout them because if a guy like Ruben Bain falls, I'm taking him. And then same thing goes for like TJ Parker. If they slip to me, I'll take them. But I don't necessarily think they will. So that's the goal, and we'll see what we can do. The other thing is we have to be willing to look. I'm going to do this right now. We're just going to go manage roster, trade center. I just want to see what we could possibly get for Jalen Ramsey, who is the only real big asset. Nothing. Okay, never mind. We can't get anything for him. So never mind. There is nothing for Jalen Ramsey. That changes that. And with the first pick in the NFL draft, that's Nico Iamaleava. He left Tennessee. Now he's going to Cleveland. But he actually played there this time because I couldn't change that. Where did the Miami alum, the defensive end, go? Minnesota, pick 7. So we're not going to get him, but that's okay. Taking a look through the guys, I think Caden Proctor's the best guy here, but I'm not taking him because he's actually got drafted. So it's between Mansur Delane and Caleb Downs, and I think of the two, my best guess is that Downs is the only one who goes now. Maybe I can wait for Delane for the next pick. So we're going to take Downs here. I just believe he's going to be a good safety. And that's our first pick at pick 15. And then I'll show you the other first round pick, but I'm not going to show the second round and all that. So Caleb Downs, A-, third in true value. I'll take the hidden dev. We need corner bad. Mansur Delane is still here. I'm taking him. Makes the most sense for us to take him. There was guards on the board too, but I think this is the best pick for us. A+, 8th in true value, hidden dev. We hit big at the top, but we missed everywhere else, so I'm very happy with Caleb Downs, Mansur Delane, and Lance Hurd had a dev trait. I'll take that. So that could be a tackle. I guess our left tackle, maybe we can move off or trade Patrick Paul. I thought that Daryl Jackson would be way better, 94 strength. He had elite strength, but yikes, not good. So, all right, it is what it is. There was actually some pretty good overlap here. I mean, it wasn't exactly 1-to-1, but Bain went in the first round. That made sense. I think Rivers went in the third. I thought I saw Cooper go in the fourth. I don't know when Richard got taken, or Richard got taken, but yeah, that's pretty accurate. I mean, Arroyo was obviously a year ago, but pretty accurate. I wanted him badly. He went to Georgia. Nothing we could do about it. He's from Miami, and we couldn't get him. Went full all in. They must have a little bit of a boost. They must have over 50 out of 50 for wide receivers because couldn't get him. But we got all the corners. and another quarterback. We end up with the 6th best class in the entire United States, with 2 5-stars, with Max Toppins and Pierre Troop, the left guard. I really like where we're at with that. We got a bunch of corners to transfer in, got some wide receivers to transfer in. Good position to be in, got some quarterbacks. I think we're going to be in a good spot. I really like what we did. I wish we could have got a few more guys, but, I'll take 6th best class. Like, that's not a problem at all. And taking a look at training results, let's go look through our roster, see what guys are all here and where we're going to be at. I do believe Emory Williams will continue to stay the starter this year as a junior. He's an 83 overall. He doesn't have a super high ceiling, but I think that's going to be okay. Looks like Jordan Lyle will be our number 1 running back this year. He is a junior. Love to see that. We do have 2 seniors, though, so maybe we redshirt him. It would be smart to possibly redshirt him and see if we can make him last a little bit longer. I think I might do that and just run Fletcher and AJ Allen. No fullback so that we had. Horton's now a 91. That's I think a 4-point boost. Nykar up to an 86 with 99 speed. He was the returner of the year last year. I wish I could play with him. Ray Joseph, not much progression, but he will be there. So that looks like our top 3. And then I don't know what the guys who transferred in, if any of them were anything different. Riley Williams is an 85. That's not too bad. Markel Bell, 87 at left tackle as a senior. We have an 89 left guard in Matthew McCoy. Not too bad as a senior. We have a senior 86 overall center. Not bad. Tripp, 86, and he's a junior, so we got him for another year now. This is a little concerning there were that many seniors, but okay. 86 overall at a junior for right tackle. Oh my God, Jordan Westerman. That's going to be nice to see. All right. At left end, Blunt, 84 as a junior. Right end, Lightfoot as a junior, 84 as well. When we take a look at the tackle, okay, 89 and 89 at the top end. Jordan Phillips and Josh Horton there, an 88. We've got a lot of good D tackles in here, actually. Not too bad to see. Hayes, 84. 87 from Malik Bryant. 79 from... Okay, so our edge rushers aren't as good. Corners, 91 from Robbie Washington and 86 from Stafford. Federico didn't develop, but that's a big boost from Robbie Washington. Free safety, 85 for Markeith Williams and 85 for Jaden Harris. So not too bad to see big 6 boost for him. And Dylan Joyce, one of the best punters. That's pretty good progression. We're not as good as last year. Well, actually, we technically are as good as last year. We just don't have the top tier talent like Bane, but I guess maybe Robbie Washington is. Your MVP this season is Victor Wembanyama for the San Antonio Spurs, only averaging 22 and 14, though, I mean, the 2 steals, 3 blocks. I mean, yeah, I think they were the best team in the West. Cooper Flagg wins Rookie of the Year for the Suns. If you don't recall earlier, that was the Devin Booker for Cooper Flagg trade. Josh Giddey, 6th Player of the Year. That's 6 play. Okay, that's weird. It's 6th Man of the Year, but I think this is because it's got WNBA and stuff too. But 6th Man of the Year, Josh Giddey for the Hornets now. Victor Wembanyama, Defensive Player of the Year, Most Improved. Okay, no. And then Shea Gilgeous-Alexander averaged 34 points per game for the Clutch Player of the Year. Coach of the Year goes to Popovich, who is obviously retired. Aaron Phillips. They won 65 and 17, and they had that All NBA first team. All right. Wembanyama, Jokic, Shea, Giannis, Luka. That's what we expect. Halliburton, Edwards, Sabonis, Brunson, LeBron, Tatum, Cunningham, Morant, Mobley, Trae Young. So we don't see anybody there. Do we see anybody for... Nope, not defensive teams. And we didn't have any rookies play, so no one for us. We end up getting the 2 seed in the East. We ended up winning, I want to say, I think we won 50 games this season. Yeah, 51 games. 2 seed. Hey, that's a division title. We didn't get the conference, but we got a division title, winning the Southeast Conference in this, or Southeast Division this season. 51 and 31. Pretty good season for us. We're a 2 seed, so we are in good shape. If I go look at our season, I apologize. I have not played this very much this year, so my scrolling through the menus is slow. For us player stats, we had Avdia had 17 and 10, a double-double for Danny, 23 for Hero, 17, 8, only 0.8 blocks for Bam, 18 points for Markkanen, 10 points for Kalel Ware. Jovic had 9 off the bench, Caruso 4, 7. Yeah, this is pretty good. Pretty good team all around. We put together a pretty good season here. And the question is, how is that going to convey for the rest of this playoff run? We are playing the winner of the winner of the Bulls and the Nets. My brain, sorry, I apologize. Simulate that game. The Bulls advance, or the Nets advance. The Nets win. We are playing the Nets. The Bulls advance in that play-in. If you simulate the play-in, the Bulls are playing Cleveland. So let's do this. We are going to go through game 1. We take it. Game 2. We take it. Game 3. Okay, that's one game for them. They beat us 108 to 103. Game 4. We are up 3-1 here going into the second round. Boom, 4-1. We are playing the Knicks in the next round. Let's simulate here. And Cleveland versus Indiana. Miami versus New York here. On the other side, it's San Antonio, OKC, Dallas, and Minnesota. Dallas does have Devin Booker now. All right, so we are going to be taking on New York. Game 1. Here we go. Let's get through it, please. We lose. Oh my God, we get blown out in that one. We lose by 51. Hero puts up 35. Nobody else shows up in the game. And Brunson puts up 41. Towns puts up 22. Bridges puts up 21. All right, game 2. We should get our revenge. We do. Oh my God, and we got a blowout of our own. That's a 57-point victory. Laurie with 32, Denny with a triple-double, Tyler Hero with 25, and really it's Brunson and Bridges for them, and that's about it. All right, game 3, we lose. That's a close one. It is now a 2-1 series. Game 4, it is 2-2. We get another blowout victory here. All right, let's go here. We win. We are up 3-2 to go to the conference finals. We advance to the conference finals here. And who are we playing but Cleveland? The team that eliminated us last year in the first round. Now we get to match up with in the conference finals. This is a big one. Can we take them out and go to the finals here? Simulate game 1. We lose that one by 9 points. Cleveland takes the lead. Game 2, we are down 2-0. We are going to make a quick coaching adjustment. And we are going to shrink our rotation down to, I'm going to go full on 7. I trust about 7 guys on this team. Did I do that right? Yep. All right. I trust about 7 guys on this team. And I think this is right. These are the 7 guys I would trust. I guess they want Caruso in the lineup starting, and they want Markkanen off the bench. That's okay with me. We are going to go into it. I mean, I guess you need the defense against Donovan Mitchell. All right. Game 3. We need to win this one here in Miami. We do 109-103. It's a close one. Game 4. We are down 3-1. Can we pull this off and come back? We cannot. We lose 4-1. Cleveland advances to the finals. We ended up losing this one here in OT as well. That's pretty disappointing. But it looks like Hero just, kind of fell apart a little bit, I think. And he kind of did. It's not necessarily the most reliable star player. I don't really like that I'm relying on him. I did give him an extension, but you just kind of have to do that in the NBA. You can't really not. So Hero falls apart in the playoffs here, and we lose. Let's simulate the rest of the playoffs. The Spurs advance. They are going to be playing Cleveland in the finals. And if we simulate the rest of this round, the Spurs win the championship. Victor Wembanyama, Finals MVP. And just like that, that is year one of this rebuild complete. Only 1 year has passed so far. It is 2026 in the MLB, and we finished 4 seasons. Across those 4 seasons, we have racked up, according to our scoring system, a grand total of 2 points for 2025. Most of those coming from the U, thanks to that ACC championship. And going to the Eastern Conference Championship doesn't give us any points there. We needed to win the Eastern Conference for the Miami Heat. So it is what it is, essentially. And that makes sense. When you talk about the greatest teams, conference championships aren't enough. You have to make the big thing. And this is not necessarily getting fluky points. Everybody is subject to this on a consistent basis. Now, with this next season, we cannot afford to be bad across the league, especially knowing how poorly the Marlins and Dolphins were last year. The Heat and the U kind of carried us to kind of give us an average here. The Marlins and the Dolphins need to see significant improvement. And I think we made a lot of moves with the Marlins. First off, pitching rotation, still the same. Only things we did, I got Eric Swanson for like nothing in the bullpen. I got Colombe for nothing. I got James MacArthur for nothing. I think he was like, I just picked him up off of waivers. And then we have the rest of our actual pitching. I got Manuel Rodriguez for nothing. So we got a lot of really, really cheap deals. We signed Braxton Garrett for the rest of the time, 8.7 for the rest of this rebuild. Didn't sign Cabrera. Didn't sign Yuri. Didn't feel like it was worth it. And I'm so excited about Belozo. But that's the pitching rotation. When it comes to the lineup, lots of moves. So, Conine, still here. Whatever. Rookie of the year coming last year. The big moves you're going to notice. Stone Garrett. 4 years, $10 million. We actually had him in the minors last year. He played very well in the minors last year. He hit .350 in spring training. That's a big signing. We got Brennan Rodgers, like we had mentioned. 4 years, $20 million. That's pretty good at second base or DH. Either way, I'll take it. Nolan Jones, nobody signed him. So I did. He was left in free agency, so I just paid him the money that he wanted because I didn't expect to be able to get him. I'll trade him if he's terrible, but like, it's Nolan Jones. He's been good every time. Same thing goes for Lamont Wade. He was just sitting there. Took him because he was sitting there. It made Ty France feel like a terrible signing. It probably is. It's Ty France. And then in the minors, I got Jake Mangum for nothing, for $3 million. I got Will Brennan for the same thing that I got for thing. And I actually think Will Brennan's going to be good. We got Nick Prado for nothing. We have, so Sanoa can be down here. Chandler Simpsons is going to be down here instead this year. And so we actually have a good amount of potential players that could play this year. And it's going to allow me to maneuver a lot. It's going to allow me to make trades if needed. We have first basemen. In fact, I got a bunch of first basemen now, like too many first basemen. And we have Villa, and we have all of this, and I'm pretty happy with this, meaning that I can make trades throughout the season as need be. This is where we are going to be going through 2026, trying to keep afloat. We're not going to be a wild card team. I guess the big thing is, can we get ourselves... I don't even think we have a guy who can get Rookie of the Year. So no Rookie of the Year really in rotation for us. But, I also got Luis Garcia for nothing either. But that means we're probably going to take negative points from the Marlins. I was kind of hoping, but as I'm thinking about it now, Chandler Simpson was my ideal guy for that, but it makes more sense to wait for a year for him and see if we can get it the following. But if he plays well in the minors, then it's fine. Then whatever. Maybe we'll get a batting title out of Xavier Edwards. That'll be what we need to shoot for. So hopefully Xavier Edwards will just play well. All right, let's get into it. Year 2. A win streak to start the year will do us pretty well. I mean, hey, we won a big amount of games right there in the beginning. I know it's pretty early. And Xavier Edwards is playing well. So is Otto Lopez. So is Ty France. I mean, back to planet Earth. We are below 500, but, like, it's not too bad. The one thing, and I'm going to say ironically, so I just dropped a scouting video as of, like, the time of me recording this. I don't have a single guy, and I'm not kidding you, that I'm like, yes, this guy right here on the very top is my number one guy. Pitchers, obviously, but, like, I value position players. This is the best guy? I like this guy more, but he's injured. Just a bad role to have the number one pick. I have been spending every moment trying to see if I can find a better first pick. It's just not there. But I think one thing I want to do here is I don't really trust in Tyler Hero after just blowing it in the finals. And also, he was injured like all year. He is better than Jalen Suggs, but he's 1 year older. We're going to have to pay him and re-sign him instead of do an extension. And I also don't think pick 26 is going to get me anything. I find more value here in getting a younger point guard who plays better defense. I think we can get our scoring from Laurie. Also, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How? Dallas Mavericks are sitting here like, whoops. We could have had Flag and Luka. Now we just have old guys. Player progression hit. We're in pretty good shape. I honestly really like this idea of this core. I'm a little annoyed that Markkanen didn't go up. But if that's our worst player, that's okay. Build around Denny and Suggs and Ware, I guess. So we're going into 2026 with Miami with Suggs, Caruso. Probably need to replace him. Denny, Bam, Ware with Markkanen and Jovic coming off the bench, and Jamal Sheed, who I got for $2 million. Drummond, who I got for like $4 million as a backup center. We still have Highsmith and a couple other guys too. But I think the main thing is to see if we actually have enough offense, because we now have a very defensively minded team. What the hell is with this class? Injured. Like, just, there's no one interesting. I might be drafting pitchers for a team that doesn't need pitchers. I can't say for certain. Kenny Dell looks like a generational talent. It makes it so hard because I don't want to take a pitcher first, but I might have to. With the first overall pick in the 2026 MLB draft, we have to decide pretty much between Earl Abreu, Juan Valenzuela, which I know is a lower rank, but it just kind of does look good, and Kenny Dell. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like I get flamed if I don't take the possible generational talent, even though I know that Earl Abreu is more valuable generally. You just got to take the shot when you see it. We're going after it. And at the All-Star break, 46 and 51, below 500, probably not in a good place to make the playoffs. And for All-Stars, I don't know. I mean, honestly, we've got some good pitching this year, but it doesn't look like that's what is going to be rewarded. I'm curious, are they going to just give it to... They didn't. Otto Lopez, okay. He's hitting 227. I don't like that. And since I don't think we're going to make the playoffs, I do want to get something back. And Colombe is probably, or Colum. I've heard it both ways. I'm going to go Colum, actually, is the most recent way I've heard it. He's playing well. 2.59 ERA right now for us. We're going to just get a prospect in Tristan Beck back. Not really a prospect, but somebody who's not pitching for them at the major league level. To the Giants. Oh, how disappointing. He wasn't generational. That sucks. But he's still 75 overall now, with high walks per 9, which is really, really good to have, and 94 potential. He's not bad, but I really wanted that 99 and that 80 overall. But it's okay. Ends up being pretty good. And Joey Geary, who was injured, ended up not being injured. He's still a 59 overall, though. The other guys are okay, but they're mainly trade pieces. And dodged an absolute bullet. I even went over 100% on him. He did not look like an 81 potential. Woo! Okay. Dodged a bullet. It's September. We're not making the playoffs. We're probably, honestly, going to take negative points in the Marlins this year. And the big part being, we don't really have anything special going on. I mean, our pitching staff is good. Our pitching staff is very good. Not award worthy, but good. I like that. With Dell coming in, with Snelling, maybe we move off Alcantara. But oh my God, this lineup is terrible. So Xavier Edwards is probably our best player. But 271 from a contact guy. Ryan Ward, pretty good, Rule 5, but very small sample size. Lopez, 229. Conine, 222. What happened? Where'd he go? Stone Garrett, okay. That's an okay season. Ty France, I do this every time with this guy. Every time I look at him, I'm like, oh man, he might be good. Negative WAR. He's progressing though. Maybe he'll be good. Nolan Jones is good though. I got an insta-commit. Right end. Let's go. We are starting this season as the 3rd ranked team in the nation. Now, that means that I would say we got a shot at maybe a championship here, which is kind of surprising to me. But also, it means I'm also going to probably have to win another one in a different league, and it's not going to be with the Marlins. So, hopefully, the Heat, the Dolphins can pull it together. Taking a look at our recruiting board for this year, we are pursuing 8 5-stars. I don't think we're going to get the bottom 2. I don't think we're going to get Burns. I really want to try to get 3 of them, specifically Vaccaro, Perkins, and Cash. I think are my major priorities. Build up that offensive line. I think we have a quarterback of the future. We have a running back of the future, and I redshirted Toppins. And so if we have some tackles to be able to build around that, I feel very, very confident that we can build a good team for the next 4 years. And so taking a look at our schedule in the college football season, we're going to be starting with South Carolina, a good matchup to start off the season. Then we're going to West Virginia, which is a ranked matchup. We have Notre Dame, which is a ranked matchup, who has already lost, just as West Virginia already has. The big one we have is Clemson, who is I guess the other great team in the nation. They did win the whole thing last year. And that's going to be our big challenge. Can we take out Clemson in week 7? That's really what we need to do. I think we've got a good chance at an ACC title, but Clemson's the team that's in our way. And Clemson lost. So now we're number 2. Okay, no pressure. And now we're ranked number 1. No pressure, right? No pressure at all. That's a 5-star right tackle. That's going to be big for us. And another 5-star right tackle. And a 4-star right tackle. Oh, that's a good start. Okay, jinxed. What? This is the team we lost to? Central Michigan? Oh, Williams got hurt. That's disappointing. I guess that's not a... We didn't lose because of ability. We lost because we lost our quarterback. But losing the quarterback's also not good because we don't have Emory Williams for 7 weeks. Okay. Hopefully he'll be back for an ACC championship if we don't blow the ACC. Somewhere less depressing. Or more depressing, depending on your perspective. This is the Dolphins roster that we are going to be rolling with this season. Now, I know we are weak at some positions, especially wide receiver, but I really like the moves we made on the defensive side, and I think, once again, twisting this team to a defensive perspective, I think is going to be a good idea. I like Hurd starting here, and Paul could be somebody who I could trade. He gave up 16 sacks last year. Just no. He's not going to be there. We're going to have to trade him, so... I'm going to try to trade him sometime during the season, see what we can get back. I got to see who's the weak link here. Ramsey could be moved at some point this season too. He just had no value this offseason, so that wasn't possible. And I'm pretty happy with this. I think we need to give Karlaftis an extension when we get the possibility of doing so. But a lot of this team is going to depend on how well Caleb Downs and Mansur Delane do this season. That's our kind of big pieces, I guess. And also the edge rush. We're probably not... projected to make the playoffs, but I mean, if Tua throws 20 picks again, Why would you? I know it's the Jets, but I like that. Good start. 26-0 victory. Oh my, 4 picks for Justin Fields. Who got him for us? Let's, Delane, please. Let it be Delane, please. Oh, Ramsey. Chop. Love it. I mean, a month in, being 3-1 and having one of the best offenses in the league and one of the best defenses in the league. I know we had an extremely weak schedule to start, but it's not bad. I mean, we got Tua, who's 9-3 right now so far. Not a bad start for him. Malik Washington is first in receiving yards. Tyreek's third, by the way, but like, I have a feeling about Malik Washington. I may have picked him up in fantasy too. And I made sure to get a third receiver. Somehow somebody cut Ravel, so I picked him up, and now we just swapped him for Adonai Mitchell. 73-89 for the Marlins. Missed the postseason, but I like the direction we're going. We have amazing pitching. So we really just got to fix this lineup because the pitching staff and the like prospects we have in the pitching, like pitching. And for another year, Shohei Ohtani wins the MVP in the National League. Cy Young goes to Yoshinobu Yamamoto of the Dodgers as well. We have no awards, by the way. Aaron Judge wins the MVP with the Yankees for the AL side. He has 61 home runs as well, back to his form. And then Garrett Crochet wins the Cy Young back-to-back seasons for the Boston Red Sox. Quick look through the league leaders. Juan Soto gets the batting title, so Xavier Edwards was not up there. Hits leader is Shohei Ohtani with 197, tied with Bryce Terang. Your doubles leader, Matt Chapman. Home runs in the NL is Shohei Ohtani. RBIs is Shohei Ohtani, so Soto did take away the possibility of a triple crown. When it comes to pitching, Ryan Walker with 54 saves for the Giants. They were a pretty good team. That's why we made that trade to them. ERA, Schwellenbach 2.46. I'm bad at reading this font. For those who do not know, I cannot read between 6 and 8 on this font. I think that's a 6. And then when it comes down to strikeouts, Spencer Strider 231 in the NL. On the AL side, this is probably going to be a domination from one guy. Aaron Judge, 324, leads the way in batting average. Doesn't lead in hits. That's Josh Smith. Okay, that's a fun guy to be leading the way. And then your home run leader, Aaron Judge, with 61 RBIs. That's the triple crown for Aaron Judge. Actually, wait, no, did he? Yeah, triple crown. And then when it comes down to pitching, we have ourselves a save leader, Andres Munoz, with 51 saves for the Mariners. When it comes to ERA, Justin Steele, now with the White Sox. Oh, I saw this. I don't know why this happened. This dude was a Rule 5 pickup for the White Sox and pitched to a 2.2 ERA. We could have had him on the team, but they were worse than us last year. I don't know why he was a Rule 5 pickup. Good for the White Sox to get Justin Steele on that. The strikeout leader was Garrett Crochet with 214. Justin Steele on top of this pitching staff. Whew, that would have been something, a sight to see. Braxton Garrett, 323, 124 whip for him. I'd love him. I'd love Braxton Garrett in this game. I don't know why he's so good. I mean, I kind of do, but like he's been great. I want him every time. Edward Cabrera, only 32 innings, so small sample size. Voucher, 36814. Emmanuel Rodriguez, 326, the 104. I like that. That was our September call-up. He was terrible. Eric Swanson, not good. Nardi was okay, 269, 123 whip, and Bender, bad closer for us this year. Still got 30 saves, but that was a bad year. Yuri Perez, 403, 146 whip, a little bit high whip, but I feel like that's pretty high, but it is down from where it was last year, so I guess it's not too bad. Alcantara, 394, 127. He has 1 year left on his contract. With the prospects we have coming, I think it makes sense to trade him this offseason. I considered trading him at the deadline. There was no real deal there, so he'll probably be an offseason move. Ryan Weathers, 435, 146, similar to Yuri. Valente Belozo, love this guy. This is great. This guy's awesome. Only 76 strikeouts. I think he goes to the bullpen. Like, this dude seems like a reliever, but yes, I like it. And then Max Meyer, 3.53 with the 1.15 whip. I love this pitching staff. We have Luis Garcia, 1.5 ERA, by the way, in AAA. That's in the playoffs for AAA. But Luis Garcia still here. Robbie Snelling here. Then we still have Noble Meyer, Thomas White, Justin Villa, and the guys we just drafted. Like, pitching staff. Ryan Ward got sent down in the lineup. Didn't have a whole lot. Played 52 games, 256, 337 on base. That was our Rule 5 pickup. They didn't send anybody else down. Okay. Sanchez, 219. No. Norby, 198. No. Grandal, I guess, got picked up. Whatever. Only 20 at-bats, so whatever. Lamonte Wade, not bad. 276. I'd like that. 384 on base. I like that. Okay, he might be a first baseman this upcoming season, if not for Ty France. Xavier Edwards, like, I still like it. I'm not saying it was bad. It's a good season. I just want a little bit more, dude. Three more. Otto Lopez, 231. Bleh. Conine, terrible, 216 average. Stone Garrett, 280, like that. That's a pretty good season from him. Ty France, disappointment as always. Brendan Rodgers, 242 with 14 home runs. That's pretty good. He's progressing. Let's just say that. And Nolan Jones is Nolan Jones. I like him, and I like what he could be. We're probably going after some like bats this offseason. Dodgers defeat the Twins in the 2026 World Series. But let's put a smile back on our face. Taylor Vaccaro, 5-star, coming to the U. Oscar Bynum, another tackle, coming to the U. A 4-star middle linebacker coming to the U. We'll take it. Oh, we do lose Kalu and the middle linebacker Atwood too. Okay, I mean, that's okay. We got a bunch of 5-star. We lost again? I guess having to roll with a sophomore quarterback doesn't really help. 6 touchdowns, 2 picks. That should be good enough, but what are the... I mean, our defense should be better than that. Oh, no run game. Like, that should be enough to win. We're not totally spiraling, right? We're not totally spiraling. It's just Clemson, so I don't think we're totally spiraling. Like, it's just... 5-star running back. No, we're not spiraling at all. I think we're doing okay. You know, not losing every single game. We're just 0-3 in the ACC. I miss you. I miss you so much. Come back. Come back. And for a 4th straight game without Emory Williams. Come on, guys. Give me some hope, please. We were the #1 ranked team before this. Just a little hope will do. Just a little, please. Oh my god, we won! Thanks, Mark. We really needed you. I mean, really. Like, actually, where were you? What have you been up to? 'Cause... why weren't you doing this before, Mark? Mark? In other news, we're projected to take a wide receiver. That could be cool. Oh, not you two. Not you two. You better not ask to run the football. I'm gonna be mad. He's gonna be like, I wanna... No! No, like, why is this a request? No. And, like, you should be able to be as a coach and say, no, we're not doing that. But no, that's not one of the options. It's going to be like, well, I guess we can get you a few carries. And it's going to be like, love it. Hope you come through. And then he's going to be pissed because that's not going to happen. Oh, guess what? He's not happy. Because I'm going to guess we're not going to get the rushing attempts. And then he's going to do the same thing that Tyreek did. And what if that did? You don't want to find out. Try me, Jalen Waddle. Try me. I don't like you. Try me. All this to say, we are now 4-4. Hi, Danny. I knew I put my faith in you. Man, it's going to be rewarded. Now, we are 500, so it's not necessarily a great start, but we are the 4th best defense in the league, and we do have a positive differential, so we should be winning more games. Our offense is just pretty weak. I don't think Denny's enough to score enough points, but I like the defense. Maybe Caruso needs to be replaced. Not necessarily replaced, but, you know, we need more offense out of that position at the 2. Yeah, because I love Caruso, but this is not enough. This is awful. He's done. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to resolve our Caruso problem for now with Ben Shepherd of the Pacers. He's a good perimeter defender and a little bit better of a scorer than Caruso. I say that as if he scores at all. He doesn't, but he's could be a better scorer. And just like that, 5 games in a row we win now that we have Ben Shepherd. And our defense has gotten better, and our offense has gotten better. We're still not a good offense, but now we are by far the best defense in all of basketball. Okay, the Heat may have put 2026 back on track after the complete collapse of the last couple of weeks. If we can survive for 2 more weeks without Emery, maybe we can save this season. I'm also not going to act like Emery's the only guy out. Like, no Blunt, no Markel Bell, no Robbie Washington, no AJ Allen. Like, it's not looking very good for us right now. In a conference as tough as this, 3 losses in the ACC, I don't think that we've got much of a chance now. So that's a tough one to lose, 55-53. And yeah, Merdinger is just not enough. It's just not enough. We needed Emery to be able to do anything this year. Emery's back, but with only 2 games left in the schedule, I'm just not very confident that it's going to be enough. Because at best in conference, we're 5-3 and 8-4 as a total record. It's not going to be enough to actually do anything. Maybe we'll get a bowl game, and we'll be in position to win one. No college football playoff. Sucks to be the number 1 ranked team, lose your quarterback, and just plummet. Just plummet. This is not good. 6-6. We just collapsed this year. And the reasons that's not good is right there. Deal breakers. The amount of recruits we got in this class, I am scared. Let's just take a look to remind ourselves. We are the 5th ranked class with only 14 prospects before anything else plays out. I think we have to win our bowl game because, I mean, I don't even know. I don't know these guys as deal breakers, but like, if any of them are championship contender, which they might be, we're not in a good spot. Like, you know, we lost Mohamed Sexton essentially because of that. Monday, not going to get him because of that. Griggs, probably not going to get him because of that. These are the guys that we haven't finished. So I don't know what the guys who we are going to finish are going to look like. I really don't want to lose any of these 5-star guys. Malik Washington. Phenomenal season for him so far. 912 yards, by the way. We're not near the end of the season yet. We're in really good shape, and Tua's playing well. Okay, might not be all downhill in 2026. Dolphins might be a playoff team here. We might be a playoff team. All right, it's week 15. We are the 5 seed right now. Have a little bit of room to work with. Somehow this is the playoff team, but I'll take it. You know, that means that we're probably getting good production from the defense more than anything. Yeah, that'll do it. Number 2 in opponents' points per game. Yep. Best defense. I mean, not the best defense, but one of the best defenses. I'll take it. I had to say something, right? Like, because, of course, we just get demolished by Buffalo in the next week. And, oh, did Tua get hurt? Did I lose my other quarterback? Yeah, no wonder Zach Wilson didn't win the game. Nope. Tua's healthy. He's playing. Also, why is Hurd not playing? But, like, Tua's healthy. He must have just got hurt in that game. Which sucks, because that's probably why we get demolished. I mean, we wouldn't win. That also means no division for us. I'm going to guess, at least. Still could make a wild card. Still definitely wild card run. Possible. And it's week 18. We are not currently in the playoffs. The Colts are the 7 seed, the Ravens are the 6, and the Chiefs are sitting at 5. And the stressful part about it is we are 9-6, sitting here, or 9-7, my bad. We are 9-7. And taking a look at the standings, so are the Colts. 9-7. Ravens are 10-6. Texans are 10-6. With that in mind, knowing about that, when we look at the schedule and we look at their games, if the Colts have this benefit over us right now, they have the advantage over us, we need them to lose to Cincinnati, who are 12-4. We are playing the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are 4-12. We have a very good shot at this. If the Colts lose, we win, we're in. If the Colts win and we win, I don't know if Houston loses, if that's going to be enough. I guess we'll have to check tiebreakers at that point, but this is going to be very, very close. You're simming with me. We're going to get this live reaction. We do win, but that's not a playoff appearance. 10-6, but the Colts are 10-7. But the Colts end up winning out. They get that playoff spot. We do not. That's a tough way to go out. Taking a look at our season stats, Tua ended with 36-15 this year. At the end, I mean, better, but that's still a lot of interceptions this season for him. Taking a look at rushing, HN, over 1,000 yards. I'll take it. 6 touchdowns, but over 1,000 yards. That's very, very good. We needed that from him. Receiving, Malik Washington, 1,500 yards, 21 touchdowns. That's a big deal there for us. Malik was very, very good for us this year. Waddle, he's going to be pissed off. We'll just have to see his opinion on everything, because, you know, he's going to be mad. Because he only got 934 yards on the season and 8 touchdowns. Game to defense, Willie Gay led the way in tackles. Sacks leader was Chop with 11. Interceptions, we had 5 from Caleb Downs. That might be a rookie of the year. That could be really, really valuable for us here. 5 picks is a lot for a rookie. We will definitely take that if that's enough. Blocking, Hurd gave up 12 sacks. That's better than 16. That's better than 16. Shut up. I don't care. Across the entirety of the NFL, Patrick Mahomes led the way in passing yards with 4,781 in this season. He also had 47 touchdowns and 5 picks. That didn't lead the way in touchdowns, as Burrow had 48 and 7. And he was also tied with Purdy, who had 47. So I feel like that means it's probably going to be one of these two guys for the MVP, unless, you know, Hurts did something crazy again. In the rushing category, by the way, let's check the rushing category. Kenneth Walker led the way with 1,400 yards for the Seahawks. The touchdown leader, 19 touchdowns for Jonathan Taylor, leads the way for the Colts. When it comes to receiving, we had the receiving yard leader was Puka Nacua. He did pass Malik Washington there. However, Malik Washington did lead the way in receiving touchdowns. That is a league leader in a significant stat category, +1 points. Now, when we come down to defense, I don't think we had anything here. Adrian Cooper led the way in tackles. Sacks leader Max Crosby, 18.5 sacks for him. That's pretty good. Rousseau, Hutchinson, and TJ Parker behind him. Picks leader is Jamel Dean with 6 for the Buccaneers. Now, we will know at the end of the season here if we end up getting a Defensive Rookie of the Year for Caleb Downs, but I think that means we're in a good spot. We can throw 1 point to cancel out our missed playoffs. We're still not looking good in 2026, but at least we're not losing points right now. Oh, and by the way, the Heat have not lost a single game since we traded for Ben Shepherd. The MVP chants are totally surrounding me right now. Ben Shepherd! Okay, I jinxed it. It was like literally the next game. The Pacers beat us 121-112 with a big fourth quarter. Matherin? All right. Oh, Suggs 5 for 19. Okay, well that'll do it. All right. Still, we're now first place in the East. Like, I mean, that's a big move. Okay, maybe this Miami Heat run can spark up a little bit of our just Miami flavor. We got a little bit down because the Dolphins missed the playoffs in week 18, but the Heat have been on a run. Maybe the U could put it back together here, win this bowl game, and save a recruiting class more than anything. That as we just need a something this season. Let's beat Oklahoma State. Because we are still ranked 5th. We have the 5th best NC State has the 1st. I missed when I said it. John Mateer of Washington State wins the Heisman, and they're ranked 2nd. Washington State also had the best defensive player with Malachi Rice. I would have liked to see a little bit more production from him, but Mark Fletcher was 7th out of best running backs, so not that bad. Also, this is an absolutely wild college football playoffs. Washington State is undefeated, and they got the 5 seed. They have to play in the first round. And if they win, they go to play Nebraska, and then Stanford, who's the 1 seed. Oh, okay. Sorry, Washington State. I mean, they should honestly dominate if they played this well, but I don't know. This is a weird looking playoff bracket. And so to round out our stats on the season, obviously not necessarily the greatest for us. We ended up getting a good 3,400 yards out of our quarterbacks this year, 31 touchdowns. Nothing crazy. Rushing wise, we did get 810 and 13 out of Mark Fletcher. Receiving, Isaiah Horton was very good, and I'm thinking, I don't know where he'll get drafted. He will, I just don't know where. Should be, I would think that's probably a 2nd round, 3rd round pick. And then defensively, we weren't really that good, and there's a good chance we lose some guys unless we win this bowl game. We had 7 sacks out of Harris, that's our leader, and then interceptions wise, 6 out of Damari Brown. That's very nice to see. We have to win this game. We have to. And the U season all comes down to this. We should be the better team, but we are just terrible defensively. We have a significant overall advantage. I don't like that. Oh, we won. Oh, 7-6. That does mean I think that we won. Okay, good. It's not enough to do a big thing, but a bowl win is a bowl win. We also only won by 10 over Oklahoma State. But like I said, a victory is a victory. And yeah, we're just not a good, I feel like maybe we just don't convert. Maybe we're really bad defensively. I mean, that conversion rate is pretty bad. 38% 3rd down conversion rate, that's pretty bad. Lately, there's been reports that Rafael Devers is on the outs, especially with ownership in Boston. And I think we should strike while the iron's hot. Now, one of the main reasons is because most people don't believe, or at least in this, is that they don't believe he's a 3rd baseman. They don't believe he's a 1st baseman. He's a DH. Now, he gets to play 3rd base for us because Connor Norby hits 198. But even if he doesn't, even if he regresses to a point where defensively you can't have him out there, I don't care if he's a DH. He's good. Goodbye, Norby. We're going to give them a good prospect. Will Brennan. And then I'm giving them Ray McDaniel, who we just drafted. We have more pieces, but they are very interested in the deal. I think it makes sense. We get essentially a DH, but finally a bat that can do something. Now, I'll be honest. I'm indecisive and I don't want to trade him. But knowing the sheer quantity of pitching prospects we have that need to play and are going to be significantly cheaper now that, especially that we just picked up that Devers contract, we got to move him. He's going to be phenomenal. And this is something that we've done with this team a couple times, and that's the San Diego Padres. And I want something back in return that's going to be good value, and so we're going to get Ethan Salas. Is he going to be the starting catcher over Agustin Ramirez? Probably. I don't know. It's a swing, right? And he could be good or he could be nothing. He was nothing last year. So was Augustine. So I'll try it because we're not going to be able to keep Alcantara, and we have to be able to pitch White, Meyer, Dell, Snelling, a lot of guys really soon. At the All-Star break, we are first in the East, though that does not make us first in the entire NBA, as the West is dominated by Minnesota and San Antonio. It's a good position to be in. We are one of the best teams defensively still, and that has really helped us kind of cement our identity as a team here in Miami. And, you know, it made me go through and look at the trade deadline and be like, I don't really think I want to make any moves. The only move that I considered that would be possible was like Laurie, but he's playing really, really well off the bench. Taking a look at the team, I mean, Denny, 23 points. That's a good boost. Bam is at 18. You know, I don't think he's worth $50 million, but whatever. But like 17 points out of Laurie off the bench has been really, really good. We got 8 points out of Sheed, who I'm paying $2 million, and Ben Shepard, 6 points. I also signed everybody that I could to extensions. We got Denny to an extension. Bam's to an extension. Laurie's still on his. But like, we're set contractually. We just got to pay Ware. And look, we even had 2 All-Stars. Denny gets his first All-Star, and Bam had an All-Star. I like this team a lot. I feel bad. Like, if you really like Tyler Hero, I get it. But also, like, I think creating an identity around this team makes more sense. Though I could also see us completely falling on our face in the playoffs because we don't have enough offense. Oh my God, Stanford got upset. We might see a double undefeated matchup, UAB versus Washington State. Oh my God, please give it to me. No, I really wanted to see it. Oklahoma beat them. Okay. Maybe UAB will pull it out, though. Give me a UAB, please. Boo. Boring. Boring. Boo. Yeah, this is why that hurts so much. We just lost. Troop and Grimes. Those are huge losses. That was like 2 of our best guys we scouted or we recruited last year. And hey, Horde was a 2nd round pick. So, you know, there's some things to be positive about. Mainly that the team's going to be better next year. On the NFL side of things, I guess the Dolphins just somehow pick up the mood. So the Buccaneers, with Baker Mayfield, wins Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes gets the MVP. Jim Harbaugh gets Coach of the Year. But Malik Washington gets Offensive Player of the Year for us, for the Dolphins. Max Crosby, Defensive Player of the Year. Zachariah Branch with the Jets, Offensive Rookie of the Year. And TJ Parker with the Panthers gets Defensive Rookie of the Year. So we didn't get Defensive Rookie of the Year. We got Offensive Player of the Year. That's even better. I'll take it. A little bit better than where we're at. Malik Washington just saving our mood this season. I also have to say this. I found this guy in the 2nd round, just a random dude. I liked his like zone coverage stats. and some of his numbers and top 5 talent. I'm really hoping he's available for us. I think we have like pick 18 in this draft. I don't think we need a corner. We need linebacker and a lot of that more than we need corner, but you can't pass that up. Also, taking a look at dev traits around our team, Jalen Waddle loses a dev trait this season, just not getting over 1,000 yards. That sucks to see. Malik Washington gets one. He's an 87 overall now. And on defense, Caleb Downs, X Factor. Jalen Phillips, X Factor. Siler loses his. Jordan Brooks loses his. So it's kind of a balance, I guess. But I think it's pretty good to see. It means we got some progression, especially from some younger guys with Phillips and Downs. And then Siler, who's an older guy, loses his. And Waddle, does that make him replaceable? Maybe. I really feel like I shouldn't. He's also annoying. There's not a lot of big free agents. There's Aiden Hutchinson, but I don't really think we need an edge rusher right now. So I'm going pretty big in free agency. We need some wide receivers. We need some safeties, some D tackles, mainly middle linebacker. And I don't really have trade pieces, so I can't really trade for any of them. So we're just going to see what we can do with free agency, see if we can get some high 70 overall guys that are in their 20s that can possibly contribute. I know Burden and like some of these guys shouldn't be available, but I think they're available to every team. It's just the roster that I could find, because the rosters aren't exactly great on PS5. I couldn't really find a good one. So we're going to start the NFL draft. We have pick 18. We already know that corner is the top guy on my draft board. But I'll say, I found a lot of interesting guys a little bit later that I like. I just kind of like took a swing, because the one thing with this scouting system is you really can't get a whole lot of guys. You just kind of got to focus on positions and hope you can do it. But with the later guys, the few guys that I targeted a middle linebacker with the private workouts named Schaefer, jumped up around, liked him, Eli Schaefer. Then there was a D tackle who I looked at, who was a later round. Von Mitchell jumps up to 1 to 2. He's probably my second round pick. And then there was a wide receiver who didn't jump up as much. But I might have I think I have 2 seconds in this draft. I might have a first and 2 second picks with the, unless anybody else slips, obviously. But with the corner and then D tackle and middle linebacker. And that's a good first 2 rounds. And so here at our pick at pick 18, I did check and already looked to see if there was any like good value we could have got for a trade. And there was no ones that I could really get like a significant deal. So we are going to take the guy that I think is the best player available to us. Sean Webb, the corner out of Virginia, I think it was. Virginia. But elite speed, elite change of direction, ran a 4.35 40. I'm going to guess this dude's a beast. And let's just hope he's got like a hidden dev for us, because that'd be a really, really helpful addition to the secondary. And it might make Jalen Ramsey replaceable. Not that I need to replace Jalen Ramsey. I'm very happy to have him. But, you want to get assets back. Ranked 3rd in true value. We picked him in 18, and he is hidden dev. 95 speed, 95 acceleration, 96 change of direction. Pretty good corner to get. Oh, Illinois, not Virginia. Okay. Hopefully our other guys will be available in a second. Mitchell's not there, but Schaefer is, and so I think that Schaefer will still be there 3 picks later when we get to our next second, and I see that Green Bay will offer me 2 seconds for this pick. Trade back. Always trade back. Better value. That's what the analytics always say. So I actually could have got Schaefer and Mitchell together. I'm not that mad at it. I didn't realize Mitchell was still on the board. When you sort by the talents, for some reason, sometimes they just don't show up. So Mitchell didn't show up on the top of the board, which was a little annoying, but whatever. So we have an 80 overall corner in Sean Webb with a hidden dev trait. Von Mitchell as a D tackle did not have a hidden dev trait, but is a 74 overall. So that is still going to be very good. We got a right outside linebacker, 73, hidden potential in Javier Irving. That's a pretty good pick that we get in the 3rd round. And then I also got a pretty good guard here in Josh Mitchell with a hidden dev trait as well. 73. That is going to be nice to have. I don't think we hit on the late 2 picks. These were just 2 combine guys that I liked. For low 4.4 speed for both of them that were there. And, that it's a good way to cement the end of your draft. But, maybe we messed up because Schaefer was a hidden dev trait middle linebacker, and we are in need of middle linebackers. So maybe that was a mistake there. I mean, could I try to trade that 2nd round pick back for him? Okay, we essentially traded those picks that we just got, a 2nd, a 5th, and a 7th, to get Schaefer on the team. And after the draft, we do get our way to the end of the NBA season, where Victor Wembanyama wins the MVP for the San Antonio Spurs. AJ Dybantsa wins the Rookie of the Year for the New York Knicks with 14 points per game. Isaiah Collier wins 6th Man of the Year. I don't believe he deserves it over Laurie, but okay. I mean, that's 13, 3, and 6. That's pretty good, but what did Laurie end up with? We're talking, we want no game started. I guess, yeah, who's got the most points per game? Because generally that is how that award goes. It is the most points per game of a player that does not start a single game. Anthony Simons has a valid argument here. Looks like he had 19 points per game. In this case, Hood Schifino, 18 points per game. Yeah, I think, and then Laurie, 17 and 5. I feel like, okay, so I feel like I'm gonna give it up to Simons just because that's the guy who actually deserves it, based on how this award has always worked. So Anthony Simons gets 6th Man of the Year. Victor Wembanyama, Defensive Player of the Year. Yaka Jonas gets the Most Improved. Yay, he went up 6 points per game. All right, you know what? I'm actually not going to keep messing with it. I do this every time because I feel like their awards don't make any sense. But whatever. Yaki Jonas, and then Tyrese Maxey wins Clutch Player of the Year, Coach of the Year. Oh my God, they went 70 and 12. Okay. The All-NBA First Team, Victor Wembanyama, Jokic, Shea, Cooper Flagg, and Cade Cunningham. Cooper Flagg? This is, okay, it's his 2nd year. All-NBA First Team in his 2nd season. LaMelo, Edwards, Ja, Tyrese, and Mobley on the 2nd team. And on the 3rd team, Denny! I'm counting that as a minor award because I don't think that just means he's a top 15 player in the league. No, I'm not counting that as a minor award. It's actually not fair as I think about comparatively leagues. We won't. Okay, we won't. I would love to count it, but I'm not going to. That's an all-NBA 3rd team for Denny Avdia, though. All defensive first team, we see Victor, Amin Thompson, Evan Mobley, Walker Kessler, and Cooper Flagg. And on 2nd team, we see Jalen Suggs, Anthony Davis, Austin Thompson, Jokic, and Chet Holmgren. And nobody for us on the all-rookie team. So let's go take a look quick. We are the 1 seed in the East. That's big. That means we won our division of the Southeast Conference, or Southeast Division, and we won the entire East. That is 2 points for divisions. Let's go check the league leaders, or for record specifically. Across the board, your points per game leader, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, gets the scoring title with a 30.3 points per game this season. Rebound leader is Nikola Jokic with 13.8. Assists leader is going to be Tyrese Halliburton with 10.0. Steals leader, Victor Wembanyama. Beats out Sugg by 0.1. Blocks leader, Victor Wembanyama as well. Field goal percentage on a... Oh my God. Okay, I was like, I have to make sure that they actually have a reasonable amount. Zion. Wow. And then your 3-point percentage leader is going to be Norm Powell. Okay. So we don't get anything from that, but we do end up pulling that away, and we have the 1 seed here in the playoffs. We're going to jump right into it because that means we need to see who we have here. Actually, we can go take a look at our season stats to finish off the year. Player stats for us across the board. You can see Denny led the way, 23, 18 for Bam, 17.9 for Laurie, 17.5 for Suggs. Ware is injured right now, 11 points per game. Jovic is injured, 10 points per game. Sheed, 8.3. Shepard dropped a little bit, and then Shepard actually dropped a lot. And then Drummond and Caruso and Highsmith. So we had a little bit of variety there. But I liked what Denny ended up being. Let's see what we can do here. We need to see who we're going to play between. Actually, we don't know this one first, so let's sim this game. Actually, let's just sim right to our game. We are playing, and we have them back. All right, we are going to have the CPU adjusted. We are playing the Toronto Raptors in Game 1. That team is okay. So we have Suggs, Shepard, Denny, Bam, and Ware. They have Quickly, Grady Dick, Zach LaVine, Scotty Barnes, and Jakob Poeltl on this team. We should be able to handle them pretty easily. That's Denver as an 8 seed over there. We're going to simulate each game. We win Game 1, 114-92. This should hopefully be a nice, easy series. Give me a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. That's 2-1. That's 3-1. 3-2. Okay. 3-3. I don't like that. All right, we're going to have to simcast it because it is Game 7. Please don't blow this, guys. They want us to give Caruso minutes. No thanks. All right. Let's see what we do. We take a massive lead in the first. Big lead in the second. I think we have a huge lead here. Good chance to just save it as long as we don't blow it. We win by 20 in Game 7. Don't like that it got that close, but whatever. All right, we are now taking on Cleveland. This team is, I believe, the same. I don't think they changed much. Okay, they don't have Hunter anymore. They have Isaac Okoro in that spot, but it's Garland, Mitchell, Okoro, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. This is the third straight season we will be playing this team. And let's hope we can get another victory out of them. So, first game, we win that one 113-93. In Game 2, Ben Shepard is injured for the season. They're going to put in Caruso. But we win that one by 24. As we go to the next game, Jovic is back. Let's have that CPU adjusted. We are up 3-0 on Cleveland. I'm pretty satisfied with that. We do give them their game in Game 4 and in Game 5. But we do win that one. We are going to the conference finals for the second straight year to play the New York Knicks. The Knicks have a rookie. They have the first overall pick last year, and they are now rolling with, okay, that's a JT Toppin and Devanza, Mikal Bridges at the 2. I still think they have Josh Hart and all that. We have Caruso starting at the 2 with no Ben Shepard this game. And the winner will be taking on Minnesota or Dallas. So I did trash Dallas about the whole Cooper Flag Luka thing, but they might make it to the finals. So we'll see. All right. Game 1 here is we go against the Knicks. We win that one 1-0. We are up in Game 2. We are up 2-0. We are winning easily here. 2-1. I like to jinx myself. It's now 2-2. Series is tied. I'm going to go to the coach game plan. We are going to make a quick adjustment. We are going to shrink our rotation down to 8. Still means Caruso has to play, but whatever. All right, Game 5. Here we are. We lose that one. We are now down 3-2. We started out pretty hot, but we are now down. Towns beat us. Miles McBride beat us in that one. All right, to the Simcast. This is going to be big. We need to win this. We are down 3-2. This would be huge to be able to make it back to the finals for the third time in the 2020s. So here we're going to start. This is a close one. The Knicks are a good team, and it's still Villanova, but it looks like we take a nice big lead. Let's hold on to it. We are up by 7. We are blowing this. Please do not. Okay, we are still up. Okay, we should have that in the bag. We win that one by 15. Going into Game 7, we are going to have to watch this again. I saw Dallas advanced. Game 7 Eastern Conference Finals. Let's see what we can do. The Knicks take a big lead in the first. Can we respond? Second, we do. It's a close game. They take a big third. We need a big fourth. We are down by 3. I think we have to jump in. I haven't jumped in on 2K. So this is the first time I've jumped in. We got to make sure I switch this controller over. Nothing like making this game last longer. All right, 40 seconds left in the game. We are down by 3. We have Caruso with the ball, and we call timeout. All right. Please make a good substitution. Who are we going to have out on the court? They have Siakam. They had Siakam on the bench. Oh. So they trade Anunoby, I think, for him then? Okay. All right. All right. Here we are. Hillel Ware with the ball. Throws that ball in. Lauri Markkanen with it. Throws it out to Caruso. Caruso dribbling the ball around. Out to Denny. Denny with the 3. Denny misses it. That's a huge miss, Denny. He is averaging 26 in the playoffs, but that hurts. Can Caruso get the stop on Brunson? I mean, they're letting this clock run down. I don't know why we're not fouling. Siakam versus Bam with the good defense, but he gets his own rebound. All right, we're not even gonna. We're gonna go back to the Simcast because that is it. Oh, not the Simcast Live. Sorry, I haven't done. I haven't. Can you tell I haven't done this? Oh, he missed the free throw. He didn't miss a second. All right. Okay. Back to Simcast. Continue. We do not... Oh, my God. We almost made it back, though. We lose by 1 in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We do not make it to the NBA Finals to take on the Dallas Mavericks. The Miami Heat are eliminated. Devin Booker advances, and Karl Anthony Towns. Sucks. I like the idea of playing Dallas in here. All right. Mavericks versus Knicks Finals. Let's see how this goes. The Knicks win in 7. Towns gets the Finals MVP. The New York Knicks are NBA Finals, NBA champions right there. All right. That's a pretty good season. And so 2 conference finals exits in a row for the Heat. 2 missed playoff seasons for the Dolphins in a row. 2 missed playoffs for the Marlins in a row. And the worst season for Miami. However, we just got the #1 recruiting class in the country. 2027 is going to be different. I know it is. It has to be. And just like that, we are done with another season here, and it is now going to be 2027. That is 2 years complete. And it takes a long time. Hope you're enjoying this so far. I know it's a little bit long-winded because I'm long-winded, and recording this takes a long time too. So, fair warning, as you can hear my energy level and wane at the end of each year. 2026 wasn't great. However, we do end up totaling 3 points, which was an improvement over 2025. And we are moving into a pretty good position for 2027, with the Heat being probably the favorites in the East this upcoming year. The U having a very, very good roster with the top class entirely. The Dolphins coming off a wild card with another really, really good, or not a wild card, but a 1 game or a tiebreaker from the wild card with a lot of improvement, Offensive Player of the Year. And here with the Miami Marlins, I think we might be able to make a wild card this year. And a lot of that comes from my confidence in the pitching staff and some of the moves that we've made. And so in the pitching rotation, Snelling's coming up. He pitched well in the minors. It makes sense for him to come up. He is ready to go. He could be completely annihilated. And so I have Luis Garcia here as a backup just in case. We did transfer and made Belozo a reliever just because I know I have so many starters and I do like Belozo and I don't want him to be shuffled out of the deck. I really, really like him, so I want to keep him. The only signing we made is I brought in Jojo Romero. That was the only signing we made in the bullpen. No Rule 5 pickups at all in the bullpen. And so it's pretty much the same pitching rotation. Just brought up James McArthur and moved down like Tinoco. So just a little bit of rotated some of our guys. When it comes to the lineup, that looks way different. So this is going to be a cool like platoon system, and I actually haven't really done a platoon to this extent before. We have Xavier Edwards, full-time shortstop. Stone Garrett, he's got so much good contact, and he played very, very well. He's probably full-time left field, and then full-time third baseman, but pretty much everybody else can be interchangeable here. Sanchez is going to be hitting righties only, and then Dolan Jones will hit lefties in his place. We have Otto Lopez, who will play mostly second base, but will be, exchanged for Brennan Rodgers or Ryan Bliss, who we got in the Rule 5 if needed. I signed Jonah Bride. Look at this contract. So good on there. And I sent Ty France down because I like Jonah Bride. I wish they didn't trade him for cash, but good for the Twins, I guess. Brennan Rodgers, I think mainly lefties, but I really, really like the potential of him continuing to get better. Salas is going to be our mainstay catcher against righties with Ramirez against lefties. Just hopefully that'll improve both of them. And then Conine, I moved down to the bottom of the lineup just because that was so bad last year. I'm hoping that we see this. But this is a potential wild card team. It really is, and I do believe we have a shot. Do we have any real rookies? Snelling. So we could get a rookie of the year from Snelling, but otherwise, lineup-wise, not really. I just want to see good production from Rafael Devers because we are paying him $30 million to play third base at a below-average defensive level. So, give me the bat. All right, 2027. This is year 3. It hasn't necessarily been a good start to the 2027 season here in Miami. With the Marlins, we are a negative team, and a big part is the pitching staff has not played as well as I hoped that they would. A lot of that is due to the bullpen and not having good bullpen arms, or at least not having ones that are ready. But also, our bats aren't necessarily great. Like, it hurts for Braxton Garrett and Belozo to now having, like, their worst season so far. Beck has been okay, but Rodriguez, big regression. MacArthur, not good. Bender, Nardi, like, Romero's good, but, like, that's been pretty bad, and I don't even have bullpen arms, like, in AAA that I could reliably be like, I guess I could, but, like, I'm not doing that. Tinoco I could bring up, but I don't know. Like, do I just bring these guys up because I have to? Maybe. And Luis Garcia could come up, too, which wouldn't be hard to say, but Snelling's has been doing well. Also, I love this pitching prospect. Look at the hits per 9. Look at the walks per 9. Look at the potential. Oh, this guy's going to be good. I hope he falls to 7. He won't. And so, as it's almost time for the NBA draft, we are currently just a couple games out of the NL East, and we are a couple games out of the wild card. And a lot of this is due to, I think we still need to get this bullpen to play a little bit better. But I don't want to make like a move on it unless we are a little bit closer. So we'll kind of see where we're at around the All-Star break and see if we plummet down or if we are still in contention. If so, we will make decisions on our bullpen for the future. We jumped up in the lottery? I can't remember if this is a pick swap, but okay. So before we get into the draft, now that we have the 3rd overall pick, I guess we should probably look at some of these guys. Andrew Rivers is the top player. I don't think he's going to slip to us. He is a Hall of Fame center. He's 7'2", 19 years old. This dude is legit. He's the best player in this draft. But there's some other guys that could possibly be decent, I believe, available to us here. This has a Pete Maravich, Terry Teagle, ceiling and floor, Sam Jones, All-NBA. I mean, I can see that some of these guys could be good, but I also think it makes a lot of sense to see if we can trade this pick for something. since we're in contention, and I don't believe we're going to get Andrew Rivers. So it makes more sense to try to move off of this pick and get something back in return that is useful. There's a lot of good offers, but I think one thing I'm looking at, because I get this modest deal, I don't think Chicago would trade a Chicago-born kid for the 3rd overall pick. And I know there's other moves we could make. I'm trying to move him and Haywood Highsmith, or this pick and Haywood Highsmith, and I really like either Bub Carrington or this Malik Thomas, Caden Boozer duo. I think I want to do this one, but I because of their youth, they're both 19. They both should progress and get up a little bit better. They're both, first round picks, very, very recent, and young. I think that's a big piece to it. They match this tempo, and I think the one thing with Malik Thomas over Bub is that he already has B perimeter defense, which is a little bit more of what I'm looking for, and so that's not a bad deal to be able to get up and say, hey, we just got lucky on the odds. We're going to get Malik Thomas out of this. I mean, thank you, Ben Shepard, for coming in and saving us, but you're not going to play now anyways, now that we have Malik Thomas and Caden Boozer. So, goodbye to the 3rd overall pick. Hello, Malik Thomas. And here in the draft, it looks like with the 1st overall pick, Andrew Rivers, as expected. I do just want to see who they would have taken at pick 3. They have pick 3 and 4. They took Damian Oakley, who, yeah, we win that trade. Now, apparently I should have traded Laurie with that pick, but whatever, because Laurie does go down. I did get offered Jaylen Brown. Once again, didn't think that was realistic. So, Malik Thomas going up 7 overall. Caden Boozer going up 5. That's why we made those moves, because those guys go up. That's a 2-guard. So we'll have Suggs, Thomas, Denny, Bam, Ware with Jovic, Markkanen, Sheed, who's back. Boozer. Yeah, this is a good team. We should be the favorites. We just missed out on Charles Yabu, who goes right before us to the Cubs. We'll be able to get Luis Vega Ramos. Top guy on my board. And we're 49 and 47 at the break, just above 500 now. Now, we're still technically not necessarily playing the best. We need to fix this bullpen yet. But we could find ourselves in contention for a wild card spot. We're a little bit out. It's going to take us some time to get there. We're 5.5 games out. We're going to need a good second half to do so. So I think this might be a time to go trade for just bullpen arms amongst anything. I'm not going to trade for position players. Bullpen arms are cheaper to get, too, so it's not necessarily that big of a deal. And then for All-Stars, we have... Let's see. Who do we have? I didn't even look. No pitchers. That's probably a good thing, because our pitching staff has not been good. It's Devers, who has 23 home runs so far at the All-Star break. Yep, that's a reasonable All-Star for us. First move we're making, because I'm making a couple, is Tim Herron is the top, or he was like the top reliever on the trade block, and so we're going to get him for Jared Cerna, shortstop that will never play for us. Another reliever on the trade block we're going to pursue is Kevin Kelly, and they're not asking for much. We just offered them Kobe Shade. They'd say they'd take that straight up. I'll do that. In order to make room, we're going to get rid of 2 of our worst bullpen arms, Anthony Bender and James MacArthur. I just need space on the roster, and that does save us some cash, too, because Bender is $5.6 million and on the last year of his deal. And we could just get something back in MJ Melendez, maybe. Maybe he'll be something. And we're making one last move. I guess we're making a lot of moves here at the deadline. We're going to move off of Edward Cabrera. And I don't really want to, but he has just not been good, and he's still a negative WAR pitcher. He only has 1 year left, and I can combine him with Christopher Morel to get a top pitching prospect. And then we can just bring up Luis Garcia, who is fine. If I only have 1 year of that, then that's okay. I'll just run the 1 year of Luis Garcia over this bad year of Cabrera. And then we should have White and Dell and Meyer and Villa, like, ready to go. And we had okay in this draft. I think Luis Vega Ramos is going to be a big piece of this one. 91 potential, and good contact. Like, he could be a stud. He's already 68 overall. He could be up really soon. Maybe he takes the Devers place and Devers moves to DH. I wouldn't mind that being our replacement in that category. Otis Vogt was good contact catcher. Had that. I scouted relievers because I normally don't do that. And River Caminiti could possibly play like next year. Jordan Flanagan, also high potential. I like his stats actually more, but he's further away. And then a couple just kind of swings in the dark because I did focus some relievers, which I normally don't do. Oh, I wanted him. Look at that. 80 overall, 95 potential. Oh, that dude's going to be a stud. I wanted him so bad. I also scouted Peralta, but I took a reliever instead. Ah, yaboo. And as we get to September, we are now 8 games back. I don't know if we'll be able to really overcome that deficit on the Diamondbacks in the the NL West is just kind of stacked. We would need to have a pretty good last month of the season, and I just don't know if we will. I think one of the big things, our pitching staff is actually now up to about where we need them to be, but the bats aren't, and so yeah, we would need a pretty hot September to be able to do it. And just looking at the calendar of what we have, we could win the Cubs. I think like we could beat the Cubs, we could beat the Nationals, but we have Atlanta, we have Arizona. We have a shot. No doubt we have a shot because we don't have a significantly difficult schedule left, but it still will be very, very tough to do. For our other long shot, the Miami Hurricanes are a 92 overall team. We're bringing back Emory Williams this year, though he didn't progress at all this season. So the question is whether or not he is going to be long-term quarterback, or if we say, might be time for Trujillo, or even just bring in Kean Bullock. We have 2 freshmen, redshirted freshmen that we had last year that we scouted, and I think either of them, though Deontay Brown does have so many more traits. I think maybe we stick with Emory for a little bit and see what we can do, and then maybe Riley, and then we'll decide between these guys soon, because option quarterback versus not. When it comes down to running back, we have a top tier guy now. Jordan Lyle is a redshirted junior. He is a 95 overall. I also converted a wide receiver, George Okayumi, into a receiving back. He is a 90 overall. Max Thomas is an 83 as a redshirted freshman. Pretty good to be there. A wide receiver, we're going to have Nye Carr at the top. Then we have Chance Robinson. And then we have Terrell Copper here. So I think I like the freshmen that we have in here, the younger guys. I hope that Nye Carr and Chance Robinson can play well. At tight end, we have Mick Shaw, who I converted from a wide receiver to a tight end. And he will be our lead tight end. He's an 88, 89 overall already as a sophomore. I also converted a tackle over there as well. Our offensive line is really good. Manaya at left tackle, 88 overall. We have a 92 in Agnew at left guard. Center is a little bit weaker with Francavilla at 84, but we could technically move one of these guards because we also have Tripp here and Plaz, who are both pretty good and could possibly move over at right guard. And then at right tackle, we also have Westerman, who is a sophomore, redshirted. We have all those freshmen that we scouted and recruited, and we put them on the red shirt. So as we move to the defense, Lightfoot, senior, 91 overall. That's a big deal. On the right hand side, we have Elias Rudolph, 87 overall. Pickett is also a 90 on there. You have at D tackle 93 and 90 respectively from Justin Scott and Josh Horton. We have at outside linebacker an 86 in Bobby Washington. At middle linebacker, we're sitting with 92 with Cam Pruitt, as well as an 87 in Raul Aguirre. And then McIver here, 82. Our right outside linebacker is a little bit weaker. At corner, we have Robbie Washington, who's a 92 overall. We have Federique, who's a 91. And we have an 89 in Braden Marshall. We have a really, really good corner room now, to a point where like the some of the guys that we got, that transfer corner and all that, just we get to redshirt them when they come in. Free safety, Womack, 83, and at strong safety, Thomas at 83. This team should be better. I think we look like a running-based team, so I think we might convert to a little bit more of a run-based scheme for this season. And hopefully, looking at our schedule for the year, which I'm not going to change, so We should be able to do this a little bit easier. We have a little bit of an easier schedule this year. We are a little bit more of an underdog. We have to kind of win these games early. And then once we get into conference play, Florida State, we got to beat NC State, Georgia Tech. We don't play Stanford. So this is going to be a big one, I think, to kind of replenish this roster and make sure we play good, make a bowl game, and hopefully make the ACC championship. We're a couple games into the season, and I'm not really confident in our offensive production. Like, okay, we won that game, but I believe that's like mostly rushing, I want to say was what it was. Okay, Williams had a decent one, but yeah, mostly rushing. Because, like, Williams has not played very well so far. And so I'm starting to think, do we just move off of him now and just move to one of the younger guys and let them play? Let them develop under? Because, I mean, we're losing to South Carolina. I don't have a whole lot of faith in us making the college football playoff. But we could still compete for the ACC, and I want to do that. I think I might move to one of the freshman quarterbacks. But also, Emory's not even at his caps right now. So, like, he could technically still get better if he just focuses on accuracy and power. And he's an impact, like, development trait. So, the question is, do you go him? I mean, or do we go straight to Keon Bullock, who is also impact? It's a 4-star. And, I mean, he's pretty close to his, too. I don't even know if Keon Bullock has as much of a ceiling as, I don't know, what does Deontay Brown's ceiling look like? Star development. I think what we might do is we might just wait on Deontay, because I don't think Deontay's ready, but like he should be the starter soon. Unless we go to Gammon when he comes up. Impact 4-star as well. This is going to be a tough choice at quarterback. So many good ones. Now, in the Dolphins organization, we don't have to deal with the same problem at quarterback. We still have just our singular Tua Tagovailoa, who I'm hoping this year can end up putting together something better than the last two. He did improve last season, and I think that means we're going to be in a pretty good shape and position this season to do well. I like the defense. I like our offense. I think there's a chance if we're struggling, we trade Ramsey. I did look at what he was like valued at, and there's some good deals on the table for him. Dude, I got like Marvin Harrison the third as like an offer for Jalen Ramsey. I'm not gonna do that trade because it doesn't make a lot of sense, but we still have a lot of room, and if we had to move off Ramsey, we can. But I honestly think this team's a playoff team, wild card team. We are pretty well rounded, and I'm hoping that we can just perform to what this roster looks like it has the ability to do. If so, we'll be in good shape this year. We've got a lot of good rookies. We've got a lot of good veterans. Young team. I'm happy to see it. Though we are going to start the season by making a move, I am going to move Patrick Paul over to right tackle, and we're going to try to get some things. And the Raiders are going to give me Tyree Wilson. And with Zach Seiler's regression, I think this makes sense to do. And maybe we'll move Zach Seiler now as well in order to try to kind of like balance out what we could get back in return. And so we're going to make the move Zach Seiler and Isaiah Bond for CJ Allen, a middle linebacker that the 49ers had that had a star development trait. 3-1, just like last year going into Buffalo. Hey, once again, one of the best defenses, but not as good of an offense this year. But Dolphins looking good to start. Over in the Major League Baseball side of things, we have been eliminated, but we could still hunt to go above 500. I don't know if that's necessarily what you'd want to do, because technically we'd like to have better picks, but I think just for like our sake, let's try to get above 500. Ooh. Nothing like losing 2 in a row at the very end. That's how we don't make it to 500. 80 and 82. Still a massive improvement, but missed the playoffs again. Taking a quick look at award winners, Austin Riley wins the MVP in the National League for the Atlanta Braves, hitting .281, 42 home runs and 117 RBIs. Cy Young goes to Yoshinobu Yamamoto for a second straight season. We don't get any award winners. Brent Rooker wins the AL MVP with 46 home runs and 144 RBIs. That might be 48, hitting .329. The Cy Young, George Kirby of the Seattle Mariners, 18-4, 259 with 156 strikeouts. League leaders on the NL side, Juan Soto with a 318 average for a second straight season leads the NL in batting average. Bryce Durang leads in hits with 199. Home run leader is going to be Juan Soto with 45. RBIs with Corbin Carroll. Pretty good balance across the league in the NL side. When it comes down to saves, our leader is Ryan Walker for his second straight season with 55 saves for the San Francisco Giants. Your ERA crown goes to Aaron Savale, who was injured at the end, and Tony Gonsolin, who finished second, both for the Milwaukee Brewers, and your strikeout leader, Shohei Ohtani of the Dodgers. And Brent Rooker just had like a really good season all across the board. 329 for him gets him the batting title. He leads in hits with 206 hits. When it comes down to doubles, he was up there too. And home runs, he leads with 48. And RBIs, he leads with 144. He led the way across the board in the AL. That's a nice season for him. 2027 Brent Rooker. Very, very good. When it comes down to pitching, when we go take a look at that, our saves leader is Andres Munoz with 47 saves for the Seattle Mariners. Your ERA crown goes to Dylan Cease with the 2.22 for the Baltimore Orioles. And your strikeout leader, Garrett Crochet, with 193. Game sent down Valente Belozo, who did play a lot worse this year, but I think it's just more unlucky because his whip was technically lower than he was last year. 407 in the bullpen this season. I still really like him. He's going to come back up to the majors next year. I love his stats. I think he's a really good reliever or starter. I'm going to have him just as a reliever because we have so many guys. Braxton Garrett with a 4.4. Not a great season for him after his extension. 2.3 for Tristan Beck in 109 innings is really good. 3.8 for Tinoco after I brought him back up in September to fix his rest of his season. Not bad. Tim Herron, 2.42 after our trade. Pretty good. Rodriguez, we sent him down. He was not good, but we brought him back up. Kevin Kelly, 2.11. Great trade for us there. Andrew Nardi, 3.63. Kind of okay. And then Jojo Romero is a pretty good signing with a 2.17 and ends with 42 saves in the season. Starting rotation, Yuri Perez, 3.43 with a 1.26 whip. Pretty good year for him. Max Meyer, 3.95 with a 1.27. Luis Garcia, not good. So he didn't really do a good job of replacing Edward Cabrera. He's gone at the end of the season anyways, and it'll be time to bring up Thomas White, Noble Meyer, whoever ends up looking the best in spring training. Ryan Weathers with a 3.9 and a 1.38 whip, and Robbie Snelling in his rookie season with a 3.83 ERA and a 1.34 whip. This is viably like a very, very good rookie season for a pitcher. Like, I'm really excited about Robbie Snelling. Brendan Rodgers found a way to disappoint me. He got sent down 1.97 ERA this year. That's bad. And I think that there's a couple things to note. Ryan Bliss, I had to send down 1.98 as well. Second base has not necessarily been the best, and Sanoa hasn't been progressing to make it look like he can take that spot either. Ethan Salas was pretty good in his rookie season for us, or was his? Yeah, it was his rookie year. 274, 4 home runs for him as our trade piece for Alcantara. Mangum, 261 and 3 home runs. Stone Garrett had a clean 251 average. That's a weird way to say that. They want Chandler Simpson up next year. Okay, probably will do that. Xavier Edwards, 249, 11 home runs. He did get hurt this year, but I don't like the regression in the contact stats. Nolan Jones, 248 with 10 home runs. Rafael Devers, 35 home runs, 288 average, 105 RBIs at third base. He pulled in 3.9 WAR this year, which is less than he did last year when he was DHing. So I know he is a negative fielder. 958 fielding percentage is not good, but much more productive than Connor Norby was. Jesus Sanchez, 245 with 22 home runs. Pretty good for him. Aldo Lopez, 242. He doesn't get on base a lot, and I'm really not liking him. Gold Glover, good defensive player. So I think regards to WAR, he should still be productive. Hopefully that boost in ratings will make him good next year. Jonah Brad brought him back, 282, 15 home runs, 55 RBIs. That cleaned up that Ty France mistake. Lamonte Wade, 239, 7 home runs as a platoon first baseman. Augustine, 229, 10 home runs as a platoon catcher. And Griffin Conine, 257 and 15 home runs as a platoon outfielder. Yeah. It's a team. We still need to get better. I'm hoping that I can see better production out of Edwards and Lopez next season, mainly as the two core pieces of this team. But I think we're right knocking on the doorstep for this team, and I just need to figure out this last pitching spot in the rotation. Bullpen seems to be good. I think we've got the guys. We just got to perform next year. The Diamondbacks defeat the Mariners in the 2027 World Series. At least here with the U, we're ranked 21st. We're a really good team. If we can hold this together, this could be a good shot. I know the Marlins didn't make it, but I think everybody else looks really, really good for this season. And if we can win this one with the U and actually compete, maybe get ourselves into the college football playoff. I know I just said I didn't think we were going to, but I also didn't think we were going to win all these games after that. We get a good shot this year, and the Dolphins are probably pretty good, and the Heat are going to be pretty good. We did just lose to Cal, so we are no longer undefeated in the ACC. However, there are 4 teams that are 5-1 right now, and that means I think we are still in good shape to potentially win the ACC title, at least be in the championship game, and if so, then make the college football playoffs. And the stakes are raised because at the same time, our Dolphins are now 6-2 in a primetime matchup against Buffalo. This is a big one. This could basically give us the division and give us a really good shot at keeping the division. Right now, Dolphins hot, the U are hot, and the Heat are just about to start up their season. We might be in a good spot to actually, contend here. Do we get the primetime W? We do not. Disappointing. We do not beat Buffalo, meaning this is going to be a much closer race here for the AFC East. And our Heat get off to a good start too. 12-5. Good start off to the season. We're in first in the East. And I know it's a small sample size, but we're also, once again, one of the top defenses. But this year, we might have one of the top offenses too. Big part of that, I think, is Malik Thomas. 15.5 points, shooting 52%, 41 from 3, 95 from the free throw to start off the season. It's a small sample size, but, that's a really, really good move for us to make if we have a 50-40-90 guy on the perimeter next to Denny and Suggs. This might actually be the year because we're invited to the ACC championship game, and if we beat Clemson in the ACC championship game, that might be enough to make it to the college football playoff. We are now ranked 11th, meaning that we are considered probably in the college football playoff bracket. No, we're not. Okay. I guess because our strength of schedule is pretty weak. We did play a much easier schedule this year. But if we beat Clemson, we should be in. I don't know if we'll get the bye or not, but I'll still take a college football playoff appearance and an ACC title in the wake of that too. The U are in the ACC championship, and we are getting close. I mean, we're tied with the Bills, and we currently have a game with the Kansas City Chiefs, who we traded Tyreek Hill to. They're the better team, but with a few games left in the season, I think we just need about 2 more wins of the next 5 weeks in order to be able to get there, and I think we're going to get it, but I would love to get 3 or 4 and beat a team like the Chiefs as well. Let's see what we do. Give me the Chiefs victory. Let's beat Tyreek Hill, please. We do! Sorry, Tyreek. And also, just like the U, we are right on the precipice of possibly making a good playoff run with a division. We are the 3 seed right now, leading the AFC East. We also are in Week 18. We are 10-6, and more importantly, we have clinched our playoff spot. However, this game against Baltimore dictates whether or not we are going to be going in as a division leader or as a wild card team. And I'm hoping we're going to see a wild card matchup with a division title. We're playing the Colts, but we lost. Does that mean we do not get the division title, falling all the way down to the 7th seed? Ugh, that was a free point. Come on, guys. I think we lost 2 of the last 3 games. We did seemingly fall apart there, but we can't deny the greatness, and we had a great season this year. Tua, 38 touchdowns, 11 picks, 4,100 yards for him. Achan didn't get 1,000 yards, ends with 943 and 5, but still pretty good. I would have liked to see more touchdowns, but we are an offensive, passing team. And Malik Washington leads the way, 971 and 8. Waddle with 958 and 5. Westbrook Akine with 662 and Fannin with 574. Pretty good, well-rounded attack. We ended up actually having Patrick Paul play right tackle, and he only gave up 4 sacks. Only giving up 35, and the season's pretty good too. Defensively, CJ Allen, 118 tackles. That's big for the middle linebacker who we traded for this offseason. I really like the idea of him becoming our core main guy. When it comes to sack leaders, didn't get a lot of pressure, but Tyree Wilson, another trade piece we made, 7 sacks on the year. Still wish I could have seen more out of Phillips, Karlaftis, Grant, and Chop, but that's okay. And defensively, Ramsey leads with 3 picks, Brooks with 3. Ramsey also did miss several games this season. He was injured, so we did not get and recoup the value for Jalen Ramsey. However, we are in the playoffs. And across the NFL, the passing leader is Joe Burrow with 4,600 yards, and the touchdown leader also Burrow with 46 touchdowns. It's a pretty good season for him. Mahomes is right behind him. In the rushing department, Kenneth Walker leads the way for rushing for a second straight season, 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns. Touchdowns, looks like Josh Jacobs, and Jalen Hurts is back doing his thing. You know, we tried to ban the tush push for one season, we did, and he's right back at it. When it comes to receiving, your leader is Jamar Chase with 1,500 yards and 16 touchdowns, though the touchdown leader, Amon-Ra St. Brown, beating that out by 1 with 17 touchdowns. Chase, though, dominant year. He'll probably end up getting an Offensive Player of the Year. Tackle leader, Edgerrin Cooper for a second straight season for the Green Bay Packers. When it comes to sacks, your leader once again is Max Crosby with 16.5. Chris Jones and Trayvon Walker right behind that. And interceptions leader, Zach Bond with 7 for the Philadelphia Eagles. I do see Mac Wilson being a guy I could have traded for. Ended up with 5. I'll still take CJ Allen, but good season for Mac. And so at the end of December, technically, that means that we have the U going to an ACC championship game. We have the Dolphins going to a playoff game against the Colts. And the Miami Heat are 23-10 and leading the East, which is a very mediocre conference compared to the West. With our bonus points scoring system being on the line here, there is really nothing bigger than this ACC title game against Clemson, because we are not in the college football playoffs unless we beat Clemson here. So unlike other times, we're going to jump in and we are going to watch this game. I can't move to the middle. I've never done this. We are going to watch this game, this ACC title game against Clemson, because we need to win. We're just going to do a nice super sim, see what we can do. And my hope is that trophy is sitting here in Miami at the end of this game, and we will see ourselves in the college football playoffs after we dethrone Clemson.
There's a lot more at stake than a championship trophy here today. There's playoff positioning and potentially just getting into the playoff on the line as well. So the stakes have never been higher. As we'll see the number 11 team in the country, the Miami Hurricanes, taking on the 15th ranked team, the Clemson Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined here in the booth by Kirk Hermstreet. Kirk, let's get to the action on the field.
So just like that, we're going to start our sim. We start down 0-7 in this game, but we tie it up, and then they take it right back. At the end of the first quarter, and I know I am moving this way too fast. We're going to move it down to a normal speed because we are getting close to the end of the half, and we will find ourselves down by 7. Not a big fan of how this menu works. Let's cancel this sim quick just so that I can jump back into this with the normal speed, because it does break the menus. We are down 21-10 in the first half as we continue to advance here. But we do score before the end of the half, meaning it is only a 4-point game as Clemson tries to make their way down the field. They do kick a field goal, and they take a 7-point lead. Second half of this game, we are going to need a big. We don't get anything on that first drive. And this kind of scares me, but it's a good defensive matchup, and we have a good defense. We technically do have the better team, but a pick all the way down to the 3, or the 10. They look like the 3. Will make it so Clemson can take it. We're now down 31-17. We need this game more than anything. We're marching down the field. And is that another turnover? I think it is. I think Emery turned the ball over again. Clemson is just beating us up. If anything, we are beating ourselves up. Emery Williams is just not good enough, I think, because we have the talent, but it's going to be really tough to end up winning a title or with a quarterback who cannot avoid or get in his own way or avoid getting in his own way. We do score a touchdown. We are down 14. So we do have a shot. We need some stops here. That's not going to help. Big gain brings him down to the 46. Another 12-yard reception. Another 3-yard rush. It's 4th and 1. They kick the field goal. That's going to be huge for us because that means it's only 17, but we need a big game here. And we fumbled. All right. That's a rough way to go out. I'm hoping that we're in a good enough shape that maybe some other teams can lose and we can sneak our way into the back end of this playoffs, but I have my doubts. We're going to need a better quarterback. That trophy is not going to be in Miami this year. We'll see it back in 2028. Such a disappointing way to go out. I mean, Emery Williams just fell apart. 3 interceptions in this game, and when it comes to rushing, I think we had some fumbles. I didn't say that. We had no fumbles from Lyle, who only got us 39 yards. 39 yards. I think I got to blame him, too. He's a 97 overall running back. He only got us 39 yards. Yep. If that's how we're going to lose by just disappointing in the last game, that's how we're going to lose. The Heisman goes to Marcel Reed at Texas A&M. And we are going to be playing the South Alabama Jaguars in the Birmingham Bowl. I don't believe that's the college football playoffs. But if we win this one, it'll be a much better shape for next year to possibly make a good shot and a good run at a college football championship. I mean, we did end the season with a pretty good season, but I'm going to need to see one of these quarterbacks take the place and do really well next year because Emery Williams just ended up being kind of a disappointment. He missed his entire junior year due to injury, and his senior year, he fell apart at the end. So 32 touchdowns, 14 picks, 3,700 yards in his season. Jordan Lyle was very good. 1,200 yards, 13 touchdowns. He will probably be drafted. We can try to get him back, but he'll probably be drafted. If we get him back, we're in a really, really good shape. If we don't, oh well. When it comes to receiving, we had Chance Robinson with 952, Carr with 823 and 6 touchdowns, and then Bowie had 578 and 3 touchdowns as well. When it comes to defense, we had our leaders were 78 tackles from Aguirre and Pruitt at the same time. And then sacks leader was 7.5 from Justin Scott. And I did see at one point he had just had 4 of those in one game. So kind of actually a disappointing season when you consider that he really only had one game to rack up all those numbers. Picks, Robbie Washington, 4. I think his overall actually went down. But I don't know. We'll see. We should have a couple guys get drafted. However, Jordan Lyle with his 1,200 yards and 13 touchdowns means we are getting a point for the most rushing yards in all of college football from Jordan Lyle and the most touchdowns in all of college football for Jordan Lyle. 2 league leaders this season. He had a great year. Good luck in the NFL. This was me just glazing over the fact because we got blown out in our bowl game against South Alabama. I don't think we stood a chance at college football playoffs. And so with the U having an abysmal collapse there in the ACC championship game and our bowl game, I'm hoping that the Dolphins, who were 9-4 several weeks ago and are now 10-7 in a wild card game against the Colts, are not also going to be subject to an abysmal falling apart near the end of the season. I really don't believe they will. I mean, that would just be coincidence. Oh my God, it's not. We actually didn't. Oh my God, overtime. We scored a field goal in overtime, which is crazy considering that we have the back and forth thing about play overtime now. And that's a way to finish it. Good game by Tua. Big game from Adonai Mitchell. 2 touchdowns in this one. We had 2 sacks from Chop and another sack from Jalen Phillips. And who had our pick? Jordan Brooks. All right. Now we just got Cincinnati to deal with. And I'm not excited about it. And so Cincinnati, who has one of the most powerful offenses in the league with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, thankfully, we are good at defending the pass, not good at defending the run. So maybe we have a good matchup chance against here in Cincinnati. But I really should never have hope, because when I do, it always gets disappointed. We lose 34-28. And honestly, it looks like we did play pretty good defense. We only gave up 247 yards on offense, but we had a turnover and they did not. We forced no turnovers, and that's going to be a big difference. It wasn't even Tua throwing an interception this time. Burrow played well. 247 and 3 is still very, very good. But I'm going to guess this means that we had a fumble. How did we get our turnover then? Tua ran for 2 touchdowns. We had no picks. I don't like when it tells me that we had a turnover, but it doesn't tell me how. Am I dumb? They have a turnover? Is that what that means? Okay, well, yep. So we end up like losing here, though. That's the big thing. We end up losing, and forced fumble. Hampton and a forced fumble. Okay, didn't tell me who he did it to, so he must have done it to a receiver or on the kickoff, somebody who didn't actually rack up stats. But that's how you lose, I guess, and that's a disappointing way to go out. But hey, that's a big gain. We are now a playoff team, and we made it to the divisional, and our team's still pretty young. So no championship here this year in 2027 for the Dolphins, for the U, or for the Marlins. But the Heat still got a shot. Guys, I'm down here in Miami, regretting my past mistakes. Trading Tyler Hero for Jalen Suggs? No, not one of them. But getting rid of him at all, that was a mistake. And if I can, get him back for Lauri Markkanen, I'm doing it. Welcome back, Tyler Hero. Now that is one incredibly expensive 6-man. And so 38-16 and with one of the deepest rosters in the league. Yeah, you can't get much better than that. I think that's what's crazy to me is like when you play all 4 of these games, especially between Madden, NBA, and MLB, how significantly different working with money is. Like the NBA is, money isn't real. It's not real in the NBA. If you can pay a player, you will. If you have an extension, you always do. You get those bird rights every time. And so you just keep signing guys to an extension, and then another extension, then another extension. And the more extensions you get them to have, they just continue to have value for you. So who cares that we're paying our entire team $40 million a year? Meanwhile, we go look at the Marlins and we're like, theoretically, we can afford a team this year. Theoretically. I don't know. Maybe. And since we don't have any money, in theory, and I believe in order to compete at the same level as the Dolphins, the U, and the Heat next year in 2028, we need to make a splash. Lawrence Butler is the cheapest deal that I think could make sense for this splash. They have Brent Rooker. That's the actual probably best deal here, but I can't get him. He just won MVP. It's not possible. So Lawrence Butler was actually on the trade market last year, and so I think it makes a lot of sense for us to try to pursue him. We're going to give Lamont Wade, Griffin Conine, and Luis Garcia. I'm also going to throw in some prospects on top of this deal to make it make more sense for the A's. But so we're going to like give them, some like Thomas Williamson or something like that in order to try to like add in, just so it's a little bit more fair for them. That don't mean we can't put pen to paper. And Bailey Ober, that's a pitcher I love. And I got him for $16 million a year. I'll take it. Now, I'll admit that does create a little bit of an issue with this pitching staff because we still have a boatload of pitchers, but that also means that the guys can be interchangeable if we need to. So we could have Yuri be our ace, Ober as our 2, Meyer as our 3, Snelling as our 4, and then we can decide Garrett, Weathers, Noble, Meyer, Villa, White, Dell. Oh my god, I have so many pitchers. And Alabama beat Clemson in the national title. Quite a boring result. But congratulations to Jordan Lyle. He will be a first-round pick running back. Good luck to him in the NFL. We are able to convince Carr and Agnew to stay, which, that's nice, especially because they're junior, sophomore. Jordan Lyle does go in the first round, Lightfoot in the 3rd, Washington in the 3rd, and Braden Marshall in the 7th. 4 guys drafted this year. There's going to be some big shoes to fill. I'm hoping that we're able to do so, and I kind of believe we will. And on the NFL side, the Bengals defeat the Eagles, so at least we lost to the Super Bowl champions. Hurts, MVP, Sirianni, Coach of the Year, Hurts, Offensive Player of the Year, Max Crosby, Defensive Player of the Year, Jeff Lewis of the Giants gets Offensive Rookie of the Year, say goodbye Jackson Dart, and Defensive Rookie of the Year, Trey Pitts for the Panthers. 46 bench reps. Yes. I want you. Terrence Hurst, round 3 to 4. And a 4.240 safety, Marvin Cooper. I've said that like 4 times. It's a mouthful. We have pick 26 in the draft, and I'm going to be honest, I don't really see a lot of guys that I liked near the top of the board. I do have a bunch of sleepers in this draft that I found that I really like. But near the top end of the board, scouting specifically focused on tackles and outside linebackers, just really nothing there. I mean, maybe somebody falls to us, but probably not. Like, when you look at the left tackles, these guys are a little bit lower on the board. When you look at the right tackles, I mean, maybe we'd get lucky, but probably not, to be honest. There are a few players that I did, a particular scout that I did like. I liked Fordham. He had a lot of traits that I enjoy. That's a guy I will draft early if I can. But the big ones being the guys I just showed you. Hurst, round 1. That probably just means 99 strength, which is valuable at D-tackle. And then the other one, safety, another round 1 in Marvin Cooper. That's probably like 99 speed, something like that. So those 2 traits could be very, very helpful, and I like both of them. We'll just see what else we can do. I have a few other guys I bookmarked that I liked, but we might trade out of the first round pick. Now, this isn't an amazing package, but it will give me 2 firsts next year in a year that I would like to be able to see if there's any top-end talent. And we have so many late-round picks that I want to be able to hit. And so this is the most appealing deal because I get a future first next year, and I get another pick in the 2nd or 3rd round to possibly make sure I can get Hurst, Cooper, and a couple other guys that I like. There was a tight end that I would have picked otherwise here, but I don't think we need one. So we're going to make this move with the Packers. The best part about it is that tight end, he's still on the board. I'm taking him, Jamie Townsend. This will be our 2nd round pick, and then we've got 2/3. We're going to take Hurst and Cooper in that, and then we'll just see what other guys we can get later on. But blocking tight end. Oh, no, this is a possession tight end. This was just one with good traits. I had 2 tight ends on the board. This is the other one. Jamie Townsend. He is 32nd in true value. We draft him 58. Hidden dev. Wait, what? What? Number 1 in true value? As a punter? Hidden dev? Huh? I just needed a punter. Holy. Oh my god. 86 overall? What? Once again, I draft on traits in this game because I don't necessarily know. I know you can't scout everything. You can see sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. 99 speed, 97 speed, 98 speed on the defensive line, 99 strength, and that blocking tight ends. And it ended up working out really well. This was the only guy who had A+ kick accuracy, or who had A kick accuracy, which, I mean, okay. I'm just kind of surprised that I got a, what is his actual kick stuff? Yeah, A+ kick accuracy, 99. All right. At the end of the NBA season, Luka Doncic wins the MVP, 28, 8, and 10 for him, taking the award from Victor, who normally gets it. Andrew Rivers, who had the first overall pick for the Pelicans, 15 points per game, gets Rookie of the Year. Cameron Boozer, former first overall pick, gets the sixth man of the year for the OKC Thunder. Victor gets defensive player of the year for the Spurs. And Elijah Arenas gets the most improved player for the Milwaukee Bucks. Jokic with clutch player of the year. Pop again with coach of the year and executive of the year as the Spurs go 66-16. As we look at first team, you see that it is Luka, Jokic, Halliburton, Shea, and Cooper flag. For the awards, two Suns on the All-NBA first team, Luka and Cooper. When it comes down to the second team, Cade, Victor, Şengün, Debansa, and Giannis for that team. And then for the third team, Booker, Harper, Boozer, Mobley, and Ja. I was like going to go Ma. But that means that we don't get anybody on that team. On the all defensive team, I don't see any Miami Heat players, and we didn't have any rookies play either. So no awards for us this season. Taking a look at league leaders, Devin Booker led the way in with points per game with 29 points per game. In rebounds per game, the rebound leader was Donovan Clingan with 13.5. Your assist leader, Halliburton, by 0.1 assists over Luka and Shea. When it comes to steals, Shea also led the way with 2.1 steals per game. Blocks leader was Wembanyama with 2.8. Highest field goal percentage goes to Zion for another year. And 3-point percentage, the highest, Malik Beasley with 45% three-point percentage. Partially, I believe that we're not winning awards or anything because we have a very balanced attack. We just have a very, very good team. Denny with 20 points per game, Tyler Hero, Bam, and Malik Thomas all with 16. I do believe Malik probably should have deserved most improved, but I also think that he went from not playing to playing, so I could see why you wouldn't give it to him. I just know that the game doesn't really judge that, so that I'm surprised, but whatever. We get Malik Thomas, 16 points per game, Suggs with 12.6, Ware with 12, Jovic with 11, Sheed with 8.6. Ware did have 9.7, so he's almost to a double-double. And we've got some good defense and all that too. Field goal percentage, Bam, 53. We did have Malik go 50, 40, 90 for us this season, which is a huge deal to me. Super efficient. Love to see that. He's a very, very good two-guard. Really like the trade we made for him this offseason. We are also the 1 seed, meaning we won the division and the conference again for another year. And let's hope that this year we also don't fall apart in a disappointing fashion in the Eastern Conference Finals. And so let's get ourselves to simulate the plan. We are taking on the Indiana Pacers in the first round. They have I believe they still have Halliburton and all that. So Halliburton, Mathurin, OG, Jarris Walker, and Naz Reid. Our team is better. But the question is, can we pull it off and not get upset? This is round 1. We hopefully should be able to. Quick 3-0 lead, and then Kel'el Ware is injured. I'm just going to have the CPU take it, and we win that one 4-1. We are taking on the Knicks, who beat us last year in the second round. They are rolling with pretty much the same team. If I take a look, Brunson, Bridges, Debansa, Hart, and now Wiseman. Oh yeah, they did lose Towns. Towns went to the Warriors. So that is a big deal, I guess, for an exchange. Towns is gone. Wiseman is now in his place, which is funny because he's former Warrior. But this team is now built around Debansa. So can we take them out? Let's hope that this team does not beat us this time. They beat us in game 1, 117 to 113 in the fourth. Suggs played well. Brunson dropped 47. Okay. Game 2. Guys, we have to stop that. We have a defensive built team. Let's just beat that. All right. Game 2. We are down 2-0. They win 110-3. I am not even going to hesitate. We are going to go with a quick adjustment to our rotation. We are going to drop down to 8 and rebuild our rotation. It wants Hero to play. I still think Malik Thomas is hurt. Okay. All right. Never mind. Well, that would explain it. So Malik Thomas is injured. And so is Ware. Ware has to play though. So let's hope that we can pull this off in game 3. We do win that one, 142-112. Game 4, we tie the series back up. It is 2-2. Hero in the starting lineup is a big deal. Let's go into game 5. Jovic gets hurt. And we are now up 3-2. The winner goes on to play Detroit. If we win this, we do. We are playing the Detroit Pistons in the next round. And we have Malik Thomas back. San Antonio versus OKC. It is a 1-2 and a 1-2 this playoffs. So, taking a look at the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Oscar Thompson, Ron Holland, and Jalen Duren. So pretty much the same team. I'm going to guess they have Jaden Ivey on the bench in order to get there. So let's see what we can do against Detroit in game one. We lose 1-0. They beat us there 110 or 117 to 110. Denny led the way for us. Cade led the way for them. Yeah, I believe they still... Oh, they don't have Jaden Ivey. They have Taylor Hendricks. And yeah, okay. All right. So they don't have Jaden Ivey anymore. All right, game 2 against Detroit. Jalen Suggs is out for the season. All right. We are down 0-2. I'm going to have to go look at the coach game plan if we no longer have Jalen Suggs. Hero, Thomas, Denny, Bam. Ware is coming back. All right. Not scary at all without Suggs. Maybe Marcus Smart can play some minutes. All right. Game 3 here. Ware is back to being healthy, but we are down 0-3 here against Detroit. Boozer is now hurt too. We do win that one, but we are eliminated for a third straight season in the Eastern Conference Finals. If we simulate, the Spurs advance, the Pistons advance. It is a Spurs-Pistons Finals, and your NBA Finals champion, the Spurs again. Okay, 2028, we have to put this together. We have to get over this hump. I think we have the roster to do it. Suggs going down, that hurts. Not much you can do about it. If we're going to lose our big defensive stopper in the playoffs, that's what makes sense to happen. We're not going to win without our best defensive player. Actually, without a bunch of our best defensive players. We dealt with injuries there in the playoffs, and injuries take you down. I think you can ask a lot of teams in the NBA to know that. Okay. No championships yet after 3 years. 2027 was the year of the collapse for us in this experiment. From the U being in the ACC championship game, blowing it, not making the college football playoff, and then losing their bowl game. From the Dolphins being 9-4, heavily in the lead of their division, to losing almost every other game afterwards and getting knocked out in the divisional round to the Cincinnati Bengals. From the Heat being the 1 seed for another year, making it to the Eastern Conference Finals and having injuries overtake them and make them lose for a third straight season in the Eastern Conference Finals. And the Marlins missing the playoffs and going 1 game below 500. We still have not seen success here in Miami. So this is where the rubber hits the road. This was another 3-point year for Miami, and it's going to be tough for Miami to really compete with the other cities later on in this simulation if we don't end up winning titles now. Right now, we have a grand total of 8 collected points over this challenge in this scoring system. So, the Marlins are going to have to set the tone early this year in 2028, make the playoffs, and really give Miami a shot. A couple championships at the same time would be a huge deal. Can the Marlins do it? I don't know, but they have a good team. That starts with the pitching staff. We have Yuri Perez, Bailey Ober, Ryan Weathers, Max Meyer, and Robbie Snelling all in the pitching rotation this year, with Braxton Garrett here in the bullpen. Beck, Herron, Manuel Rodriguez, Kevin Kelly, Nardi, and Jojo Romero. We added nothing but Bailey Ober, and we have Kenny Dell, Villa, Meyer, White, Mazer, Belozo. We have a full other MLB team sitting down here in the minors for us right now if we need to. So if anybody starts to fall apart, they're gone. We have guys to replace them. And the lineup sees one significant change, bringing in Lawrence Butler to play center field for us this year, as we are going to try to do some more platooning this year, seeing what we can do. Brought Stowers back up. We have Mangum up. I'm bringing Chandler Simpson up. Brandon Rogers is staying up to platoon. But for the most part, this is the idea of this team. We have guys, once again, Sanoa, Villa, Ryan Ward, Prado, Jacob Berry, guys who could come up. Now, the bats aren't as good as the pitching staff, but a lot of these guys could come up and support this team if we see massive fall-offs. If Rogers does not play well, he's out. If we see Otto Lopez starting to play poorly again, he's out. He's so good defensively, you really want him to play, but he might have to be traded away. This is our shot. We have to make the playoffs to contend this season. Not starting off the season very hot. Seemed to be a little bit disappointing, 40 and 44. However, we do have a positive run differential, meaning that I would say we are just underperforming what we should be. And I think a lot of that has to do with our pitching. And this is where I'm going to make a judgment call, and I don't necessarily know what to do. Perez is good. Ober, not been, but it's not bad enough to say, oh, we got to get rid of him. Weathers has been mediocre. Meyer's been good. Snelling's been meh. Garrett hasn't been. Beck, Heron, Rodriguez, then Kelly's been terrible, then Nardi's been meh, and Romero's been terrible. And when I look at AAA, Kenny Dell is insane. Justin Villa is insane. Noble Meyer is insane. Belozo, 0.91 whip. That's really, really good. Curry, 0.9. Committee. We have so much down here. Our AAA team might be able to beat our MLB team. It might legitimately be able to. But I don't know which ones to move. Do I just move Braxton Garrett? He normally isn't that bad. And he's not playing much worse than he normally is. Do we move Weathers? I mean, he's kind of, I guess, odd man out. I'd be willing to get rid of him. I don't know. I think Kelly and Romero got to go down. But that's that. Lineup-wise, I think we're okay. Xavier Edwards is kind of disappointing, but he's been walking a lot, so that's okay. But Butler, 261, meh. 273 from Devers. 287 from Sanchez, that's pretty good. He's only hitting righties. Lopez, 256. This is much better. He now has a potential, and he's already got 2 WAR. Jonah Bride, 275. Garrett's at 260. 250 from Salas. I brought Sampson in because he's hitting 296 right now to play left field because Jones is a disappointment. And Stowers is too. The AAA bats aren't ready. Because Villa went down, he's hurt, and so the only one that would be valid is maybe Ryan Ward. And I wouldn't mind bringing up Ryan Ward. I just don't know who for. Maybe I don't know. Maybe like it just doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to make some room though. I think we might have to send somebody down. Probably Stowers. Because I think I want to bring up a couple of these pitchers. Problem is, all of them have 5 years of service time, so I can't actually send them down. It means that we might have to make some trades if we really want to, and not just lose our value. So Noble Meyer is going to come up. He's the one that I can bring up that I think makes the most sense to bring up. He is technically pitching the best of those guys that are down in the minors, besides Dell. And I'll wait a little bit on Dell and just go with Meyer. We'll bring up Meyer, brought up Cronin, DFA'd Kevin Kelly, and I'll just put Belozo there for now. And then I sent down Stowers, and we'll just see. We got to play better. But NBA draft time. Oh my God, the NBA draft. So exciting. We're good. So every player here is trash. But I'll draft one just so that you can say that we saw one. Hi, Rick Butler. But I'd say if we go into this next year and don't make the finals, God, this is embarrassing. In regards to the MLB draft, it sucks. Morgan Deardorff could be decent. Diego Asensio could be decent. Do I think I'm going to get either of them? Probably not. So I actually used Discovery for once, which, by the way, I just used Discovery for 6 weeks, and I found one player that actually was above rank 100. So it happens. Willie Blanco might be a pick that we can make. Probably not with our first round pick, though. I'll say this. Guy's probably a bust. If he's not, though, we're taking Derek. I'm taking Derek Bradford. I don't care. I'm taking him. This could be terrible. Honestly, it could be. There still is good players here. Charles Conley, but he's never going to play. Park, Willie Blanco, Cecil Cole. But I want this closer. If he's good, right? We'll see. He's probably a bust. The Miami Heat drafted a player, and so we went on a winning streak. We're finally above 500. It's a whole new world, guys. We're second in the East, and we even have this wildcard spot right now. So, All-Stars, we end up having, I'm going to guess, just Devers. Just Devers. He had 287, 24 home runs. Really killing Trey Lipscomb of the Rockies, who is such a great All-Star. Only All-Star for us, but that's pretty good. We went pretty hot there after the Heat took a pick, so definitely correlation there. Probably a playoff team, to be honest now. Maybe we'll see if there's any players I need to make a move for. But thank you, Noble Meyer. I made no trades, but look, Derek Bradford. Not bad as a pick. Not bad. He's not great. But as a closer, I mean, 85 potential. I'd be fine with a closer sitting at 85. Especially already going to be able to start. He could play for us next season if we need to, which in year 5 would be big. Blanco could honestly play too. Probably not going to show next year's draft, but I wanted to show the players I took that could be trade pieces in the offseason, so that way you can see the names. We're doing it. We're doing it. We are 12 games above 500. We are in the wild card race. Oh, it's going to be a stressful last month of the season. Oh, and another thing. He's on top. I'd say for our last season of him probably playing third before we move him to DH, this has been phenomenal. He's got over 1,000 OPS. He's got, 6.9 WAR. Even though he is a negative defender, he's actually playing better this season than he was the last few years. And if we really have an MVP candidate here at third base this year with Rafael Devers, who is somehow getting better this year, I mean, that's huge. He is getting better in year 11. I mean, we're in a really, really good shape to potentially, MVP and World Series. That would be huge for us. And, we still got another year under the belt too after this. This might be the year for us to really swing big and get a lot of points. But then we'd have to see what we're going to do in the other leagues. Hi, I'd like to call about your car's extended warranty. That car being the 5th ranked Miami Hurricanes, which, is it a supercar? No, it's instead a bus filled with 20 300-pound superstar offensive linemen. Who needs anything else? I don't know how we're going to score points, but we're not going to get sacked. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but let's just say, while the offense is ranked 94, I'm not necessarily certain it's going to be a really good offense. I still don't know who the quarterback is, if it's Trujillo, Bullock, or Brown. And when it comes down to the rest of it, we have good running backs in Okayemi and Cheeks, and Toppins is now an 86. When it comes to wide receiver, we have some stars in Carr and Robinson and Copper. And, this line, man, this line is massive. If we're going to do anything, it's going to be running the ball right behind this super-powered offensive line. And who's going to be doing that? George Okayemi, who is a preseason first-team All-American at running back. He's 5'7", 190 pounds. He's a receiving back. We also have Justin Scott, D-tackle from Chicago, who is also first-team. But I am really excited about the potential of us being able to run the ball a lot this season behind this offensive line. Also, because it's season 4, we're going to slide this thing to auto recruiting. We're not going to recruit this season. We might go and open it up during the transfer portal at the end of the year. But any prospects or any recruits that we get that are freshmen this upcoming year wouldn't play next year anyways. So this is fully up to the computer now, meaning we get to just run simulation. And we're going to start off hot. We have a big test to begin the season. We did play FCS in the week 1, but we are playing Alabama right out the gates. And this is going to be huge. Can we take down Alabama and get ourselves a victory? If we are able to, we're going to be in good shape for the rest of the season to possibly just be in the college football playoffs. 2-0! We beat Alabama. Somehow our tradition has gone down. Maybe because we're not used to beating Alabama? That could be it. But we are now ranked number 2. Good for Elias Rudolph, by the way. I do want to check that game. When I look at our schedule, let's go look at how we did in week 2 against Alabama, 35-31. And, okay, that's 4-1, 3-3. Trujillo. Yikes, 45% completion percentage. Yikes. Guess this bus still don't got a quarterback. But we got a running back. And we got a defense. Who needs a quarterback? I do. I need a quarterback, like, now. Like, please. Anything, please. Back to back? Elias Rudolph? Let's go. But after beating Virginia Tech, Trujillo should be fine. He'll be fine. He had 3 picks against Alabama, has not thrown one against anybody else. Undefeated. Never lost. When we visit the other football team, it's kind of inverse, honestly. It's funny. We've got one team that is purely built in the trenches, and one team that is purely built on the firepower of the weapons outside of it, even if Tua's not necessarily that great. I'm hoping he could be good this season. So of the guys that we brought in this offseason, big thing, I guess, is that we have these 2 backup tight ends here on this side. We're going to be running normal lineup in regards to wide receivers. And then on the defensive side, Ramsey is no longer has a very high dev trait. We probably should have traded him while he still had some value, but at this point I don't see the value in trading him. We're just going to keep him around as like a veteran corner. We'll just have him there. The big moves we had were Hurst and Cooper, the 2 guys that we signed in the draft. They are starting at strong safety and at D tackle respectively, with all of our other guys here too. And special teams. There was an undrafted free agent kicker who was a superstar. Yeah. What was the special teams of this draft? I mean, good thing he's not a superstar anymore, but Jalen Ramsey goes down. And we lost to the Jets. The Jets. We do beat the Colts, which means Sunday night prime time against Philadelphia. Good offense, terrible defense so far to start the season. Give me a dub, please. 3-2 would be big, and we're 3-2. We get another Sunday night game. Also, don't forget we have 2 first-round picks this upcoming draft, meaning if I can get one of them, that's great. But also, we could have some trade pieces if we really need to take a big swing in this offseason. And with 6 games left in the season, our magic number is 2. We just need 2 wins to be able to make the playoffs, and we have a series in New York. If we can get the victories here, that's 1. That's not 1. That's 2. We will be a playoff team going into Detroit, or having Detroit come to us. And a wild card spot guaranteed for the Miami Marlins. The Miami Heat are favorites to win the championship. The U is undefeated. The Dolphins are 3-2, and the Marlins are 88-74 and are making the postseason for the first time under our ownership, playing the Cardinals in the first round of the postseason. However, it looks like Devers gets robbed of the MVP at the end of the season. Oh, I hate Shohei Ohtani. Shohei gets the MVP over Rafael Devers. Cy Young goes to Yoshinobu Yamamoto, again, of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Devers did get a Hank Aaron Award, so I think we'll consider that a minor award as well. But pretty good for him. And then Gunnar Henderson, MVP on the AL, and Garrett Crochet, another Cy Young on the AL side. Safe to say, Devers does get robbed. He leads the league in OPS with 1,007 there. Very close to a batting title as well. Will Smith gets that for the Dodgers, hitting .319. Tied with Herrera, but it goes to Smith. When it comes to hits, number 1 was Bo Bichette, barely beating out Rafael Devers as well, who had 188, 192. Man, all these points are just right there for the taking. Fernando Tatis leads in home runs with 48, and RBI's leader is Shohei Ohtani. When it comes to pitching, our leaders were 4 saves. Ryan Walker, again. Is that 3 straight seasons? Over 50 saves for Ryan. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. Oh my God. Ryan Walker. Oh my God. This dude is crazy. Didn't even get reliever of the year. When it comes to ERA, Shota Imanaga, 2.55 for the Cubs, leads the way. And then when it comes to strikeouts in the NL, Spencer Strider with 199. On the AL side, Aaron Judge takes the batting title with a 325 average for the New York Yankees. Hits does go to Luis Arias with the Twins with 208. Man, I would have loved to have him, but I think Jonah Bride has been a good replacement in that case. And our home runs leader, Brent Rooker with 43 over Riley Green and Judge and Gunnar, who had 41. And your pitching leaders. Saves, Tyler Holton of the Detroit Tigers with 49 saves. ERA crown goes to Garrett Crochet with the 2.39. And your strikeout leader, Garrett Crochet, with 206. Did he also have wins? He did. Triple crown. Game sent down Manuel Rodriguez, who has regressed majorly. A big regression from him, but 3.53, 1.36 whip for him this year was pretty good. 0.9 WAR in the bullpen. When it comes to our actual bullpen, I think I just moved over a team. Braxton Garrett for a 1.134. Noble Meyer only got 7 innings and was not good in those 7 innings. Tristan Beck pitched 119 innings in the bullpen with a 3.47 and 1.15 whip for him. Judge Romero with a 4.04 and a 1.13. Thomas White never played. Declan Cronin, 2.62 with a 1.17 whip. Nardi with a 3.25 and a 1.21. And Tim Herron taking the closer role partially through the season. 2.06 with a 1.1 whip. He goes up to B potential. He ends up getting 31 saves on the season. When it comes to our starting rotation, Yuri Perez, 3.3 with a 1.27 whip. I'm curious how much WAR he's pulling in for us this year. Only 2.1. I think it's that strikeout number being pretty low, but I'm okay with that. He's going into arbitration this next year, and I'm hoping he's still cheap and not going to be super expensive because he's a 93 overall. Bailey Ober, 3.67 with a 1.2 whip for him. Ryan Weathers was one of the worst pitchers for 1.6 with a 1.32 whip. He is a free agent this year. We are going to let him walk because I have other guys to come up. Max Meyer, 3.68 with a 1.18 whip. And Robbie Snelling, 3.23 with a 1.17. One of my favorite pitchers so far that we've had in here. Lineup-wise, we only had one guy we sent down this season. That was Kyle Stowers, and we sent him down pretty early. I mean, 214, 295 OPP for him. It just was not very good. And I wish he could have developed because I know he's actually pretty good this season. IRL, however, when it comes to this rebuild, he has not necessarily been that productive. We'll still keep him on the roster in case, but he probably won't play. 2.35 for Nolan Jones in the platoon role. Agustin Ramirez, 2.24 in his platoon. Mangum, 2.11. It's a small sample size, but I would have liked to see more out of a guy who's mainly a contact bat. Brendan Rodgers, 2.93. Let's go, Brendan. Glad we kept him around. He was bad last year, but look at the production increase from last season. Huge increase that year. Xavier Edwards has been very disappointing. 2.52 this season. 3.43 on base. I mean, it's still good, but I want more, and this is not enough from what is supposed to be my star player. Lawrence Butler, 2.76, 26 home runs. Good trade in the offseason. Rafael Devers should have been the MVP. 3.14, 45 home runs, 128 RBIs. He ends with 188 hits. 3.14 average, 1,007 OPS, and a grand total of 6.1 WAR. Likely didn't get it because he's so bad defensively. He's got to play DH next year. Jesus Sanchez with 257, 15 home runs. Otto Lopez, 232, 9 home runs. The two guys I really wanted to build this team around. Not necessarily the most exciting for us so far. 273 and 23 home runs for Jonah Bride. 272, 4 home runs for Ryan Ward, who I brought up because Stone Garrett got hurt. Ethan Salas, 250, and he hit 19 home runs this year. Massive power increase for him. And Chandler Simpson hit 2 home runs. I'm really happy about that. 248. 32 stolen bases. This dude could just be like a starter in the outfield, I think. We have the St. Louis Cardinals in the first round. We are going Yuri Perez versus Casey Mize, Bailey Ober versus Andre Palante, and Ryan Weathers versus Quinn Matthews. So let's please not have to wait for Ryan Weathers. I probably should put somebody else there, but we're just going to go with it. Big game 1. We win 7-5. Thomas White, oh, I forgot he's even in, gets the victory there. And we go to game 2, still here in St. Louis. Ober versus Palante. We win, and we will be taking on the Braves in the NLDS. It's a big weekend here in Miami. First Saturday night, we have Stanford at Miami. Can we take out the victory against them? Then we have the Marlins playing the first game of the NLDS versus the Braves. And then they have a second game, and then it's going to be Steelers Dolphins. So can we get the first victory of the weekend here in Miami, advancing the week? Please let us get the victory and hold this ACC lead here for the U. Nate Lalu. No! An insanely close game. Stanford pulls it out in overtime, 6-3. Let's not hope this is an omen for the Marlins, as Trujillo throws the 2 picks just after I complimented him. Let the Marlins have luck down in Atlanta. And so, after the U lost tonight against Stanford, can Max Meyer pull it out against Spencer Strider and make sure that we don't get 2 L's in Miami tonight? We end up winning Game 1 5-2. That's a big start. Nardi gets the win. Porter Hodge gets the L. And then before the Dolphins game on Sunday night, can Snelling take it from Schwellenbach here in Atlanta? He cannot. It is a 1-1 series. And so maybe we can split both days. We just need the Dolphins to beat the Steelers here. We're going to advance and see. Can we go up to 4-2 and at least go 2-2 on the weekend? We can. 42-20 victory and a weekly award as Tua throws for 5 touchdowns. And so we travel back to Lone Depot Park in Miami, trying to take the series back. Weathers versus Clark Schmidt and Yuri Perez in these 2 games. Can we take the victory? We will finish this series before the U gets to play again. Weathers versus Schmidt in Game 3. We get the victory. That means Yuri Perez versus Spencer Strider. Can we close it out at home? We can! We will be taking on the Dodgers or the Diamondbacks next week, starting Sunday. The city of Miami is booming, and we are going into Pittsburgh. Can we get our vengeance after last week's overtime loss in Stanford? We need this one big. Stay on top of the ACC. Can we pull it out and let Trujillo not throw this game away, please? Here in Pittsburgh, we go in. Zach Gooch signs with us, and we have another victory, 5-1. And can Tua keep the city rolling? He had a great game last week. Before we see who the Marlins play, can we get a big victory against the Jets? Get our vengeance after the loss in week 2. We win again. Big win, 30-10. And just like that, our Marlins are going to Los Angeles for a chance to go to the World Series this season. Let's see if we can duel it. It's a duel, it's gonna be. Bailey Ober versus Yoshinobu Yamamoto in Game 1. Meyer versus Ohtani. Snelling versus Sasaki. This is going to be a pitching duel. And maybe, just maybe, we can get some offense to show up. In Game 1, Bailey Ober versus Yamamoto, the Cy Young winner. We lose 4-5. Tim Herron blows it in the, probably the 9th. If I look at today's games, the 8th. We were up big. Blew that one. Game 2. We can fight it right back. Max Meyer versus Ohtani in Game 2. We get a dominant victory, beating up on Ohtani. Series is tied 1-1 as we go back to Miami. Snelling, Weathers, Perez. Game 3. Snelling versus Glasnow. We dominate 14-0. We look at the box score in this one. We had a home run from Devers, Salas, 6 RBIs from Devers, 3 from Lawrence Butler, 1 from Lopez, 1 from Ward, 3 from Salas. Huge games from Salas and Devers. That's going to give us a big 2-1 victory here in Miami. Weathers versus Sasaki in Game 4. We lose. It is tied 2-2. On Game 5 here in Miami, a huge game to win. Perez versus Yamamoto. We lose. We are down 3-2. A short break from the tension. Eastern Michigan. With a few commits. You know, nothing like being in the middle of a very intense series and just going off to go play Eastern Michigan with the U and be 4th in the nation. We have the Marlins in LA and the Chargers here in Miami. It's gonna be a big weekend for Miami versus LA. Can we take the victory? Yes, we can. But it really all comes down to this. We're down 3-2, 2 games in LA. Ohtani and Glasnow, who have not been good this postseason, versus Ober and Meyer, who have. Game 6 in LA. We win 6-2. We're going to have to jump in for this last one and see, can we beat the Dodgers and Glasnow? I like our chances, as we'll probably see Boston or Seattle in it if we win Game 7. We are going to quick manage here. Glasnow is the... Oh my god, they went 104 and 58. So a big difference between our 88 win team. How are we doing so far? Xavier Edwards 308. Butler 316. Devers 360. Ooh, okay. 191 for Jesus Sanchez. Don't like that. 250 for Lopez. 318 for Bride. 250 for Ward. 298 for Salas. And 237 for Simpson. I don't want to go with somebody else then. I think we're going to go Jones over Sanchez. No. Yes, we'll do that. All right. This is big. We need this victory. Big single to start us off, Xavier. Single, men on the corners. We're going to go straight to a sac fly for Nolan Jones. Strikes out. Okay, thank you, Otto. All right, 1-0 lead. We get out of that. They have Kyle Tucker, too? All right, Ryan Ward with a single. Pop out. We are doing well against Glasnow here. Single. Double play for Pete Alonso. Strikeout. Single for Lawrence Butler. We just need to actually... We've got 5 hits, only 1 run. Fly out. Walk. Men on first and second. Fielder's choice. There's a walk. 2-run home run, Otto Lopez. We are up 3-0 here. Double for Jonah Bride. Double for Ryan Ward. We are up 4-0. Men on second. Error. Men on the corners. 3-run home run. Xavier Edwards. Miami's hot, baby. Miami is hot. Oh, Kyle Tucker gets a home run to end my energy. But we are red hot here. Let's see if we can keep up this heat. In 2028, Ryan Ward strikeout, double for Salas. 1 run scores. I'm stealing second. Still stealing second. Stolen base. Double. We're up 9-1. Bottom of the 6th. I think Max Meyer can go the rest of this. Possibly. Sack bunt. Men on second. Hit by pitch. No, we're making the pitching change now. I'm going to go Noble Meyer. Fly out for Ohtani. Fly out. Good pitching switch. We are up 9-1 here against the favorite Los Angeles Dodgers. We get a walk. We are there. Bottom of the 7th. Fly out for Alonso. Walk for Hernandez. Fly out. And there we go to the top of the 8th. Ground out. Ground out. Single for Edwards. He is 4 for 5 on the day. We've been like talking trash about him not playing well, and here he comes out of nowhere in game. Oh, game 7. All right, I'm gonna make the pitching change quick. We are gonna go with a lefty here. We'll go Nardi for Ohtani, and he flies out in the top of the there we go. In the top of the there we go. I don't even care. Otto Lopez with a fly out. We are in the bottom of the 9th. We'll just go. I think it's a righty, so let's make a righty change. We're gonna throw in Tristan Beck. Ground out. Strikeout. Let's enter the game and watch ourselves with our chance to go to the World Series in our first playoff appearance here in Miami. That's what we do in Miami. That's what they do in Miami. When they make the playoffs, they go all the way. Out of nowhere. Bottom of the 9th for Tristan Beck. We are up 9-1. Series tied. He drops a 12-6 curve in for a strike. 0-1 count. With the pitch. Another one. Gets fouled off. That's 0-2 count for Teoscar Hernandez. Can we have upset the Giants in the Dodgers? That's fouled off. The Giants in the Dodgers. It's not the Giants. It's the Dodgers. It's a large Dodger. I don't care. We're going to the World Series. If he can get it by Teoscar. Come on. Give me the strikeout, Tristan. Give me the strikeout. Give me the strikeout. Oh, another foul. Tasker's fighting. He said, I don't want to lose. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be the guy in the clips. Don't make me the guy in the clips. You're the guy in the clips. You're the guy in the clips, Teoscar. We're going to the World Series. 2028 NLCS NL champion Miami Marlins.
Congratulations to the National
And this weekend, we're taking on Boston in the 2028 World Series. Even the Miami Heat want to get in on the party as we're going to come into their season starting right after the Marlins made it to the World Series with a big dub over Chicago, bam, with 32-10. I kind of wish they played Boston. With everybody in Miami in on the fun, we're going to go into Boston instead and try to take their fun away. Perez versus Crochet in game 1. We do lose 6-7. Terrible way to start. Don't lose that momentum, guys. But it's like poetry in motion, because you know who's going to get their vengeance after the Marlins lost in Boston. The U. The U in Boston at the same time. Come on, Miami. Get the punch in. Let us win. Get us that victory. We do. 7-1. We're ranked second. The U won during the day in Boston, so Bailey Over is here to win at night. Can we take out the Red Sox in game 2? We do. And we are going into game 3. The Dolphins play on Monday night, so guess who plays first in Miami? The Marlins. The Red Sox are coming to Miami to play us here. Alcantara, now a Boston Red Sox against Max Meyer in game 3. We take an L. Can the Dolphins at least get some vengeance on us in their Monday night game? How poetic it would be if Miami and the Dolphins were also playing Boston, but no, Monday night is against the Jags, who are a very good defensive team. Can we take the victory here against the Jags? Get a little redemption. We do. 31-10. The Miami Dolphins are 7-2 now. And so, with everybody else in Miami getting their victories this week, all eyes of the fans of Miami are sitting here watching the Marlins in Lone Depot Park down 2-1 with Boston here. If we can pull this off and take it back, we might be able to win in game 6 or 7. It's going to be a tough road. We're still the underdogs here, but Jesus Luzardo has been blown up so far in this postseason. So, game 4, Snelling versus Luzardo. We take a big victory 8-2. It is tied 2-2. Can Weathers beat Crochet in game 5 in Miami? Or are we going to have to come back again? In game 5, we win. We are up 3-2 here going into Boston. It's time for a quick manage then. We might be able to put them on the ropes. Oh, can we wear the... I want to wear the City Connects. Let's go, because I want to see it if we win it. Wear those Miami Vices. In Fenway, Yuri Perez. Has anybody cooled down? Sanchez has not really been great, but it doesn't matter. I guess we got to go Jones, right? Jones played really well in the last series. I want Jones again. Sampson has been bad. So I guess we go Mangum. And that's what we're going to do. Because then we have a pinch runner. So that's the goal. Xavier Edwards, they have Logan Gilbert on the mound here. So Xavier Edwards grounds out to start off. This is going to be a big matchup. Jaron Duran, we get out of that one. Single from Otto Lopez. Double from Jonah Bride. We are up 1-0 here with a double from Jonah Bride. Yuri Perez, can he get through that one? Yes, he can. Double from Xavier Edwards. Walk, men on first and second for Rafael. 3-run home run. Devers in Boston. We are up 4-0. Boston is already regretting their move. Line out from Jones. Solo home run from Otto Lopez. We're up 5-0. Max Meyer with a single. Double play. It is all right. We're all right. Fly out. Fly out. This is a dream season. Can we keep it up? Single from Devers. Walk, men on first and second for Otto Lopez. Walk, walk. Fly out, line out. That was a tough one, but we do get out of that one. Top of the Jonah Bride with a solo home run. Double from Ryan Ward. Fly out. Single from Mangum. We are up 7-0. Double, men on second and third for another one. Another one. Give it to me, Devers. 10-0 lead. Yuri Perez in the bottom of the sixth. Give it to me, Devers. Give it to me. It is the bottom of the seventh. Perez gets through the bottom of the seventh. Single for Mangum. Fielder's choice. Fielder's choice. Another single for Devers. Pitching change to the bottom of the eighth. Are we gonna do it? We'll go a lefty here because they have a couple. Ground out, strikeout, and another ground out. Lopez flies out. Bride with a single. Strikeout. Salas with a single. Mangum, fielder's choice in the bottom of the ninth. Romero gets one. Romero walks one. We're going to have to enter the game because I don't want to lose the chance to see it. Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers in Boston is a Miami hero. And can we finish this one out? William Contreras up to bat for Jojo Romero with the pitch. He swings and misses, can't check his swing. 0-1 count. Would I have expected we were going to be a World Series contender after being below 500 in June? No, I did not. We had an amazing second half to the season and an unbelievable postseason. Romero does drop a pitch down below, and we cannot get out the lead runner. So, wild pitch for Romero, 1-2 count for William Contreras. But like we said, when the Marlins make it to the postseason, they win the whole thing. This is just a formality because I want to see the celebration. It's just the question of who's going to be on the poster at the end of it for the last strikeout. Because obviously, it's going to be Rafael Devers. Also, we're not wearing the jerseys that I picked. That's sad. But anyways, with the pitch, grounds to first. Jonah Bride is going to run it back out and beat Contreras to first. We are 2 strikes. They are down to their cleanup hitter, Tristan Casas. He's hitting .219 on the series. In the bottom of the ninth, Romero with the pitch. Leaves it right down the middle. But that's fouled off. 0-1 count. With another strike down low and inside. The Boston fans are silent. They hate their GM because he traded us Devers. Romero, 0-2 count with the pitch. Drops it low. It's Tristan Casa is going to be the last guy. How poetic it would have been if it was Connor Norby. With the pitch. Strike 3! Swinging! The Miami Marlins win the World Series in 2028. Coming out of completely nowhere. All the stakes in the world. No one expected it. We just built this team out of nothing. The fact that this is the team that won is insane to me. Your Boston Red Sox are upset by the Miami Marlins and Rafael Devers with 2 3-run shots in the World Series. The Marlins are 3-time World Series champions. Big free agent signing Lawrence Butler there as they hand over the trophy to us. And I'm going to guess that Devers is World Series MVP. That's all you needed. We got it in 2028. Now, can the rest of the teams continue to follow up with the Heat like the Marlins just did? World Series champions. What? They gave the trophy to Mangum. It should have gone to Devers. It's Devers' award. It's not Mangum's award. It's Devers' award. Mangum was good. Glad we brought him in, but it's Devers' award. Amazing postseason. And a game 6 to remember. Oh, I love you, Rafi. A night like this in Miami, Marlins fans in the streets celebrating the World Series championship, and the Heat also beating the Atlanta Hawks the same time, staying undefeated on the season 6-0. Which means it's up to the U to keep the momentum going and the fans going crazy as we take on Florida State. I think most fans of Miami would be happy with either victory, but you know the U would be a bigger one. Can we take it? We get a quarterback. I don't really care about these recruits, but can we get another victory? 8-1. We don't lose in Miami in 2028. We stop showing week to week whenever we lose. As soon as we lose, as soon as a team in Miami loses, we stop showing week to week. So don't let it be you. That's what everybody's saying. Don't let it be you. And guess what? It's not the Dolphins. We're 8-2. All thanks to Elijah Schaefer. 6 tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. Come on. I guess it's up to the Miami Heat. Can they keep their streak up? It's all right. It's the Miami Heat. They lose to the Golden State Warriors, which is okay. Because Steph Curry's on his farewell tour, and he dropped 27. But that's a huge run in the city of Miami. Probably going to jump ahead a little bit to the ACC championship game, which I'm going to guess we're going to be there because, wow, we are red hot in Miami right now. I mean, I said we'd be in the ACC championship game just because I felt like we were that good, but NC State's the 1 and we're the 2? ACC is stacked. For reference, we are currently ranked 5th in the nation, where NC State is ranked 1st because they are 12-0. This is going to be one matchup out of any. I honestly think if we lose, it's okay because we're still probably in it with this. But I do want that ACC title. I would like to see it because, I mean, if we drop down, like, okay, we're still better than Georgia and Clemson and all that. So we still should be in there. It just depends on how well we play there. I mean, when you look at our schedule, we have 1 loss and it's an overtime game in Stanford. So I'm not even going to jump in and watch it. We're just going to sim it. Our team has been predicated off of the great defensive line and offensive line all season, and I'm hoping that it's going to be enough here in this ACC championship game. But I don't know, because Trujillo has been disappointing at different times this season. We get some commits, and we win! We're ranked 1st, and we are ACC champions, meaning we have locked ourselves a spot in the college football playoff, and most likely as the 1 in the entire college football and nation. College football nation? Nation. College. NCAA football. It wasn't even really that close. I mean, it was at the end because we technically did score 14 in the 4th, but like they just had a really good 3rd or 2nd. My numbers, my brain not working. But we dominated this game. Trujillo 2-1. That's not as necessarily as great, but like Okayemi 3 touchdowns, 96 yards. That'll do it for you on how we end up being able to dominate. No sacks, no picks, but it doesn't really matter if you're going to run as well as we did there. And that means we are the number 1 seed in college football in the college football playoff. I don't know if it's going to show who we're playing. Oh, whoops. I clicked the wrong button. My bad. We are going to likely, because obviously this is Army and Navy is going to be in the way, but we will be playing on the winner of LSU and Oklahoma for a shot to go all the way to the college football playoff. NC State does just drop down to the 5. I mean, that's nothing. There's a good chance we could see them again. Also, that is an insane Heisman. 45 touchdowns to 1 pick for Marco Hag. That's a crazy Heisman. And we get the best running back. Give me a point. And the best tight end with Mick Shaw. Another point. 2028. We're racking them up. Best linebacker. Cam Pruitt. Another one. Hit me with not another one. I wanted another one. I just wanted another one. That's great. So I'll have to check if we had any league leaders too. So Trujillo was 4th in player of the year, which is crazy to me. I guess those picks against Alabama are the only thing that stopped him from getting it. He was 4th in quarterback. Best defensive player, Linus Rudolph, was 6th. Best D-back, we had 2nd and 3rd. Don't get it over Assad Brown. Best running back, we were 1. It's just us and NC State, really, it looks like. Because NC State's here for best D end. We were 3rd in quarterback. Best defensive end there again. Best interior lineman, we were 3rd with Egnew. Best tight end, we win. Broyles, that's a coordinator. But best linebacker, Pruitt. When it comes to center, yeah, we don't have one really. And then we don't have a kicker or a punter. So check any stats at the end of the season. Let's go check the league leaders throughout the stats, as well as how our season has went for them. So 4,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, 11 picks for Trujillo. Rushing, 857 and 15 touchdowns for Okiyemi. 865 and 9 for Robinson is the leader for us on the defensive side. Pruitt had 77 tackles. Our sacks leader was Elias Rudolph with 9.5. Interceptions leader was 5 for Lester. So if we go take a look at the nation and just see how we did comparatively, I'm going to call this the end because obviously there's more games, but did not get interceptions leader. That goes to DeVoe. That's got to be the wrong number. 5.5 is the high. That's got to be wrong. So we won't take that. We'll take that with a grain of salt. Passing, Haig wins that one across the board. Trujillo was 3rd, so I'll take it. But good for him. Rushing, Mazzell. Did we have touchdowns? No. It looks like Tobias did of Michigan. Not receiving touchdowns. Oh my God. LSU guy, 24 touchdowns. So no league leaders, but we did get a couple awards to add to our list. And we will be taking on Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl. But first, let's go take a look at how the Heat and the Dolphins are doing at the same time, because we did jump a little bit ahead to see how we did in the ACC Championship game. This is going to be mid-December. Let's see where both teams are at. Actually, beginning of January. So we will get to the end of the NFL season on my point. My apologies. I forgot the dates of when these bowl games were for college football playoffs. So there's a reason we're not paying attention to the Heat. They're 33-3. 33-3. The Spurs are better. And that's because we're honestly just having an all-around great season from everybody. Bam, Denny, Hero. Nobody is playing bad. Honestly, Denny is kind of playing a little weak this season so far. But he's playing well, good enough. It doesn't matter. Thomas is 50, 40, 90 again, where, I mean, like, yeah, we're really, really good. Our bench is deep. Our team is really good. The Spurs, though, are somehow better. And a lot of that is to do with, Wembanyama. But also, they've been getting top picks every single year, and they traded theirs this year. So they have Castle, Wembanyama, Malouche, and they also have Trae Young off the bench, because why not? They traded their... They had the 3rd overall pick this year. Traded it for like nothing. I think it was for, I don't even know who if the guys they traded for are even on the team anymore. Like, they must have traded them for something. For like, yeah, I don't know. This team is insane. Spurs Heat finals probably. Week 17 is the biggest week of our season so far. This is going to be huge. We're 12-3, but the Bills are 13-2. It's Sunday night football. Whoever wins has the division. I believe they might have it, but I think we have it. I don't care. Whoever wins has the division. Can we beat Buffalo in week 17 and then not, fumble it? Oh, we do. We win by 1 point. The Miami fans are going crazy because that would be an insane game. Down 25-10 going into the 4th against Buffalo, and just to absolutely explode in the 4th quarter to get 16 points to come back and win 26-25. Jalen Waddle with 134 yards. I mean, all right, we have a chance at the division. Let's just not blow it to the Houston Texans next week. They're 6-10. We're 13-3. If we take this, we win our division. I think. I don't know if Buffalo has to lose. Can we do this against Houston in week 18? We win 31-21, and we don't play in the wild card, meaning we win the AFC East and are the number 1 seed in the AFC. Oh, the Bills lost in that last week. That helps. Okay, Number one, 14-3, top of the league. When we take a look at it, that means we are going to be in really good space. I want to go check our stats on the season. I don't see, we're not a leader, but Tua, he putting it together. He's getting more efficient this season. I mean, let's just look at the last couple of years and how he's done the last several seasons. He has gone from 21-20 to 36-15 to 38-11 to 38-8. It's a massive increase over the last 4 years. He's gotten better every year. The concussions are gone, maybe. Look at the yards per game, 215, 229, 245 to 249 this season. 38 and 8 for him. Rushing, Achan with 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns as he's up to 4.7 yards per carry. Receiving, 1,297 and 14 touchdowns from Waddle. 1,015 and 10 touchdowns from Washington. Adonai Mitchell with 953. Fandom with 400. When it comes to the defensive side of the ball, 107 tackles from Eli Schaefer. Comes to sacks, Jalen Phillips with 11.5. 8.5 for Karlaftis, 6.5 for Robinson. And it comes to picks, not many, but we do spread that around. And we're really a turnover team, but that is a great season as we are the top team in the AFC. Let's go take a look at the actual NFL leaders. I'm going to guess we don't have any. I'm going to just from seeing it. Yep, Purdy 4,600 and leads the way in passing yards, beating Mahomes by 3 yards. When it comes to touchdowns, your leader is Jaden Daniels with 46 touchdowns and 11 picks. When it comes to rushing, your leader is Ashton Genty, 1,276 and 15 touchdowns. He did not lead in touchdowns, though. That goes to Lamar Jackson, who also rushed for 862 yards on the season. When it comes to receiving leaders, Jamar Chase, 1,428, leads the way for the Bengals. Jalen Waddle was up there, but he did not end up getting it. And the touchdown total, Rashee Rice, as well as Josh Palmer with 17. Defensively, your tackles leader, Edgerrin Cooper, again. Sacks leader this season is going to be 18.5 from Micah Parsons, beating out Max Crosby. And your interceptions leader, tied between Jack Campbell and Bobby Okereke. And so, the next big game is Oklahoma-Miami here on December 2nd. We have been the better offense all season. I am excited about our chances here. We are the better team, though our ratings look like they have gone down this season. TCU, Kansas State. I mean, let's just actually check quick before we go. What do we have? NC State advanced. They're playing Tulane. Oklahoma versus Miami. Washington State versus Kentucky. TCU versus Kansas State. All the top teams have advanced so far. So we have Oklahoma here. All right, let's see what we can do. We're just going to advance and hope that this is going to be enough to take down Oklahoma and keep the Miami run on the way. We do not. That's a tough way to go out. Miami does not win. We lose. The U cannot make it to the college football playoff. We sadly are upset in the college football playoffs. We lose 41-35. Fantastic offense, just not enough, as the dream season in Miami does come to a close. And it looks like we really weren't in it the whole time. We struggled in this game, turned the ball over, tried to come back in the fourth, but it wasn't enough. Trujillo, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Oklahoma, though, Michael Hawkins just absolutely diced up our defense this game. And per usual, whenever we get to this point, our run game just disappears whenever we get to an important game. And it did this game. 18-36 for Okayemi, who was an amazing player this season, but that's a terrible way to go out. And probably hurts his draft stock if he's going to go out to the draft. Maybe he has to come back and play another season. I'm hoping he does, but I'm going to guess he's probably going to go out to the draft. But yeah, we're not winning them all here this year. But maybe the Dolphins can make a run. The Dolphins have the Raiders in the first or the divisional playoff round. We take at the playoff bracket. I actually got to double check and see how they got in. They were the wild card team. They upset the Chiefs and advanced to play us. The Bills advanced, beating the Ravens 48-42, and the Jaguars advanced, continuing to win their division. So A tough race on that side. On this side, the Lions were the number 1 seed. They're playing the 49ers, and the Eagles are playing the Panthers. So top 4 seeds, and the Raiders and the Bills do upset their opponents in their divisions. So game 1 here, we're just going to sim it because this is a big one. Can we make it to the AFC Championship game? If we can, we will jump in and watch. Can we make it? Dolphins, Raiders in the divisional playoffs. We win 20-17, taking on Buffalo. Now, we were leading this whole way, but this is a close game, 13-20. Tua played very, very well, and that's big. 2 touchdowns from Tua. Not much from the run game, but we held Genty, no touchdowns, and Adonai Mitchell gets 91 yards and a touchdown. So that's a big way to come out on top against Vegas. Dolphins, Bills here in the AFC title game. And we don't have to play in Buffalo. We get to play in the warm weather Miami in the AFC title game. Winner goes on to the Super Bowl here in 2028, and I'm hoping we can pull it off. We have home field advantage. We're playing in the warmth. If we were playing in Buffalo, I don't give us much of a shot. But Tua has been really good this season, and here in Miami, I believe that we might be able to beat them again and take it. Now, this is going to be a tough one. We're just going to jump in. We're going to watch the Super Sim. Last time we did this, we got demolished by the Bengals. I'm hoping we don't see the same thing here as we try to win the AFC title game. And so this is going to be a slow one. 15 minutes of football here as Buffalo starts with it. They are going to get a good 3 and out to start, and we're going to get the ball right back. 2nd and inches, we get a 10-yard pass to Fannin to start off the game. As we are moving down the field, 12-yard reception. Just move it. Ooh, big 10-yard penalty on Lance Hurd. 2nd and 20. We do get those back on a penalty from them. 2nd and 10, 3rd and 6, and we get a first down from Jalen Waddle. Just kind of stagnant, and we end up 3 and out, or not necessarily, but 4th down. We do not convert and have to punt the ball away here. 7 minutes left in the first. Can we get another stop? Big pass to Khalil Shakir for Josh Allen. 3rd and 4. 1st and 10. Another deep pass to Kincaid. 2nd and 13 with a nice negative yard rush. But yes, this pass offense of the Bills is going to be hard to stop. Keon Coleman gets a touchdown. We are down 7-0. I am a little scared at our offense, especially if Tua is throwing the ball away early and we're getting no rushing yards and another 3 and out. Okay. If we can somehow do something to stop their offense, I think I'll be a little okay. We get the ball back here. We're moving. Big pass to Malik Washington. But I feel like every time we get these passes, we just kind of go backwards and then get stagnant and have to punt. We do have a good punter, though. He's a really good punter. They're moving the ball. Bills move the ball down the field. Josh Allen is dicing us up. They're not running for anything, but we can't seem to stop Josh Allen. They get another touchdown, 14-0. Can we get something going? Another stagnant offensive drive for us, and we don't go anywhere, but they don't. They punt the ball back to us. I need a big pass for Waddle, especially if we're just going to be doing this. Just dinking and dunking all the way down the field. 3rd and 10, 4th and 7. And at the first half, we are down 14-0. Just no offense in the first half for us, and even when we get a shot, we have to punt. 2nd and 15, 3rd and 8, 4th and 8 for the Bills. They punt back to us. It's a little bit of a defensive showdown. We're moving, and a penalty almost stops us there. 2nd and 6, 3rd and 3, 1st and 10. We might be able to actually do something here. It is 4th and 1, and we kick the field goal, 14-3. Kind of would have liked the touchdown there, guys. 3rd and 5, they're going to start marching again, because we really cannot stop Josh Allen. We can do nothing to stop Josh Allen. They got a 30-yard rush from James Cook. We are down 21-3 here in the AFC title game. We're going to need a big 4th quarter. We're marching, but another penalty or a negative rush just hurts us. We kick another field goal, 21-6. 8 minutes left in the game, and Buffalo is just dicing up this defense. Nothing we can do. That's probably it for us. I mean, it's a disappointing way to go out for the Dolphins, #1 seed, but when you take a look at it, Buffalo is a hard team to beat, and we end up getting demolished. Just nothing we could do to really stop them in this one. Our offense never woke up, and you can see Tua, 174 yards, 0 touchdowns for him, 19 for 34. He had to throw the ball away a lot. When it comes to rushing, Achane, 51 yards versus James Cook, 79. And defensively, I mean, as a team, they just kind of, they just dominated from beginning. I know it only is 350 to 264, but we could not convert 35% on third downs. They were 69% on third downs. So the Dolphins don't win either. They lose in the AFC title game. The U lost in the college football playoffs. It is down to the Heat to give us a second title in 2028. Kansas State is national champions in 2028. They beat NC State 31-24. They took down TCU and Kentucky on their way there. NC State did take down Oklahoma, so the team that we beat in the ACC title game did make it all the way, and honestly, I think if we matched up against them, we would have been better off than what we were against Oklahoma, who just kind of took us out. So we were the 1 seed, kind of disappointed to lose, but hey, we racked up a lot of points there this year with the top tight end, the top running back, top linebacker, winning the ACC and having the #1 team in the nation by the end of it. It ended up being a really good year for us, but it just sucks to not end up getting the title for the U. And your Super Bowl champions are the Buffalo Bills, who do end up being and winning their first one, taking on the Lions. That'll be a fun title. I think people would be very happy about it. It sucks it wasn't us, but I guess Super Bowl MVP Josh Allen, he also won the MVP this year. Mike McDaniel, we did get a Coach of the Year, so that's nice to see. Lamar Jackson with an Offensive Player of the Year. Micah Parsons, Defensive Player of the Year. Justin Perry of the Giants, Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Defensive Rookie of the Year goes to Ben McCullough of the Rams. So we end up racking up some points this year with the #1 team winning our division and getting a Coach of the Year award. It just sucks that we were unable to really finish it off and get those bonus points for 2-1. That's going to be up to the Heat. But before we go to the Heat, let's just check in on how the Marlins are going to be taking on their offseason, because that's when we're going to see what that team's going to have for 2029, where we try to get some more championships out of it. And then we've got the Heat for their duel against the Spurs on this amazing season in the NBA. Now, the most Marlins thing to do ever would be to now trade every single person that we have on the roster after we won a World Series, but we are not going to do that. We are actually going to lean into this roster for 1 more year. Then our owner can, sell the team afterwards. But we are actually going to make a good amount of trades, because if we're going all in for year 5 before we end up selling everybody, you can see we have a lot of guys with only 1 year left on their contracts. And I'm thinking with a lot of the prospects that we talked about later who are going to be there, we are going to want to try to make the best of this season as possible. So we are going to be going all in for 2029 to try to win the division, be the best team in the NL East, and go back to back. But I'm not going to sell everything, because we also want to get prospects, because we know that our owner is going to basically dump the team after 2029, because I'm the only reason they're going to make it that far. But to keep it in the spirit of the Marlins, we are going to make some trades and sell off a bunch of guys. And I think the goal is I'm going to dump some salary of some of these guys so I can sign somebody who I want in free agency. And maybe we'll get some pieces that I do like too. I'm going to get a top prospect from the Mets for Jojo Romero, Jesus Sanchez, and John Park, who are all good players. We're not actually going to play Purdue, but it just makes sense, dumping salary for a prospect. I actually think Nolan Jones is going to be very good this year, but I want to play somebody else at that spot. And so I think we can get Kyle Harrison in, who would be a really fun long reliever. Tristan Beck pitched 119 innings last season, and I think Kyle Harrison now being a reliever in this roster, I'm taking it. I also do really want to see our guys that we drafted at starting pitcher be able to play. And so in order to do so, I need to get down to about 7 starting pitchers, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 So Garrett, I think, has to go. I could move somebody else, but I think if we do Garrett out, that's okay. And I like Braxton Garrett. I get him in a lot of rebuilds. I think he's going to be great for the A's. If he ends up being a dominant pitcher for them, good for them. I'm just getting another prospect in return for it in Richie Gaines. Somebody who I'm not going to play, but that will help me be able to play Villa and Dell as well this upcoming season. The man I wanted in the outfield was a one-year deal for Byron Buxton. I could have got Ronald Acuna, but I figured I don't think this team would spend $300 million, especially if they're going to blow it up next year. Oh, and Buxton wasn't it. I wanted Class A. Could you imagine a game like this? Oh my God. You've got the top two teams in the league, the Heat and the Spurs. They are both on record-setting pace. It goes into overtime, and the Heat, the lower seed of these two, win 141 to 138 in OT, only by 3, meaning that I'm guessing that's like a game-winning 3 or something like that, by Tyler Hero. Some people might have some flashbacks to, I don't know, 2016 when the Warriors went 73-9. We are 73-8. But the reason I say this is because if you don't remember, is that there was another substantial record happening at that same time, and that was that the Spurs that season, going into the last 2 games of the season, were 40-0 at home. We are not 40-0 at home. However, they were 40-0 at home, and they were 67-13 or 14, I believe, or 66-13. The reason this is substantial to me is because when we look at the West, the Spurs are also 73-8, 73-8, 73-8. And what is the last game on the schedule but Heat versus Spurs? We have to do a simulcast. I don't care how it ends up going, but I want to watch and see what the outcome is. This is for the best record in the NBA, and oh my God, the Spurs are crushing us. Oh, it's getting close. It's not going to be enough. The Spurs are the best team in the league because we only go 72-3-9. I feel like that was enough to like compete for like the MVP in that game. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, he wins MVP again. I mean, he just always does. Donnie Sykes of the Jazz wins Rookie of the Year. Tyler Hero was 6th Man of the Year, going 50, 40, 90 off the bench for us in Miami. When Wembanyama gets Defensive Player of the Year, Most Improved goes to Jaleel Best. G.G. Jackson gets Clutch Player of the Year. Coach of the Year goes to Pop. And Executive of the Year goes to Aaron Phillips of the Spurs. They beat us by 1 game. That's crazy. All right. When it comes to the All-NBA first team, you got Wemby, Jokic, Luka, Shea, and Cooper Flagg. And then second team, Tyrese Dabansa, Bailey, Cam Boozer, and Şengün. And we don't have a single guy. Giannis, Morant, Mobley, Edwards, and Devin Booker for third team. Defensive teams, we don't see anybody. We don't get any credit. No credit for us. Tyler Hero was our leading scorer this season off the bench, 19 points per game. But as you can see, we had a very well-rounded effect the whole season. 19 for him with a 50, 40, 90. Bam Adebayo had 18 and 9 off the bench, 52% from the line, or from the field. Denny with 18 points per game. A little bit of a down year for him, but it's okay. Malik Thomas, 16. Did he end up 50, 40, 90? He did 50, 40, 90 as well from Malik Thomas. Khalil Ware ends up getting 13 and 9. You see 13 for good amount of steals from Suggs, 10 points. Boozer had 9.5. Sheed. So all around, great averages for our team. But scoring across the league was down this year. I mean, Zachary Risache ends up with the scoring title with 26.7 points per game in 69 games on the season. Your rebounding leader was Jokic with 13. I mean, Jokic put together an insane season too. Your assist leader is Luka with 11.3 assists per game. Steals leader, Shea with 2.3. Blocks leader, Wembanyama 2.2. Best shooter was Walker Kessler of the Pelicans now. And your best three-point shooter on the season, Malik Thomas. Give us a league leader for that. That's on 5.5 attempts per game. So he ends up getting a pretty good amount if so. I want to check because I always, when I see those numbers, I want to make sure that we're actually getting a good quantity of threes on the season. Yeah, he made 220. So good for him. He ends up getting that, and free throw percentage leader is Nick Smith Jr., 97%. And so for our playoff run, we're going to be starting against Boston here in the first round. We are the 1 seed. San Antonio is the 1 seed on the other side. I'm going to guess that's what we're going to see. Hopefully we'll just have a cakewalk through the East. I did see Khalil Ware was injured, though, so this might be a little bit of a tough run, but I'm hoping that we can just get a good luck season, get there to the finals, and then, I mean, if we get lucky, somebody else can take San Antonio out. It's probably not going to happen. In the first game of the first series, we win against Boston 132-121. Hopefully we can just get out of this series real quick. 3-0. And he should be back. And 4-0 sweep against Boston. I don't know how he got hurt. I don't know how he got hurt. How'd those guys just get hurt? What were they doing? What were those two doing? Did they get in like a car accident? Okay. New York Knicks. This team has beaten us before, and I'm hoping that they don't beat us this time. They are looking at a roster of Brunson, Malachi Branham, Debansa, Josh Hart, and Jalen Williams. We are the better team, as expected, so hopefully we can do this. Game 1 against the Knicks, we win that one 117-110. Game 2, we win that one 115-109. Game 3, Malik Thomas is healed, and we are up 3-0. Give me a clean sweep. We sweep. Also, Spurs went 7 in the first series. Can they get eliminated by the Pelicans right here, please? They don't. Okay. We are playing the Chicago Bulls, who... of course. All right. Mikal Brown, Kobe White, Jet Howard, Matas Bazelis, and Derek Queen. This is going to be a big one. Can we take out the Bulls here in the Eastern Conference playoffs? The Dolphins were unsuccessful. The U were unsuccessful as the favorites. Can the Heat, as the favorites, make it at least to the finals? They beat the Bulls 115-111. In Game 2, 122-99. In Game 3, Kessler Edwards, sore knee. We do lose. It's our first loss of the playoffs. Shouldn't be too bad. Game 4, Jalen Suggs, strained groin. We lose that one. We are now tied 2-2. Game 5, we take the victory. We are up 3-2. Can we advance to play the Spurs? We do. Victor Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo. Here we are in the finals. Spurs Heat. We have looked at the Spurs team. These are the best two teams in the league. This is the dream season for the NBA and Adam Silver. He's looking at it like we created two super teams, and they are facing off in the finals. A team collaborated by efficiency and effort, and their team by just sheer talent alone. Victor Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, and just, yes, I mean, I would say we're the underdogs, but that's only because we lost one more game. So, in Game 1, we are going to play. We win Game 1, 132-129. We win right at the, right at the end. Spurs trying to make a comeback. Trey Johnson with 25, Thomas 24, Ware 24, Tyler Hero 23 on this season. Denny has been terrible this year. In Game 2, I'm sorry, Denny. Why'd I have to say that about you? He breaks his ribs, and we are tied. That's not good. Denny broken ribs. Norman Powell played 28 minutes. I'm going to have to go into the adjustments now because that means that we need to fix some stuff with our lineup. I don't know. Can Hero... I think I'm going to have to go quick adjust Hero's position so he can play small forward. Because I don't think I have another small forward. I do not. Okay, so Tyler Hero, we are going to do a quick edit. And we are going to make sure he can play small forward and shooting guard. And he is going to jump into the starting lineup. We are then going to go into the coach game plan. Switch our rotation 1 man shorter and do an adjustment. And Norm Powell should be out of the lineup. That should be much better for this run. Sad to see Denny break his ribs right before the playoffs. But okay, game 3. We are down 2-1. The Spurs annihilate us in this game. 153-119. Castle with 31. Vassell with 31. Johnson with 24. Please don't let Denny's injury end up being the reason for our loss. We are down 3-1 against the Spurs. Just Wembanyama. All right. Have to make a comeback. We do. 3-2. We win that one by 1 point in OT. I'm gonna call it a Tyler Hero game winner. Okay, we're calling it a Tyler Hero game winner to get that one. Game 6. We lose. Denny Avdia breaking his ribs really hurt. Victor Wembanyama Finals MVP. And in 2028, where we had a wild card team in the Marlins, the #1 ranked team in the nation in the U, a 73-9 Miami Heat, a 14-3 Miami Dolphins, the only champion were the 88-74 Miami Marlins. I figured I'd do all of our off-season stuff now after our playoff runs in 2028. So, big thing for the NFL, I'm going to have to cut Jalen Ramsey. I need some cap space. And we finally are in the last year of his deal, so we are cutting Jalen Ramsey. Should just help us a little. In the NFL draft, we have pick 13 and pick 30, thanks to our trade last year. And what I'm looking at is there is really only a couple guys I like that I think could jump up, and that's this right guard, Tyrell Newton. I would like to take with a first-round pick. We don't really need him, but I would take him. And then there was a wide receiver, Dimitri Irving, who, once again, looking at just combine stats, 40 time, 4.24. That 4.24 generally means 99 speed. So I want him, but I'd be willing to trade my picks for players if possible. And so this is actually going to be our move. We're going to move off Fannin. I had to actually do this. I had to find a contract that I could sell off. So Fannin and a first for Blake Miller, who is a 25-year-old right tackle from the Falcons, who's 86 overall star dev, and we're getting a second back in return. Probably could have got more, but I feel like I was kind of fleecing already. And we have another first-round pick. Maybe we'll still have the guard available. We don't need him because we have guards, but this means that Patrick Paul is now replaceable. And the Falcons did trade up for a quarterback, so I think that makes sense. Now, how much would you like your quarterback to trade away your star right tackle? I don't think he'd be very happy with it. Maybe they'll take one at pick 19. And we're moving up 2 picks here because Newton's still on the board. And so I gave him a 5th. We are going to still be able to get the right guard that I like. I mean, he might have still been there at 30, but I want him now. So Tyrell Newton, future left guard of the Miami Dolphins, the top guy on our board. Number 5 in true talent. Might start at left guard. As I said, year 5 all in, I am going to move off a lot of picks, which we've been stockpiling, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, plus a few players to get a top-end D tackle as well. And so in our final draft with the Dolphins, I mean, I let the computer do a lot because this was pretty bad. We hit 2 studs at the top, 1st and 2nd round pick. We traded everything else because I didn't really like it. Even I took some swings on just like traits, and they weren't even good on this one. But we do have a potential starting left guard in Tyrell Newton. He honestly should be the starting left guard over Brewer. But Brewer's been good, so I can't be mad at it. And then Judah McLeod, normal dev. Not bad. We actually had a lot of guys get drafted for the U this year. Agnew goes first round, Scott goes first round, Pruitt goes first round, Okayemi goes second, Carr goes second, Federique goes second, and Jones goes seventh. So a lot of guys get drafted this draft for us. The big one that sucks is Agnew because he was a junior. Okayemi was also a junior, but we've got replacements of that. But it's going to be hard to replace Agnew. At the U, taking a look at training results, this is kind of giving me a good look at what we might be doing this next season. I don't think our team is as good as it was last year, just based off of overall ratings. Keon Bullock is probably going to be the starter. I mean, it's him or Deontay Brown, I guess. I think that he's probably more accurate. And also, I think he was the number 1 quarterback, and Brown was the number 2 in his class. So we'll see. Brian Cheeks, number 1 running back for us. Toppins is number 2. Toppins was the number 1 running back. I actually think he's probably better than Brian Cheeks. Brian Cheeks was an athlete, but the better dev trait for Brian Cheeks. When it comes to wide receiver, looks like Copper and Hunt go to the top of our board for this. These are going to be our top 2 receivers. As you can see, we're not as good across the board. Mick Shaw, tight end of the year. Last year was very good. We have a good left tackle, sophomore in Cash. No left guards. At center, 87 in Frazier, 91 from Tyrone Sharp, and then the big ones being this right tackle position is just stacked. So Westerman will be the right tackle, Perkins will be the left tackle. Efaw, 86 at left end. We have 88 in Odom, as well as Velasco and right end. We have Powers up to an 87 at D tackle. Punga, 88 at left outside linebacker. Yaboa's an 89 at middle. You've got McIver at 89. Mashoud at 84. Free safety, Warmack is now an 85. Allgaier. Vaccaro never really progressed that fast. That sucks, but yeah. Not as much progression as I would have liked. And so we enter year 5, 2029 of this Miami rebuild. I know you've been here for a long time, and we got a title out of it. The Marlins won in 2028 as the underdog, and the hope is that somebody else can put it together because we didn't get any bonus points, but we did get 1 championship so far. And I'm thinking that all the other teams are in good spots, and the Marlins are too. Now, we really wanted to get a chance to see some of the guys that we drafted this year, so when it comes down to it, Dell and Villa are going to be here in the bullpen as long relievers. I moved Noble Meyer over to the starting lineup. I also have Bradford, who I just drafted in the bullpen. I like him a lot. And then we also have Caminiti, who could come up to, who we traded for, or who we drafted last year in the 2nd round. There's a couple other guys that we could, Thomas White can still come up, and Thomas Rush. We have pitchers. We have a lot of guys that can come up, but Perez, Snelling, Ober, Meyer, and Meyer in the rotation for this next season. And then when it comes to the lineups, I said I wanted to get some chances at some other guys to play. So Luis Vega Ramos, who was our first pick in 2027, I want him to play 3rd this year just because I wanted to see him play. And then Carlos Villa will play against lefties on first base as well. Chandler Simpson's going to be up playing at the 2 spot. I don't really like him against lefties, so I might actually take him out and put Stowers there against lefties, and then we'll just swap them with Rogers. But we'll see what we could do throughout the season. We'll make our adjustments as necessary. We have guys that can come up. I may have traded a lot of guys, but we still have Ryan Ward. We still have Starlin Caba who could come up. So we still have players that can move on their way up to the major leagues if we need, and we have prospects we could trade at the deadline if we are really bad. But I really like this team. I'm a big fan of it, and 2029, our hope is that we can get 2 titles in 1 year here, and I'm hoping that the Marlins aren't the only team that win a title for us. It would be funny if it is, but I'm thinking Danny doesn't get hurt, the Heat are in a really good position to do so, and we'll see what the U can do, actually having a quarterback that we, scouted and recruited. And then the Dolphins, who are now absolutely stacked after this trade, all the trades we did this offseason. So 2029, sit back. This is probably going to be a long season if we are really competitive. Not exactly off to a great start. A lot of cold guys. That's more like it. 29-19 in May right now, we actually put it back together. I think a lot of this is to do with, look how good our pitching staff, not Noble Meyer. He's hot though. But look how good our pitching staff is. Phenomenal. Kenny Dell, really good. Villa, very good. I guess let's just... He's hot, though. Do we? Yeah, we do. We do. That's okay. Funnily enough, like, I honestly think that we've been really good. The worst guy is the guy we originally had, but he only has 9 innings. Pitching staff has been good. Lineups-wise, we kind of put it back together, besides Buxton. So I'd kind of be willing to move off Buxton and just go like, let's just not do it. That was kind of a bad signing. And here, right before the NBA draft, Rafael Devers is currently leading the MVP again. We are 42-30, in good place to take our division this year in 2029. And I think, based on our luck last year, we have to draft a player with the Heat, right? Oh no, we don't have a pick. The Pistons took Willis. I'm scared. But at least the team is getting better, and hopefully we can go into this season and not lose Denny to broken ribs. 91, 90, 90, 89, 88, 88, 87, 84, 80. We're in good shape. It's fine. But I continue to get more confident about this Marlins season as we are now 11 games, or 10 and a half, above the Mets in the NL East. A pretty good shot at winning the division here. And when we take a look at All-Stars, we don't have any pitchers, which is kind of surprising to me that we have as good of a pitching staff as we do. We don't have any. We do have Clase in the bullpen, which is, I mean, it's Emmanuel Clase. So very, very good for us. But I don't think we have as many as I would like to see. I mean, we have Devers, who is obviously like in the lead of the MVP race. Gunnar is a Dodger. God, I hate them. But otherwise, yeah. We have Lawrence Butler. Okay, cool. So we have 2. Lawrence Butler, Devers, and then I guess Emmanuel Clase. Look how great the computer did in this draft. They did so well. So well. Oh my God. Maybe they did. So as we enter September with the Marlins, we are still 10.5 games up. Now on the Nationals. We were originally on the Mets. 10.5 games up. But we're a little bit weaker down here at the end of this season. I'm hoping we can kind of continue to play a little bit better. I don't want to disappoint when we get to the playoffs. This team right now also does have Devers still leading the way in the MVP race. I do think James Wood has a good argument. However, we're the playoff team, so give it to us in that sense. And then I also know Luis Vega Ramos is also leading the way in the Rookie of the Year race too for us. Not Carlos Villa, who I know is not getting as much of a shot as Vega Ramos is because we do have Devers who can play DH, but Vega Ramos has been pretty good. We're going to need the U to play real hot this season as well. They are starting off ranked number 1 in the nation. That's going to be a huge thing to try to uphold for the entire season, especially because we have a very difficult schedule and like no buys. NC State, Clemson, Florida State, Cal, North Carolina, a bunch of ranked teams on the schedule. And it's just going to be a shootout for essentially 12 weeks, minus this one right here in the middle, our 1 week off. We are going to do our best, honestly, to try to, I don't know if we're going to go undefeated, but I mean, one of our quarterbacks has finally been recruited. I think what we're going to do is we are going to go with Keon Bullock over Deontay Brown. I like Deontay Brown. I actually think he might be better. However, just knowing that there's some accuracy involved and Keon Bullock is a more accurate guy, and Trujillo threw a lot of picks last year, I kind of just want the more accurate quarterback. So Keon Bullock, who I believe, actually I should just go to the roster because I think he was a 5-star. If not, he was a 4-star. Actually, I think he was a 4-star now that I think about it. Was one of the top quarterbacks in the class when we got him. 4-star impact dev from Hollywood, Florida. And I think he's got some range to still grow. Not a whole lot, but, you know, a little bit more accuracy, a little bit more power. I think he could get better, and that's kind of my big thing with him. So our hope is that Bullock can uphold a season which we are a worse team than we were last year. But maybe we can keep this number 1 ranking. We started out the non-conference play red hot, 3-0. I mean, it's a pretty easy non-conference. Our first ACC game is against Wake Forest, who also is 4-0 and won 2 games in the ACC. Let's just get a good start, guys, and beat Wake Forest. I just want to see it. As we move into this, can we just have a good... No, we can't. No, we can't. Of course not. Wake Forest comes back in the fourth. We were up 24-17 going into the fourth, and just really couldn't keep it together there. And it looks like Bullock played fine, but no rushing game. Every time we lose, we have no rushing game. The Dolphins roster is absolutely stacked. We should be the favorites to win the whole thing in the NFL. We are running with a little bit of a thin wide receiver core. Malik Washington, Jalen Waddle, Townsend now, and Matthews. I did get Saquon Barkley as a backup running back, but I love the improvement to the offensive line. Lance Hurd, Newton, Brewer's still here, but we can move anybody. We have Daniels. We've got other guys. We have backups that are like serviceable starters now. Mitchell went up a dove trade last year, which I thought was awesome. So we have a superstar right guard. And on defense, we're balanced all the way around. Downs, Phillips, Schaefer, Allen, Robinson. Cooper ended up being a superstar when we drafted him. Downs is obviously an X factor. Webb is a superstar. I brought Ramsey back on a pretty cheap deal. Got Jamel Dean on nothing. So I'm really excited about this roster. I think that we could be in a really good shape to win the Super Bowl. But the Bills are the Bills, man. It's going to be scary. It's us or Buffalo, really. And speak of the devil to start the season, Buffalo, Thursday night, football in Buffalo. Give me a victory, please. Come on, gimme. Yeah, gimme. Oh, wow. Barely, though. I mean, we scored 21 in the fourth to win that one. And not a very convincing victory. Oh. Okay, it's only 3 weeks. But okay, Jalen Milroe. Get us to October, please. Come on, Jalen Milroe. I believe in you. You can beat Buffalo twice. We got smacked by the Jets. 2 wins against Buffalo? 2? Jalen Milroe? No. 2 will be back, though. And we take out the Patriots, leaving the Dolphins in good shape. 3-2. It's not necessarily great. The Jets are 3-2, but with the Bills starting off cold, I think with Tua, I mean, look, we lost 2 games and we lost both games with Jalen Milroe at quarterback. I think with Tua, we should be in good shape, especially if Buffalo's not coming out to a hot start after their Super Bowl victory. And the Marlins win 90 games. Only 90, by the way, and that's enough for our division. So we did actually start and have a terrible last month of baseball, but it was still enough to win the division and get a bye. That's a huge one. Rafael Devers with an MVP for us. Third baseman Devers, 46 home runs, 293, 139 RBIs. Michael King gets the Cy Young for the Diamondbacks with a 2.17 ERA. Really, really good for him. On the AL side, Jack Caglione gets the MVP for the Kansas City Royals in 43 home runs. And then Grayson Rodriguez with the Cy Young. I do want to check, because that means that we didn't get Rookie of the Year. Oh. Okay. I guess he doesn't hit for... Okay, well, you know what? I'm okay not getting it. Charles Yabu is Rookie of the Year. Oh my god. I said I wanted him. Oh my god, that guy's great. We also have some league leaders. Rafael Devers, home runs. Xavier Edwards, stolen bases. And Rafael Devers, RBIs. Batting average goes to Ivan Herrera with a 339 average. He's a 96 overall for the Cardinals. That's awesome. Hits leader Jarren Duran, now with the Pirates, has 215 home runs. Triples, actually no, let's scare. Home run. I don't know why I'm talking. 48 home runs for Rafael Devers with 4, leads the way over Bryce Harper, and RBIs, Devers with 139 leads the way over Shohei. He does get his MVP for us. When it comes to pitching, we're just going to move real quick over to saves. Tanner Scott finally taking the crown from Ryan Walker with 57 saves for the Dodgers. ERA crown, Michael King, 217. Strikeout crown, Spencer Strider with 189. On the AL side, what a weird season. Lars Nootbaar wins the batting title for the Toronto Blue Jays. Hits leader Richie Jaques of the Seattle Mariners with 204 hits. The home runs leader was Brent Rooker with 45 for the A's. When it comes to Pitching, your saves leader, Edwin Ucita of the Rays, has 52 saves. ERA crown, Ryan Pepio of the Rays, the 2.58. And your strikeout leader, Garrett Crochet, once again, 211 Ks for him. Two guys got sent down. River Caminiti wasn't up for very long, played 11 games, got 13 innings, 2.7 and a 1.13 whip. Pretty good for the guy who we drafted in the second round in 2027. Derek Bradford, our first round pick this past year, also not good though. 4.58, 1.51 whip. He actually went down in overall because he had a very poor season in the bullpen. It didn't look like that for the majority of the season, so it seemed to have been kind of a fluke. Noble Meyer, 5.33 with a 1.39, was not very good this year. Kenny Dell, 4.11 with a 1.32. He was decent. Still could have gotten more, but we'll take it. When it comes to the rest of the bullpen, 3.4 for Kyle Harrison, 4.14 for Nardi, who we did say was the worst guy. Might take him out and put Caminiti back in that spot for this playoff run, but I still think he was fine in 45 innings. Beck, 88 innings, 3.35 with a 1.15 whip. Cronin never actually played. Heron, 3.39 with a 1.27, and Clase, 205.8 whip. 45 saves for the closer, our big free agent signing. When it comes to our starting rotation, Yuri Perez fell off the map this year. 4.49, 1.29 whip. He was very good for the majority of the season. Just a bad way to end it. Robbie Snelling, 2.89, 1.21. I kind of leaned into Snelling all this whole rebuild, and I was like, I really like what he's doing, and I really like what he's doing. Bailey Ober, 3.26, the 1.19. A little overpaid, but still, 3.26 is very, very good. Max Meyer, 3.68 with a 1.23. And Justin Villa, our first draft pick that we made, 2.75 ERA, 1.11 whip. As our starter, 2.5 WAR. Also, probably could have classified as a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. So, despite finishing second in the Rookie of the Year race, Luis Vega Ramos got sent down. He hit 261, 341 on base, 118 hits, 15 home runs. But he did have negative WAR, so I guess he was a negative fielder. I would have thought he would have been better. 81 fielding would have been good enough, but I guess that arm and the accuracy is pretty bad. Maybe he really shouldn't be playing third with those stats. I mean, that's a lot of errors. Ryan Ward got sent down. He hit 162. That's okay. And then I believe that's it of our guys. When it comes to our actual lineup, Agustin Ramirez, 184. He has gotten worse every season. Just never really turned into anything. I'm glad we went out and got Salas because he wasn't really good. Villa, not good, 197. Stowers finally put together a decent season, 245, 330 on base. I like to see that. They brought up Sanoa. Rogers, 265. Just hitting lefties was okay. Chandler Simpson, 229. Not very good. He's good defensively, so it was okay. Xavier Edwards, 259 with 17 home runs for him. How many hits did he end up getting? 154. Never really saw him get to the peak where I generally can see him get hit over 300. Jonah Bride, 273, 14 home runs. Rafael Devers was your MVP, 48 home runs, 139 RBIs, 293 average. Lawrence Butler, 26 home runs, 89 RBIs, and a 277 average for the right fielder, originally from the A's. Byron Buxton, our free agent signing, ended up hitting 280, 26 home runs. We saw a major regression, thought he was going to continue to regress, and maybe we made the wrong signing, but he put together a good enough season that his ratings actually went up. 5 WAR for Byron Buxton this season in center field. Otto Lopez, 250, 16 home runs, as he's up to an 88 overall, one of the best defensive players. Gets a gold glove too. And Ethan Salas, 259, 14 home runs. Huge for that Alcantara trade. Really glad we did that, because I don't know what we'd be doing if we were still stuck here with Agustin Ramirez, who has not been good, because Salas has been good. With the bye week for both the Marlins and the Dolphins, technically the U have 2 straight games. The first one here being against North Carolina. They are ranked 16th, and I really want to see a victory, and I'm hoping that we can, because I don't really want to be falling down to 2 losses and 0-2 in the ACC. We get a 4-star to recruit. We get another 4-star. I'm hoping what that means is that we got a victory if we got all those 4-stars to come. And we get beat. We are 0-2 in the ACC. That is not a good start. And I can't even really put it on Keon Bullock. He's been pretty good so far. 15 touchdowns, 4 picks. It's not bad. 72% completion percentage is pretty good. Max Toppins has been all right. 6.8 yards per carry. That's been fine. I think part of it is I don't think we're getting any defensive pressure. And it's a little rough to try to win when you can't turn the ball over or get sacks. And so maybe right before the Marlins have their first playoff game of the season, we can get at least a little bit of momentum back and beat the Ragin' Cajuns here for the U. We need it. If we lose 3 in a row, I am not very confident about our chances this year of winning a national title, which we really do need to do. We do, thankfully, beat the Ragin' Cajuns. I guess our problem is conversions. I mean, look at this. We only beat them by 3. This is not a good team. And we dominated them in offensive yards and first downs, yards per rush, everything. But we cannot convert when we need to. And it's very concerning if that's how this season is going to start against a team only of the caliber of Louisiana. And so, as we at least have 2 games before the Dolphins play here in the Marlins series, we are taking on the Cincinnati Reds here in 2029. They have Yusniel Mota, Hunter Green, and Chase Burns at the top of their rotation. We are going to be going Yuri Perez, despite his bad season. He's still going to be our ace here, Snelling and Bailey Ober. I'm hoping that we can take these 2 dubs before the Dolphins have to play, because I would like to just win the games in Miami. Game 1, 3-4 loss. We lose. Yuri Perez gets lit up. We just don't have enough. So, game 2, Snelling versus Hunter Green. He's given up an ERA of 20.25. Let's keep that up, please. Nope. Kyle Harrison blows it. We are down 2-0 in our first round. We need to come back and win 3 straight. But first, a message from the Miami Dolphins. And so, after a nice little bye week, let Tua heal up after actually coming back and beating the Patriots. I mean, we're not necessarily, oh my God, we are not a good defensive team right now. But hopefully we can get this victory off the Jets, get our revenge now that Tua is back. And we can take our lead in the division. And we do. Weekly award as well. Let that go to Tua? It does not. But CJ Allen with 2 interceptions and 10 tackles on the day. And this right here, 3 games in a row, is going to determine whether or not Miami Marlin fans ask to fire another owner. Because we did do a sell-off in the offseason. And I think, actually, we should check a couple names quick to make sure that we actually made good decisions. The suspense is palpable. Nolan Jones, 350 on base. Didn't really get a shot this season. Ryan Weathers was not very good. Not at all. Now, Braxton Garrett was good, but I kind of knew this. I did mention that I thought that Braxton Garrett was going to be good, and he was. But the big one, I think Jojo Romero might be our biggest loss right here. Not like he was that bad, though. Or, 0.1 more. All right, I'm done lollygagging. Let's go. Come back. We're going to come back against the Reds. Game 3. Actually, game 1. We just have to win 3 straight. We're going to get a sweep here, okay, guys? Bailey Ober versus Chase Burns. Caminiti, 9.82 ERA. Ober was fine. Snelling got lit up. Perez got lit up. Harrison got lit up. Such a disappointing way to go out. Oh, and Xavier Edwards hit 111. Jonah Bride hit 176. Those 2 were good. Meh. Was fine. Was okay. That means for us to get a few titles on the table, we are down to the U in 2029, the Dolphins in 2029, and the Heat in 2029. If we're going to get any bonus points, we got to get a couple of these guys to win. And I'm not very confident in Miami or, the U's ability to do this because they have a tough remaining schedule in the ACC, and we have not showed up so far in this season. Maybe we'll turn it around. It's all going to begin with Virginia Tech. I think if we lose to Virginia Tech, there's not much of a chance. And so in our rivalry game, Miami versus Virginia Tech, I think if we lose this, it's going to be very difficult to see the U really have a competitive shot at making it to the national championship game, much less the college football playoffs. We get some converts. We do beat Virginia Tech, meaning I think we're still in this. We're probably going to have to win out in the ACC. We're just going to stick with the U because it's all still down to them. This is Cal. Number ranked 10 Cal versus number 11 Miami. Once again, we have to probably win out due to our bad start. Can we take down Cal? Otherwise, this is probably a season without much faith. And it's going to be a real big uphill climb to make it to the college football playoffs from 5-3. Not only that, Cal blew us out 42-19. We committed 2 turnovers. I mean, Bullock just... That's a tough way to go. Cheeks had 2 touchdowns. But yeah. I think our chance was last year, and I think we missed it. So I guess it's going to be the Heat and the Dolphins. But just like how in 2028, the Marlins kind of created a spark for us. The Marlins just kind of let out, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. We're still leading our division, but 4-4. I don't even know if the Dolphins got a good shot. Okay, well, the Heat get 2 decisive victories to start off the season, so even though it's only 2, it was something just to stop the skid. Now it's really over. 10-7 loss to NC State, who is ranked 2nd. That was our shot, really. I mean, if you look at it, let's just see. Very low scoring. 1 touchdown, 1 pick for Keon Bullock. No running game for the... Toppins had 9 yards. Yeah. Like, I mean, it was a defensive matchup. Oh my God, had a lot of sacks. Did NC State? Yeah, but that I'm gonna guess that pick. We lose probably because of the interception. So I don't think the U's got it. And around the same time of the year, the Dolphins are 5-6. So 14-3 last year, 5-6. But okay. The East is terrible, apparently. I just wanted to see who had it. Oh my God. Yeah, AFC East is awful. 5-6, 5-6, 4-7, 3-8. Okay, I guess we still got a shot. The hope is still alive, but we're not good. The worst part about it is Tua's actually playing phenomenal. 20 touchdowns, 2 picks, but I mean, Achane's not bad. I think offensively we're fine. We had the games without him, so that hurts. But defensively, we must just be awful. Correlation. We did lose our DC, who I did have fully statted out. Correlation. But fear not, we always have the Miami Heat to lean on as a potential team that could win something. Even if the other teams are incredibly disappointing this year, the Miami Heat are 18-5 right now, leading the East. Again, though, in the West, 18-3 Spurs, 18-5 Pelicans, and 18-6 Warriors, which, what did they get? Because Curry retired this past season, and they... What? The U do win our last 2 games of the season, which Clemson was ranked when we beat them, so... I mean, it's not a bad end, I guess. It's just huge, because that NC State game, if we end up pulling that one out, we're probably actually in the college football playoffs. But, hey, that's the way it goes. You can't lose 4 ACC games and expect to make it. The Heisman goes to Jose McNabb of Ohio State, 36 touchdowns, 4 interceptions with 3,600 yards. And at least we get a bowl game against Notre Dame. Maybe we can win that one. I mean, I guess when I think about it, Keon Bullock ended up being kind of disappointing. 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, 9 picks. Maybe we should have switched to Deontay Brown, but I don't know. I don't ever think we ever got the quarterback position right here in Miami. And part of that, I think, is when you start with no quarterback, you got to take a big swing right away. And we got a 4-star in Bullock, and he just, we never played him. And that's probably the problem. I should have played him last year over Trujillo, but I thought that team had a really good shot. And because it didn't end up winning it, it makes it look like this is a bad thing. Bullock never developed the way we needed him to for this last year. But also, if Trujillo plays well and we end up winning a playoff game, it doesn't matter. So that's kind of how it goes. Running game, I mean, Toppin's 706 yards. I would have liked to see more from him. I know he's got another year, but like these two are good junior running backs that we have, and they ended up not getting much. Matthew Hunt. Our guys just didn't really develop. I mean, the tight end did, Mick Shaw. But our guys just didn't really develop, and I think that's a big thing that hurt. Our offensive line did, and that's where most of our talent came from. But that's about it. Dave McIver ends up getting 10.5 sacks. I mean, that's a really, really good season from the outside linebacker, but no picks. Our secondary was terrible, and I think I struggled scouting and getting corners. If we take a look at the actual national rankings for leaders, I'm gonna guess we're nowhere near any of them. We had no award winners this season for us. Passing leader, 4,000 yards for Cam Yates from Maryland. Touchdown leader is 48 from Marco Haig at TCU, who I believe won the Heisman last year. Rushing leader is Trevor Tobias, who was the rushing leader last year, 1,390 yards. Touchdown leader, Dillard with 15 and Elliott Hoffman with 15 from ECU and Notre Dame, respectively. I guess we get to play him in a bowl game. Receiving leader, Tyler Bond from Oklahoma, 1,429 touchdowns for Tyler Bond. I do think we probably have one of the best offensive linemen this year with Westerman, but Sylvan leads in tackles. I actually think the tackles number might be wrong across this. I don't think it actually sorts them correctly, but it's okay. Coco Bibbs ends up leading in sacks with 12 for Wisconsin, and interception leader is Donovan Fox for Appalachian State. So, yeah, nothing for us. I guess we get to play Notre Dame. So let's just see if we can get a bowl victory here against Notre Dame. I mean, they're 6-6. If we lose this one, we deserve it. Oh, I don't like that result. We do end up winning, though. So we end up getting the bowl. We win the Gasparilla Bowl. Not bad. We beat Notre Dame, but yeah, just a bad season in the ACC for us. Which, I mean, it's a stacked conference. I can't really blame it. We win 24-20 in this. If I go take a look at our conference, or just at the college football playoffs itself, I guess NC State was there in third. I see Virginia Tech, who we had to play, was in seventh. Who we did beat. North Carolina was sitting there with the 8 seed. That's 3 teams from our conference. That's not even including Cal, who beat us. Like, it's a tough conference, and I'm hoping, I guess, for the conference that NC State can end up pulling this off. But yeah, that's a tough loss. You do not get there, but at least it was a good end of the season. Maybe momentum for the other teams. 2 big wins for the Dolphins against the Lions and the Niners give me some confidence that maybe we'll be able to get something here. We are one of the best offenses in the game. Defensively, we are weak. I do think that is the coordinator position. But being 7-6 means we are leading our division over the Jets. And if we can just win the rest of our games, I think we have I don't know if we have a tiebreaker. We did split with the Jets. So I probably want to win 1 game more than them. Thankfully, Buffalo's not in this competition this year. We're on a big run here. We're now 9-6, so that's 4 straight here, getting red hot here as we need to. Week 17, we have not clinched our division, but if we win this one against Arizona, who's not a very good team, they're a good defensive team, but they're 5-10. If we win this game here against the Cardinals, we have a good shot at, that'd be 5 straight wins. It's 5 straight wins. We win 38-17. We have the Rams here in week 18. We are red hot, and we have clinched a playoff spot. And thankfully, because the Ravens and Browns are the best 2 teams in the league, we don't have to play them. We're the 3 seed right now. Let's please win this one so we don't fall down to the 4. And so with the playoffs clinched, a Rams victory here might give us a way to avoid the possible Baltimore or Cleveland matchup. It's not like the rest are definitely good, but it's still better than those two teams. We need to win this one to get that, but we're in anyway, so if we lose, it's okay. Let's play the Rams here in Week 18, see if we can stay red hot. We can. We win 25-17. We have now won 6 straight games, and we have the Pittsburgh Steelers for the wild card round. I mean, a lot of this is because Tua has had a phenomenal season for us. 39 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the year. Imagine he doesn't get hurt and actually has a shot at getting the MVP, add those 800 yards to him and those 8 touchdowns. I mean, we could even act like he threw those extra 5 picks. This is possible. MVP numbers for Tua. Phenomenal season for him. Rushing, Achane with 987 and 6 touchdowns. He did split a little bit more with Saquon Barkley, who I don't know where he went. When it comes to receiving, Luther Burden leads the way. Luther Burden, oh my God. 1,300 yards, 19 touchdowns for Luther Burden. Jalen Waddle with 1,000. Malik Washington with 881. We found our third receiver, and he was phenomenal this year. Luther Burden, great season from him. Defensively, CJ Allen led the way in tackles. Sacks leader, Dante Corleone, the trade we made with the Cardinals. Now, our edge rushers, Phillips and Robinson, did not do great, and our secondary didn't necessarily do great either. Defensively, we weren't that good, but oh my God, our passing game. If we've got this good of a passing game, we've got a shot here against the Steelers. Wow. 4 league leaders, Joe Burrow led the way with 4,700 yards, 37 touchdowns in passing. When you actually look at touchdowns themselves, it is Patrick Mahomes with 48 and 9. He probably gets an MVP off of this. Though Tua was really, really good. I wish he was able to stay healthy this season. Had a really good shot at this in the passing game. Rushing, we're not going to see us, but Kenneth Walker, 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. Your touchdown leader, that looked like Jahmyr Gibbs. Yep. That is 18 touchdowns for him. Braylon Allen with 15. Lamar with 14 on that side. When it comes to receiving, Justin Jefferson, 1,499 and 23 touchdowns for Jay Jettis. Burden was right behind him, but Jay Jettis is Jay Jettis. Defensively, your leader is Jack Campbell with 145 tackles, and your sacks leader is Micah Parsons with 17 and a half. And your interceptions leader this season, Christian Gonzalez with 7. Just as the Dolphins are about to start their playoff run, we wanted to check in on the Miami Heat in early January of 2030. They are 28 and 10, still with a very positive win differential, but the Charlotte Hornets are now on our tail. So the East might not be as much of a certainty as it has the last several seasons, mainly because we're not playing as well on the road here. We love it in Miami, and we don't like it anywhere else. In the West, the Spurs are 31 and 7, the Pelicans are 31 and 8, and the Warriors are 31 and 10. So we are currently the 4th best team in all of basketball, but the East is the worst conference, so we are actually okay. At this point in the season as well, if I take a look at our leaders for us, we have had some injuries this season. I've seen Suggs go down. Hero is currently down with a twisted right knee. Our leading scorer is Tyler Hero off the bench once again, looking for a second straight 6th man of the year. Bam Adebayo was 17, Denny was 17, Suggs was 16 and a half, Malik Thomas with 16, 14 for Caden Boozer, 11 for Ware, and 10 for Jovic. We have some good rebounding numbers from Ware. We have some good passing numbers, mainly from Boozer, actually, because Suggs is not necessarily the best passer. He's more of a defensive guy, in which we actually have some good defense from Thomas and Suggs. Suggs has actually kind of been disappointing, and if I was going to make any move this season at the deadline, knowing that we need to win, Suggs might be the guy to go. 43 from the field goal range, 33 from the three-point line. It's been pretty bad. He has not necessarily been the best player for us this season. Plus minus is positive, but honestly, so is everybody's. We could move off Suggs if we need to. I don't think I've ever seen a team play this poorly in a sim. And the Los Angeles Clippers are 3-36. Which would be crazy if you were like, okay, this team has no players. They have Luka. That's unrealistic. I feel like you would trade him, but whatever. I can't believe that team's 3-36. And so, going into the wild card round with the red-hot Miami Dolphins, I'm hoping that this team that came back in the second half of the season has the actual heat to be able to do something, and offensively we should. Now, we're playing a good defensive team in the first game, so can we take them out? Their best player is Caleb Johnson. I don't even know who their quarterback is. It's probably like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Can we get the victory against Pittsburgh? We're not going to jump in. We only jump in when we get close, and we're playing Cleveland. We advance. We win 31-10. Interesting playoff run on this side. It looks like the Ravens were upset and the Browns got it, so that's why we're playing Cleveland. I was curious. So that is actually an interesting matchup. First off, 31-10 against Pittsburgh. We had a really, really good fourth quarter, but we kind of just dominated across the board. 178 yards to 349. That's huge. Tua, 3 touchdowns to Donovan French, who had 1 pick. Yeah, offensively, I mean, Tua is red hot this season. We are loving what we're seeing out of him, and it's huge. I mean, Mike Avery. Oh, is like Burden like injured or something? No, he just didn't play. Why did Mike Avery get 41 yards? No idea. Luther Burden should have been the slot receiver that whole game. I'm actually curious where Saquon disappeared to. But yeah, should have been there. So, all right. Against Cleveland. And so the Browns really shouldn't be here. We are considerably the better team. We are still red hot. We are now 7 wins in a row here. Can we pull off an 8th and make it to the AFC title game? We, in this matchup against Cleveland, win 31-17. We are playing Kansas City, who win 42-32. We win this one 31-17. I mean, they were pretty good. And we had 2 turnovers. Tua actually threw an interception for once, but Clint Russell is the quarterback for them. They just draft quarterbacks every year in Cleveland. Rushing wise, Achane. Thank you so much, buddy. And so as it's the AFC title game and the Chiefs are the Chiefs, we are going to go right in and we are going to watch and see how we can do. And if we can finally make it to the Super Bowl, this would be huge in this season. So, AFC title game. Dolphins. Chiefs. A huge shot. This would be for our first appearance to the Super Bowl as an underdog, as well as to win 8 straight games. 8? 9? 9 straight games. On our way there. They have Patrick Mahomes. He's still there. And they have a super high-powered offense. He's probably the MVP. But can we take him down with the more efficient quarterback this season? Tua Tagovailoa. I give up. It's been 5 years. I still don't know how to say his damn name. And so we start with a punt. They get to start with the ball in this game. This is going to be a long one. Here we go. I'm hoping we can get some stops. So they start with a 9-yard rush from Mahomes as they make their way down the field. 16 yards to Romeo Doubs. 3 yards for Pacheco. Big penalty on the offense to make it 2nd and 12. 3rd and 6 from the rush on Pacheco. 4th and 4. And that should be a punt, giving us the ball back for our first drive. 5-yard rush from Achane. Big pass down to Malik Washington for 14 yards. Then another 4 yards to Achane. A first down to Luther Burden III. We do get a negative 3-yard rush from Achane, but a huge pass again. Jalen Waddle, 26 yards. This offense is cooking. Achane, 6 yards. We are now to our first 3rd down, 3-yard rush from Achane, and we don't go anywhere, negative 2 yards. But we have one of the best kickers, Isaac Daly, to give us a 3-0 lead here in the AFC title game. It's a big start in the first quarter. My hope is that we can keep them slow. They're going to start with running the ball. It doesn't really get them that far so far. 3rd and 12, that's a big stop. 4th and 6, as they only make it 6 yards to Nathan McKenzie for another punt. We're going into the second now. 3-0 lead. Start off with an 8-yard pass to Malik Washington. Then a 9-yard rush for Achane. Then a 7-yard rush for Achane. We do slow down. The pass is knocked away by Landon Jackson. But we get another first down as Achane, 6 yards. I think we're just running the ball. 3rd and 6. This is going to require a pass play. Or not. 7-yard rush from Tua gets us the first down. We are now in field goal range. 2nd and 9. 3rd and 1 after the pass to Malik Washington. Just march down the field, guys. Big pass to Jamie Townsend to get onto the 8. And a touchdown to Luther Burden to take the 10-0 lead here in the AFC title game. So, looks like the Chiefs are going to start out pretty hot here in this drive. We do get a nice negative 2-yard rush from Pacheco. 3rd and 6, but they get a big pass down to Rashee Rice to make it 1st and 10. This should be kind of a shootout. It ends up being one. Rashee Rice gets a touchdown. 4 minutes left of the second. We are up 10-7. So, I think the big thing here is making sure we can be consistent, but it's 4th and 2. We don't get anywhere, so we have to punt. Don't like to be the team punting now, but they are going to punt right back to us. 38 seconds, 33 seconds. And we don't call our timeouts. Okay. Great planning, guys. Oh my God, 70-yard touchdown, Luther Burden III. We are up 17-7 on the Chiefs. That's huge. We have a massive 70-yard touchdown to get that one. So I'm hoping we can keep them slow. 3rd and 3. They continue to break those away, though. If it's a third down, they're usually going to convert. They go down and score. Pacheco gets a 1-yard touchdown. 17-14 in the third. Kind of marching. Slow down with the incomplete. Ooh, negative 3. That's going to be the end of that drive. We're going to have to punt that ball away. I don't like to see large things, and it looks like the Patrick Mahomes, oh, thank you, 10-yard penalty against the offense. And another one. How do they have 20 points? What? How did that end up being a touchdown? How was that a touchdown? What happened? What? They were not 25 yards away. Okay, all right. Madden doesn't want us to win. And it's the Chiefs. It's the refs. You know, they just gave him some flags. 2nd and 12. Big pass. Let's continue to move. I'm hoping, I mean, we're playing in Kansas City. This is a big place to be at. And a penalty against the defense means we're still down there now in the 31-yard line in field goal range. 3rd and 10. 1st and 10. Pass to Jamie Townsend to the 13-yard line after a negative 2-yard rush. And another 12-yard penalty brings us to the 1 for a touchdown for Jalen Waddle. All right, we're back in the lead. It was a little bit of a fluky play. Threw me off there in the third. But we still have a shot here. Chiefs are marching. Big pass to Xavier Worthy. They are still marching. They are going to keep marching. They get a touchdown to Nathan McKenzie. It is 28-24. Now we need to march. We march a little slower. Our offense not as high-powered. But we seem to get these conversions down this game. But as soon as I say that, Tua gets sacked by Lamar Randall. 3rd and 18, 4th and 11. We should still be in field goal range. We make the field goal 45 yards, 27-28. So we no longer have the possession lead, but we get a sack by Terrence Hurst. We are down by 1 point with 3.5 minutes left. A big pass there. 2nd and 4 for Achane. Another big pass for Luther Burden to bring us to the 45. Interception. Davison I don't care. Igbinosan. Tua threw 3 picks on the season. He threw 3 picks on the season. And this is going to be the drive. We are on the 41. Achane gets 11 yards. We are now down to the 47. Tua gets 6 yards. 43. I'm going to have to probably jump in to actually see it. We're on the 48-yard line. We are down 8. 14 seconds. I bet you I jump in and the time runs out. So this is the last play. I can't jump in because I know that the clock is just going to run out. So the hope is, unless they just call timeout, there's a 60-second play clock. That normally means that they just called timeout. I'm going to jump in. Oh, I can't. Can I not switch to just watch? I guess I can't. There's a spike. And we lose. We lose in the AFC title game. The streak ends. That's such a disappointing way to go out, too. A pick for Tua after being dominant all year. Hard way to go out. We lose. Don't get into the end zone. Probably on a Hail Mary. We throw an incomplete. The Chiefs beat us in the AFC title game. 3 teams down, 1 left. And so with our last chance to get a second title in Miami, the Heat. Victor Wembanyama wins another MVP. This is his... I've already kind of forgot how many he's gotten. He's been incredibly dominant. I mean, it's Victor Wembanyama, and you're going to see this on a regular basis whenever we do these. 3 NBA champions so far. 4 MVPs. I would hate to see him in the finals again. Charlie Harrison gets Rookie of the Year for the Washington Wizards. Reed Shepherd gets 6th Man of the Year for the Indiana Pacers, scoring 20 points per game off the bench. Victor Wembanyama, DPOY again. Miles Bird, Most Improved Player for the Warriors. Jason Tatum, Clutch Player of the Year. Pop, once again, Coach of the Year. And Babcock gets it for the Hornets. We take a look at all NBA teams. Victor Wembanyama leads the way. Gets All-NBA First Team. Jokic is with also on there. Dylan Harper, Hooper Flag, and Cam Boozer. When it comes to the second team, I see Luka, Ja, Shea, Cade, and Ace Bailey of the Charlotte Hornets. And we once again have nobody here. LaMelo Ball, Scotty Barnes, Cass Barris, Yaka Junis, Jalen Harrelson of the Orlando Magic, and Amen Thompson. When it comes to defensive teams, we have nobody on the first team, and we have nobody on the second team. Again, we just don't get anything. When it comes to this, though, we are not the 1 seed for the first time in a while. We are the 2 seed, meaning we only get 1 bonus point. As we, actually, we get none, because the Charlotte Hornets are in our division. We don't even win our division. Man, 2029 is not for us. Okay. We are the 2 seed. When I take a look at our stats on this season and the NBA standings, I do want to take a look because I want to see the Clippers. So we go 59-23. The Hornets are 61-21. They lead the way. In the Western Conference, the Spurs go 65-17, 59-23 for the Pelicans, and 58-24 for the Warriors, who we were watching. I do have to check. What do the Clippers go? 11-71. Okay. When it comes to look at our team and what we had this season for stats, player stats this year, I never got a deal for Suggs, so we had to stick with him. Our points leader was Bam Adebayo, 19.7. Denny had 17.7. Malik Thomas had 17.6. Hero, 17.4. Suggs, almost 16 points. Boozer's 13.5. Ware had a double-double. Jokic had 10. Our leader was Ware with 10.6. Our passing leader was Boozer. Our steals leader was Suggs. Our blocks leader was Ware. When it comes to field goal percentage, I mean, did we get any more 50, 40, 90s? I should probably double check. Malik Thomas, 50, 40, 90. Another one. 3 straight seasons. Malik Thomas was a really, really good move for us in this one. We take a look at league leaders. Did we get anybody in that category? Cade Cunningham leads the way with 28 points per game for the Detroit Pistons. Your rebounds leader, Victor Wembanyama, passing up Jokic with 12.4. Your assist leader, Shea, with 9. Steals leader this season, Amen Thompson, with 2.3. And blocks leader, Victor Wembanyama, with 2.7. Field goal percentage this season, Zion Williamson, 62%. And 3-point percentage, Jared McCain, 46%. That beats out Malik Thomas. Damn it. So nothing for us. Literally nothing. When we simulate the play-in, this is going to be huge. We're playing Detroit. Okay, of course. So Detroit has Cade Cunningham on this team. Cade Cunningham, Willis, who they drafted with the first overall pick this past year. Also Thompson, Ron Holland, and Nas Reed. And we are running the same team that we have been. We have made it to the conference finals however many seasons in a row at this point. So can we just do it again? First, we must simulate game 1. We win 113-89. Game 2, Khalil Ware, bruised hip. We win 149-101. This is probably going to be an annihilation of this first round. We do. We sweep the Pistons. The Hornets do get a tough fight against the Bucks there, but we are playing Cleveland here in the second round. When we look at their team, they, I believe, still have Mobley, Garland, Mitchell, Drake Powell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. So it's basically the same team, just no OG Anunoby, who I believe got traded in the first season. OG, I meant the Knicks don't have him because he did get traded. DeAndre Hunter, he was also traded in the first season. I can't remember what he was traded for. All right, second round here against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We get a first victory, 119-91 in game 2. They do tie it up 132-128. Let's just check the box score. I want to see it. Malik Thomas was our best player there. Khalil Ware, 2 and 3 in that one. Drake Powell, 34 points per game for him, or 34 points in that game for him. All right, game 3. We take that one 131-127. It's pretty close here, but we do take a 3-1 lead with a 152-130 victory, and we win this one. Maybe we're taking on Charlotte. We're taking on Charlotte. The 1 and the 2 and the 1 and the 2. The Charlotte Hornets. And we have Khalil Ware back. Have LaMelo Ball, Darren Peterson, Ace Bailey, Kyle Filipowski, and Mark Williams on this roster. So this is our shot. I believe we are the better team, but I don't know. I mean, we have not been able to get over this hump. I mean, we have gotten to the finals, but then we got smoked by the Spurs. So in game 1, we take the 117-100 over the Hornets. Okay. Game 2 against the Hornets. Denny Avdia, deep left thigh bruise, day-to-day. We do win that one, 111-96. I'm glad it's not broken ribs, Denny. In game 3, we take a 3-0 lead. We win 144-133 in OT, 1-point game. I'm calling it a Tyler Hero game winner. Or it's a boozer. I don't know. Okay. 3-0 lead here against Charlotte. That gives me some pretty good faith that we get the sweep to advance. Please don't be the Spurs. 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 Please don't. It's the Spurs. Okay, great. Victor Wembanyama. Bam Adebayo. We know what this team looks like. They have won 3 championships in this time. Jasper Johnson, Stephon Castle, Trey Johnson, Pascal Siakam, with Trey Young off the bench. I don't even know who's the better team. They are. They're the better team. Game 1, Spurs win 125-107. Game 2, we win 121-102. Game 3, they win 117-112. Game 4, we win. It is tied 2-2, 121-102. In Game 5, this could be a big pivotal game. Let's just go to the Simcast for it because this is a pivotal game. We've got 3 games left. We take a huge first quarter. They take it in the second. Oh, no, we do too. We have a big lead. We might win Game 5 convincingly. They do get a good, run there. Tyler Hero with 31, Denny with 21, Bam with 20. We are going to Game 6 with the lead here. This is going to be played in, I would believe this would be in Miami, right? Because we're the lower seed. So let's Simcast this one. This is our chance. We have a 3-2 lead. Game 6 of the NBA Finals. This is for 2 championships over the rebuild. We win the first quarter. This is a close game here in the third. We are up by 12 with 7 minutes left. We are going to change that speed to slow, and we're going to sim this thing. Or maybe we'll go to medium. We are up 16. We are up 18. We are dominating the fourth quarter. We might just win this. They are coming back here. It's now a 15-point game, 14-point game. But let's do this. 37 seconds left. Let's jump in. Let's jump in. Let's see this team. I'll even play a little because we're up by 21 against the Spurs. I don't play the game, but all right. What? All right. He scores. Yeah, we're going to lead this down here 116-98. Just going to run out the clock here for the Miami Heat, who will finally get over the hump here in 2030, technically, at this point. As we have a shot here. I'm just going to take it. Have you seen? I never played this game. I have not played 2K20. I have not played 2K25 once. The Spurs unable to beat us this time. We finally take it. We are the 2030 NBA Finals champions, and we win 2 championships in total in Miami as the Miami Heat finally get over the hump, get over the Spurs. It took us a couple years to get out of the Eastern Conference Finals. We finally got there last year. Denny broke his ribs. We lost to the Spurs in that series. And now here in 2030, we finally don't have broken ribs from Denny. That 900-year-old man, Greg Popovich, is still the coach of this team, and we finally beat them. We win the finals in 6. Celebrating here, the Miami Heat. Jalen Suggs running out on the court. Miami fans celebrating. Tyler Hero holding the trophy. Bam Adebayo. These two guys have been here for a long time. They're finally rewarded with the trophy that they have been waiting for so long. Hero had the little stint in Orlando, but he's back and he's happy. Actually, that wasn't even Hero. That's Jovic. My bad. Denny Avdia, Finals MVP. Denny! I love Denny! I'm glad he didn't break his ribs. We win a Finals championship. Miami wins. Let's go. The Miami Heat are the champions, and Denny Avdia is the Finals MVP. I did want to show this too, because Tulane are the national champions in college football this year, so good for them. Tulane won. I believe the Chiefs won the Super Bowl as well. That same corner that beat us got a Super Bowl MVP too, so dominant for them. Mahomes had the MVP and all that. And then the Dodgers won the MLB playoffs and all that. So that is it here in 2029. We end up, over the 5 years that we did this, end up getting 2 total championships between the Miami Heat and the Miami Marlins, getting those 2 titles, which is funny because those are the 2 teams that have gotten them. I mean, I guess the U were also dominant in the early 2000s as well, but like, it's funny that those 2 teams were the ones that ended up winning and not the Dolphins and not the U for us. But yeah, it ends up being only 2 titles for the city of Miami. And with that, when we take a grand total look at our scoring this entire time, we didn't get much in those first 3 seasons. We didn't see a whole lot of success outside of the Heat over those first 3 seasons, so not a lot of points. And we had the negative points to counter out with the Marlins and all of that. But the big ones come from the last 2 seasons. 21 points scored for Miami in 2028, and still 16 in 2029, despite the disappointing seasons. Got to thank Rafael Devers for that MVP in order to be able to get that. But ends up being a pretty good total for the city of Miami. However, I have some faith that this is not going to be at the top of the leaderboard by the time we are finished. So after our short little 6-hour experiment here in Miami, I want to thank you very much for coming along. We are going to keep track of this leaderboard because we're going to do more of this. We've got several more cities to go, and I want to see your support if you want to see more of this. Now, I do understand this is a very long video. I wanted to do a singular one that is going to be a full video. What we're going to do in the future is we're going to make sure that they are all episodic instead. We're going to do 1 year at a time in the future. But this was a massive project. As you know, I could really only work on this because it is so long that this took a lot of time to do. So please show some support. If you really liked this, drop your likes, subscribe, comment, share, do all the interaction stuff. I know you hear it from a lot of YouTubers, but it would really help because This is a really big project. It took a lot of time to do. And if you want to see more of these, because I do want to give you more of these, I want to give you the opportunity to see us do Boston and Philly and a lot of these large markets that I never really touch upon. And let's just say eventually the even more complex ones of New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, which will be a blast. I just want to thank you very much on it. So, this has been it for our rebuild in Miami. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you next time. I don't know what city's next, but we'll be there.